sorry. I'll start over. Thank you for inviting me to appear here today. My name is Dean Knutson. I'm a member of the Wisconsin Election Commission, where I have served since 2017. Prior to that, I served in the state assembly and in local government in my home city of Hudson. I've been involved in Wisconsin elections since 1994 as a volunteer, a political organizer, a local party of the state with 1,850 separate local clerks overseeing each election. Decentralization makes us much more resistant to large-scale organized interference or fraud in our elections. We do rely on the honor and integrity of our voters and our election officials. For example, while it's a felony to forge a signature on a ballot or an absentee envelope, our law provides no signature verification. We instead rely on the honesty of voters, but we must also be vigilant for fraud. Our election laws must be vigorously enforced to root out and prosecute those who cast fraudulent ballots. We must not tolerate voter fraud. Our Wisconsin election laws are very good, but they are not perfect. Today I'll give you 5 different areas where legislation is needed to clarify and improve our election laws. And as I do, I'll tie each of those into incidents that happened in Wisconsin in 2020. Voter fraud happens in elections despite all our safeguards. It happens in every election. In recent statewide elections, the fraudulent ballots we discover are typically numbered in the dozens to the hundreds. These tend to be scattered and unorganized violations, most often committed by individuals who fraudulently double vote in Wisconsin, double vote in Wisconsin plus another state, who illegally vote despite a felony conviction, and so on. Following the 2016 election, we greatly increased our post-election voting machine audits, requiring a random hand-counted audit of 5% of all the machines in the state. These efforts were directed at preventing and detecting large-scale election interference where tens of thousands of votes could be involved. I have not seen credible evidence of large-scale voter fraud in Wisconsin during the November election. I have no knowledge of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, or any other state. I speak to you today sincerely and directly about Wisconsin only. In Wisconsin, there were no dumps of ballots during the night, none. There is no evidence of any fraud related to Dominion voting machines in Wisconsin, none. The counting in Wisconsin did not stop and restart. Election observers were allowed to be present throughout the election day and election night proceedings. The number of voters on our poll books match the number of ballots cast. There has been no credible evidence presented to the Elections Commission that any of these problems occurred in Wisconsin. During this pandemic, Wisconsin successfully conducted elections in April, May, August, and November. We were the first to show how in-person voting could be safely conducted during this pandemic. You may remember panicked calls to postpone our April election until May or June or later by those who feared voting in the middle of the pandemic. We all know now that April wasn't the middle. Voters who had traditionally voted in person instead voted absentee. This huge shift to absentee revealed some ambiguities and weaknesses in our current voting laws. I hope these legal disputes currently in the courts clear up questions about the legality of long-standing practices like clerks adding missing witness addresses, using the ballot envelope itself as a dual-purpose absentee request, and many other questions about allowable means of returning absentee ballots. Every decision made by the Elections Commission can be appealed to court, and many are challenged. The method for this is that an individual who sees wrongful conduct by an election official must start with a sworn complaint to the Elections Commission. A sworn written complaint notarized saying, I have knowledge that this official broke the law. It's not an easy thing to do. You heard earlier about how people were afraid to do it. I did it earlier this week. It's not an easy thing to do. But our law requires that as a first step. No court can find finding of wrongdoing in Wisconsin until that has been filed with the Elections Commission. Despite drop boxes being used in the April election, again in August, even more so in November, now even as it has become of statewide knowledge that this has been going on, anyone who became aware of it and had the guts to file a sworn complaint could do it, and none have done so. When the Elections Commission gets it, a decision will be issued. Every one of those decisions can be appealed to court. Many of these are challenged. Few are overturned. Today there are still open questions with the potential to alter the outcome of this election. I believe they'll all be decided in the next few days. I would be surprised if the issues over state law lead to any large-scale change in votes in Wisconsin because of that lack of a complaint going first to the Elections Commission. I consider, as a member of the commission, every allegation of fraudulent election activity with an open mind and weigh the evidence presented. Anyone witnessing election fraud, including anyone who testifies here today, should file a sworn complaint with the commission. You can file it with the local police, and that's fine. You can file it with your DA. The thing is, they seldom will prosecute someone over this. This has just been the historic fact. It happens from time to time, but they seldom will prosecute. They don't see it rising to be worthy of their time. If you would gather a series of those and turn them in, then the Elections Commission can gather a group of those and it would carry more weight going to court. I encourage the members of the committee to work towards bipartisan legislation during the next legislative session to clarify our laws and reduce future controversy over election practices. I'd like to quickly highlight 5 areas of election law that should be reformed as soon as possible. I'll go quickly through these. I have provided this to you in writing. For those that are at home, on Zoom, I don't know how exactly we'd get it to them, but I'm sure the sergeant staff can do that. Number 1, central count. You are probably aware in 98% of our communities across Wisconsin, absentee votes are counted at the polling place. But there's an optional method of counting centrally called central count. 39 communities have it, just 2% of the communities in Wisconsin. Everywhere else, election night results are reported ward by ward as they are finished, which includes the absentee votes. But when central count is chosen, while it offers the potential for greater efficiency and maybe greater control, there is a loss of transparency, and it is a mess for election night reporting. A mess. It has to be changed. In central count communities like Milwaukee, all the in-person votes are reported as they come in. So let's just say they're usually in by 11 o'clock. Thereabouts, maybe before. Ward by ward as they were finished. That's what everyone expects is happening right now, but it isn't. I would have us do it in June every year and say, look, you can vote in the August primary, but that'll be the last time. After that, by November, you have to correct your registration. 4th, absentee ballot delivery. Okay, so yeah, 6.874B1 says completed absentee ballots, quote, shall be mailed by the elector or delivered in person to the municipal clerk, unquote. That sounds very common sense. That sounds to me like the voter shall hand it to the clerk, except there are no definitions in this law. So then people say, what constitutes in person? Can my wife take it? That's been allowed in Wisconsin for decades. Can I take my wife's down to the mailbox and mail it? Does that mean she mailed it, or does that mean I mailed it? Not clear. No definitions. That's on the end of the voter. How about on the end of the clerk? So you have to deliver to the clerk. Does that mean the clerk themselves, or it can be a deputy? Can it be somebody else that's working at the front desk? Can it be a drop box that they've established at the front desk? Can it be a drop box they've established outside their front door? Not clear. When we went through this at the commission, I said, boy, by a strict reading of it, I don't even think you'd be allowed to send it by FedEx or UPS. Is that mail? I don't think so. And the commissioner said, oh, you got to be kidding. That's ridiculous. Well, it isn't clear. It should be clarified. It's currently before courts, but I'm not, and I hope that it gets clarified, but I don't know that it will. The law says ballots may be delivered in person to the municipal clerk, but it neither defines who is allowed to deliver nor defines how or where the clerk can accept delivery. The commission's longstanding practice has allowed any person to deliver a ballot. However, it would be a crime not to deliver it. When we discussed that, I said that essentially means that you are condoning and legalizing ballot harvesting in Wisconsin. Yep. As long as the person going and collecting them out of the apartment building honestly, faithfully, and truthfully turn them into the clerk. That's the position of the Elections Commission. Under the current law, if you don't like that, you need to change that law. I implore you to change it. So in the midst of the pandemic, we ran elections. And before the April election, the commission allowed and even encouraged clerks to minimize potential transmission of disease by establishing a ballot drop box at or outside the clerk's office. Soon clerks were purchasing and installing drop boxes in multiple locations around their communities. The law is vague enough that it could be interpreted to mean the voter must deliver the ballot in person, that means me, but does it really say where? Does the drop box count as being delivered to the clerk? It isn't clear. Legislative change number 5, post-election voting machine audits. Current law requires post-election audits of our voting equipment. It does not specify when, how, or how many machines will be audited. The commission this year, or in 2018, voted to increase that from 2% to 5%. And because it's done around the state, we audited 15% of our Dominion machines this year. Hand count audits of the Dominion machines. Our equipment was found to perform extremely well with one exception. One type of Dominion equipment was counting where you had folded the ballot, it created a crease. When the crease went through the bubble for the write-in, that counted as a vote. If you had also voted for the Republican, that counted as a double vote, and it threw those out. It happened in the city of Oshkosh, and it happened in Lac de Flambeau, and we're going to work on that. It didn't change the outcome of either of those elections. I think that ought to be increased. I'd like to see legislation that makes it mandatory. There ought to be 10% machine recounts by hand every time, and it should be done early. It's ridiculous. This time we set the deadline of the 27th. Some of the cities didn't even do it until after the deadline because they have no respect for it because it's not written in law. It should be in law. It should be state funded. And I've talked with Chairman Tussler. I think there ought to be at least some of those that are done by an independent auditor, something like a CPA or something else. I heard you ask for an independent audit of a certain county. All for that.
All right.
Voter confidence in our elections never been lower.
Mr. Knutson?
We must do everything we can to reestablish it. Thank you.
Very good. Your 20 minutes is up. We no longer have time for any questions. We will move on to our next witness, who is Tom Silkey. And just so folks know, this break is just to sanitize the seat. Everybody's using the same seat, so we need to sanitize it in between witnesses.
I would actually appreciate if everybody would wear a mask so I can have a good Christmas this year.
If anybody within 6 feet of Senator
Not interested?
could wear a mask, I would appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Mr. Silkey, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me, and good morning. Thank you for listening to us and to the residents of Wisconsin, and thank you for working to improve Wisconsin's elections, especially in light of this most recent election and the recounts in Dane and Milwaukee counties. I'm a Wisconsin attorney. I have been practicing in Wisconsin since 1985. I also served on the board of the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation for 7 years and served as the chairman of our corporate policy committee. And most recently, I worked as an attorney for the Trump team during the recount in Milwaukee County. My duties during the recount included working on the floor to help resolve questions and disputes between counters and observers. I also worked with witnesses in preparing their affidavits and notarizing those for use in various capacities. Wisconsin's electoral house is on fire. Not everyone may believe that, but a large number of people in the state do. There are a lot of folks on both sides of the aisle and from all over the state who are standing ready to help put that fire out. We're like a community volunteer fire department or a bucket brigade. But the legislature is the only body in this state vested with the authority to supply the water to put that fire out. And so we're asking and expecting and hoping that you will do that. The voters, excuse me, can accept losing if they trust the integrity of an election. What they cannot and will not accept or tolerate is an election process that is either so flawed or so susceptible to corruption that election results cannot be trusted. The term voter fraud and election fraud gets bandied about. A lot of what's happening right now is not contingent on fraud being shown or proven. It may just be that people erroneously apply the law, mistakenly apply the law, aren't trained properly, and some may be intentional. The fact is it has to change. I will tell you a little bit about general observations from the recount in Milwaukee County. I was there 6 of the 7 days. And I'll also give you some specific examples of behavior and attitudes that I saw that I thought inhibited the quality and performance of that process. In a recount, just like on election day and at other times, I expect officials like poll workers, ballot counters, and others who are tasked with performing ministerial duties to set aside their biases and their preferences and to be objective in the faithful execution of their duties. We expect it of other people, like sports referees, the police investigating a car accident. When they arrive on an accident scene, they're collecting data, they're memorializing data. Somebody else is left to make decisions about it, not the people performing that ministerial duty. The Milwaukee recount that I observed had an overwhelming presence of one viewpoint. Counters and others who were working there had a very adversarial attitude toward one candidate, President Trump, and toward anyone working to analytically observe that recount. I recommend in the future that there be an effort to bring in people with geographically and politically diverse viewpoints, and that we have a counting core, if you will, that's made up of people who are not all of one viewpoint or primarily of one viewpoint. There are numerous wards, for example, that were present in the Milwaukee County recount. Bringing in people from all the wards, bringing in people from both sides of the aisle would be helpful. I hope that you'll use the authority that you have, solely have, to make the appropriate changes to processes like the recount and the election process, to make it unambiguous. And when there are mandatory rules like the absentee voting privilege that's granted under our statutes, that it's defined and executed without ambiguity and without confusion. I will give you some anecdotal information about the recount. I will start out by telling you that there were a number of attorneys on both sides, the Biden and the Trump campaigns, who came from out of state. People from New York, Florida, New Mexico, Colorado, all over. Twice a state who were dismayed at what they termed the lack of intellectual integrity in the people performing the recount. They felt that the counters and that the staff, not everyone, but again, primarily, were being antagonistic, belligerent, uncooperative. This is a process that's designed to let everybody see what happened. If Donald Trump lost, show us that he lost a second time. If he didn't, we'll figure that out. Instead, they believed that people were acting in a way to inhibit the process's proper operation. And these, again, were attorneys from out of state. Issues that I was asked to help mitigate or to resolve included counters who were turning ballots or envelopes so fast that the observers couldn't see them. And again, you have to remember that the observers were kept back behind plexiglass and at a distance that made it very difficult to be able to see everything that they needed to on a ballot, on an envelope, on whatever the documents were that were being processed. I would say that, I spent some time in the military, and there are rules that you kind of question because they seem to be a little bit petty. The fact that you had to be seated in your chair and have your feet behind the yellow line was one thing. If you wanted to stand, you had to put your chair on the yellow line, you had to stand behind your chair. If you wanted to move laterally to see what was happening at a different area of the counting station, you had to move your chair laterally and stand behind it. If you stayed behind the line of the chair, but didn't have your chair in front of you between you and the plexiglass, you were reprimanded. There was a complaint made. And again, not every counter did this, but it was prevalent. There were two counters at each station. There were 150 counting stations, each comprising long folding tables with plexiglass shields. Counters would be processing 2 stacks of documents in parallel. That likewise made it very, very hard for observers standing or sitting at a distance to see what's happening in 2 different stacks. We would ask them to change that. Frequently they would, but we'd have to be reminding them of that. Documents, boxes, materials were kept on the floor. They were put behind tables where it was difficult, if not impossible, to see what was in them and what was being done with them. Again, transparency. I have to tell you that it was embarrassing to see, I forget which day it was Tuesday or Wednesday, to see the juvenile stunt that was pulled by having wristbands when you passed through the medical clearance that had a poop emoji on them. It made Milwaukee and Wisconsin look juvenile. And I don't know who decided that, but it wasn't by accident. Every other day we had a red band, a blue band, and we've all been through this process. To have to wear that all day and to have people from, again, out of state and election officials, it's just not necessary. It is not necessary. There was discourteous and hostile language and attitudes from many of the counters, primarily directed toward the Trump observers, Trump attorneys, Trump personnel. People saying, I don't have to talk to you. You'd ask a question. I'm not going to tell you how many ballots or how many envelopes are in that stack. How hard is it to be nice to somebody? I mean, even if you don't like them. And why not provide that transparency? It was difficult. In one case, and this is something that I was told by another one of the Trump attorneys, they had to address a direct threat made by a counter toward one of the observers. And I'm not going to get into the details about that because I didn't see it, and I don't want it to be more than it is. But there was a hostility and there was a belligerence on the part of many of these counters that had no place in a ministerial function like the recount. And it's embarrassing when you have people from out of state and people who are executing important duties in something like a presidential election to stand there and act in a juvenile way when they have a duty to perform. I don't care who they back, and I don't care what the personality of the candidates is. There's a question, I think.
Are you done with your questions?
The only thing I would say is that I think a lot of us in this state are expecting all of you to act on this election to the full extent that you can, even if it fails, even if you aren't able to accomplish everything that you might be able to. We want you to act. And we certainly need to cure this problem for future elections as well.
All right, so we have a number of questions. We're going to first go to Representative Zamaripa.
Mr. Chair, I first want to indicate that the bulk of the Democrats, as you know, on this joint committee are attending virtually, and we continually have our mics muted on us. We aren't able to unmute at all, and I want the public to know that we're being cut out of a lot of this dialogue. I am the ranking Democrat on this committee. I've had my hand raised since the first witness, who by the way was a radio DJ, but since the first expert witness who was a radio DJ, I've had my hand raised and haven't been allowed to ask questions. My question for this particular witness, this is the third witness that has come before us. I want to know if they know that the Attorney General of the United States of America, who was appointed by President Donald Trump, has indicated that there was no evidence of voter fraud in the 2020 general elections. I'd like to also know if he's aware that the Homeland Security leadership, also appointed by President Donald Trump, also has indicated there was no evidence of voter fraud. This was a safe and fair election. And lastly, I want to know if the witness understands that Joe Biden won the election, including the great state of Wisconsin, in a fair election process, and that our clerks, our poll workers, our voters, they did their civic duty and in the very best way possible, especially considering the COVID-19 pandemic that we are all operating under.
Thank you for your questions. Go ahead.
So I think there were three questions. Am I aware of the U.S. Attorney General's statements? I am, but just as the representative's colleague said, I assume his knowledge is second, third, fourth hand. So I'm not sure that he has direct knowledge that there's been no voter fraud, that he knows, or that he's not aware of any. But and perhaps the representative missed that part of my discussion. There may or may not be voter fraud. That's not necessary to affect the outcome of this election. There are votes in question that do not hinge on whether there was fraud. There are votes in question that hinge on whether the statutes that this body put forward, that Michael Haas, the head of the elections counsel at the GAB, and now I think a City of Madison attorney, that he defined very clearly in his May 2018 memo that we all read, that these are statutes that have to be interpreted mandatorily. They are not subject to interpretation the way votes cast on election day at a polling place are. So I don't know about the Attorney General having firsthand knowledge, but I don't think fraud is the only reason we're all here and that the voters are upset. The second question I think was a similar question regarding the Homeland Security people. Again, whether they know about fraud or not, and whether they know about it in the state of Wisconsin, I don't think matters. If we find it, we find it. And even if there is no fraud, there is ample subject matter open to question under our statutes that needs to be resolved. And this body, the Wisconsin Legislature, is the body invested solely with the authority under the U.S. Constitution to make those decisions. And finally, whether Joe Biden won the election or not, the election's not over. The votes have been cast, but the proper vote count is still open to question depending on the interpretation of our statutes and whether certain ballots are to be counted or to be certified or not. I hope that's responsive.
Yeah, okay. Who's your next question?
Thank you. I have additional follow-up, but I do want to know
we don't have-
the gentleman just said the
We have
US,
Representative Zamaripa, I appreciate that, but we have other people that have requested to speak. Senator Strobel, it is your turn.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for your testimony today. I also was at the recount, and you can call it a recount, but I really don't think there was the transparency in a way for people to really even tell what was going on. I mean, you call it a recount, but in the ability to really determine is this an accurate reflection of what was actually cast? You couldn't do it at that recount. And so I use that term recount loosely, quite frankly. And just to follow up a little bit, I think what I heard Barr say, he said, and first off, I do question his intimate knowledge of what's going on in our state, but he didn't say there was no fraud. He said there wasn't substantial fraud. And I think just sitting here, anyone who would say that there was no fraud, I'd like to think there's no fraud, but there was fraud. We have specific cases, we have complaints, there was fraud. It's always a question of how much fraud. So that's what this discussion is about. And I'm willing to debate how much fraud, but I'm not willing to sit here and say there was no fraud. That I'm not going to do. I'm glad that a lot of the discussions in the testimony so far have really focused on what we can do to fix the problems we have with our election law. I think that's the most valuable thing we as legislators can take back And our mission going forward is to fix those items. Because as we've heard here, there's just inequities across the state. And you witness those inequities firsthand, whereas what goes on in Milwaukee might be a whole lot different than what goes on in another place, or one clerk's interpretation of law, i.e. Madison or Milwaukee, might be a lot different than another clerk's interpretation. I know I've always been big on, having fairness across the board. So my question for you is, what can we do? We understand we have statutes, and we understand we have WEC guidance. How do we reconcile those two things? Help us as legislators going forward. Maybe some suggestions as how we can deal with that problem, which really was apparent this last election cycle.
Thank you. I think that, and I worked on this with regard to WEDC in its early years and throughout my tenure at WEDC on the board, in working with the legislature on statutory revisions and upgrades and updates to remove ambiguities, to add definition and clarity to the statute. I just feel that there are areas, and again, they don't depend on people committing fraud. When a police officer pulls you over and says you're speeding, he doesn't say, "Why are you speeding? Are you doing it intentionally? Did you get distracted? Is there a mechanical problem?" No, you're over the speed limit, you get a ticket. Here, it doesn't matter why the ballots don't comply with the statute. If they don't get counted, period. And in this situation, there are issues with regard to completing the address of the witness, with regard to indefinite confinement, with regard to the application that's required before you can get an official ballot. That must be a written application. Apparently there's confusion because those statutes are being applied inconsistently across the state, apparently. At least that's what I've learned through the work I've done. And those statutes have to be clarified and those ambiguities removed. And so I think it's an upgrade of the statute that would do that.
Let's go to another question. I'd remind legislators to turn on their microphones before they speak, and also remind them, please ask your question. We don't want long statements before. We just kind of have to get right to the point so that we have time for everybody. Representative Shea Sortwell, it's your turn.
Thank you for coming. And some of the things you brought up that happened in Milwaukee are very troubling. One of the fantastic things that President Carter has done over the years is provide oversight, provide observers for elections across the world, to provide transparency, especially in third world countries. That's where he's kind of focused, to make sure that there could be trust in the outcomes of the elections. And it sounds like to me what the testimony you're providing is that there wasn't real transparency for these observers to actually be able to do their jobs. And I'm wondering then, as we go forward and try to rebuild some of the trust that seems to have been lost from this election cycle, should we be looking at laws and bills then to protect election observers when they're not allowed to do their critically important job of providing transparency and oversight from the general public to election officials?
In my role working with observers who had affidavits that they wanted prepared regarding what they saw, there was a consistent theme of I wasn't able to see what was happening. That may be because of the physical distancing issue. With a sheet of plexiglass between everybody, I'm not sure why you couldn't let somebody look closely enough. There was a huge dispute that arose because the observers could not see what they needed to see, so they began using their cell phones and either using a magnifying app or their camera app, and everyone knew that nobody was allowed to take an image, to take a picture of anything that had private voter data or information on it. At some point, you have to trust the people who are doing this as well. But we ended up getting a ruling from the Milwaukee County Election Commission saying you can't use any of those. Okay, if you're going to do that, and you've got a sheet of plexiglass and you've got the spacing, you have to find a way for the observers to observe. Calling them observers in some of those situations was an oxymoron because they weren't observing anything. They weren't observing what they needed to. Again, I think a statute that makes it clear what they should be able to see. If they're looking at an absentee voting envelope, they should be able to see if not the text, at least the sections of the envelope to determine whether there's writing on them, what color the writing is, and any other characteristics of that type. I think it's statutory definition. I think it's being precise and looking at where there's been ambiguity or confusion and making those upgrades.
Thank you, sir.
All right, last question is going to go to Senator Darling. We're almost out of time, so maybe in
Thank
1
you.
minute.
I'll be brief. I thank you for your testimony. Isn't there a difference between counting and auditing? What you have suggested is we have to have compliance with the statutes, and that is the issue at hand. In many cases, it's been implied or alleged that there have been violations because the statutes have not been followed. So isn't that the significant point that we really have to dig into versus just counting to say this election was legitimate? Is it true that we need to actually audit what is done in terms of are there signatures, are there witness signatures? Did the clerks not add addresses, names, which is not legal? I mean, there are certain things that were done that weren't according to the statutes.
Thank you for the question, and I think that the recount process, there's the accounting type aspect of counting the number of names on a poll book, comparing the number of ballots, that sort of thing. But the recount process is more than just counting. It is observing what the ballots, and in the case of absentee, the absentee voting privilege that exists under Wisconsin law, whether that privilege, the compliance is there.
Mr. Silky, I have
Yeah.
to interrupt you there.
Yeah.
Your 20 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you for testifying today. We're going to next go to Michael Dean, who will be testifying next.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I understand Mr. Dean would like a Dan Eastman to come with him. We will not be giving time for both of those, just the time allotted for Mr. Dean. So just 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. My name is Michael Dean. I'm joined by my colleague, Dan Eastman. We met during the recount process. I am an attorney, so is Mr. Eastman. Germane to this proceeding, up until about 10 weeks ago, I concentrated almost exclusively on campaign finance law as one of the lawyers that obtained the Barlin decision 5 years ago that required repeal and recreation of Chapter 11. For the last 10 weeks, I've been pretty much 24/7 involved in election matters. Got 4 hours of sleep last night. That was a long one. That was a long night. I was asked to appear yesterday. Mr. Dan and I spent a good bit of last evening preparing exhibits, which you all have, and consequently was unable to have the time to prepare written remarks. We will follow up with a letter summarizing our testimony today and submit that to the committee for its consideration. Mr. Eastman is also an attorney, former commissioner of the Securities Commissioner for the state of Wisconsin, former public service commissioner, law professor, economics, monetary theory, and so on. Both of us Mr. Dan has been involved in the recount election side for quite some time. As I said, this is new for me. Both of us, of course, read all of the reports about fraud and concerns in the popular media. In particular, this idea about the 3 a.m. spike for Vice President Biden and so on. As lawyers, we do not get paid to trust people. We get paid to look at evidence. And consequently, it's plausible. My impression was it's plausible, but how would I know? My radar really went up on the very first day of the recount process. Dan was stationed on behalf of the President Trump's team in Milwaukee. I was stationed on behalf of President Trump's team in Dane County. 30 minutes after the opening of the recount, I approached Clerk Scott McDonald and asked to be able to scan, could we have access to the ballot applications, because Wisconsin law could not be more clear that one cannot cast a ballot without filing an application, except in the indefinitely confined circumstance, which wasn't the point of my question. My question was to ensure that every absentee ballot that was cast was also accompanied by a ballot application. Mr. McDonald at first said yes, but you can't touch the ballot. You can't touch any of that because those are election materials. Those can only be touched by election officials. I said, fine, we will be more than happy to lease or pay for the lease of high-tech color scanners so that we can scan the every last ballot application and ensure that there is a ballot application in existence for each of the absentee ballots that was cast. His initial reaction was, yes, we'll make arrangements. We went about it. It took about 2 hours for the Democrat opposing counsel to catch on and realize that that was going to be a problem. They objected. Mr. McDonald, unsurprisingly, voted with the Democrat member of the canvassing team and came to, I assure you, the ridiculous conclusion that the ballot application was not the piece of paper that says ballot application on it that is created and disseminated by the Wisconsin Elections Commission. It was instead the envelope in which the ballot was returned. And from that point on, I had no confidence whatever that any election official was even remotely attempting to enforce Wisconsin's elections laws with any degree of integrity. My skepticism, which is an occupational requirement, turned to, I will confess, cynicism about the integrity of our election process. At that point in time, I've been involved in 2 different efforts. What you've heard about so far is basically what I refer to, and I don't mean dismissively, as onesies and twosies, individual instances of fraud or illegality. And instead, I wanted to look at statistical analysis. I wanted to look at large-scale data. I wanted to look at systemic issues. And so in 2 different lawsuits, I've been recruited as local counsel to do exactly that. I can tell you I haven't read exhaustively every last pleading or every last decision and every last election litigation across the country, but I am not aware at this point in time that any of these lawsuits, when Senator Miller talks about the courts resolving, the courts haven't resolved anything because they've been all resolved on motions to dismiss. On legal issues, they have never even taken up, held an evidentiary hearing, or even remotely assessed the credibility of the evidence which submitted. I somewhat cynically say that the suits have all been dismissed on the grounds that you can't plead your case without evidence, and you can't get your evidence unless you plead your case. Goodbye. The courts are not set up. I've been involved in complex litigation and many times over 30 years. The evidence and Dan and I were local counsel in the lawsuit recently filed and dismissed in the Eastern District of Wisconsin. I should mention that on behalf of the Sidney Powell team. Same story. That team did research, investigation, and pleading in 3 weeks that in complex litigation often takes 3 years. And yet the courts, understandably, are not equipped to deal with that kind of litigation in that kind of context. In the election context, this is unique. It's, as we call it, sui generis. It's one of a kind. The courts are just not equipped to deal with reaching the merits of these kinds of claims. And I would also suggest that as I've listened to the testimony, I've listened to the questions from Democrat members, which I believe are sincere, I'm impressed by what struck me in the litigation over the last 6 weeks is that I keep hearing sound bites. This committee should proceed on evidence, not sound bites. I hear the sound bite about conspiracy. I hear Senator Miller saying, would you take an oath? I assume Senator Miller would take an oath that he is absolutely sure, and he would state as a matter of fact, which he just did, that the 2016 election was the victim of conspiracy by international sovereign actors. He is just as sure that the 2020 election was not. And it's, again, it's not a surprise to me that the roles are now reversed. The individuals who have told us for 4 years that there was absolute proof of fraud by international actors are now telling us there can't possibly be such proof, that we had a completely clean, trustworthy election. The people who for 4 years said they saw no evidence of international influence are now saying, yeah, we do see it. I'm one of those individuals. Candidly, I was not aware of any evidence of international intrigue over the last 4 years because I didn't look for it. I was not interested. It wasn't the point. When I get retained to represent a client, I look at the evidence, I look at what's in front of me. I have to take a Rule 11 position that I've looked at this, and it is reasonably plausible to me. And so now I'm looking at it, and yes, I do think there is reasonable evidence to at least warrant a meaningful investigation, whether there were in fact interference by individuals involved with Dominion voting systems, ESS, Smartmatic, and so on. The soundbites, that's the conspiracy soundbite is one thing we hear. Disenfranchisement is another that we hear. Are Republicans out to disenfranchise votes? And I say, as I've said to my Democratic colleagues, whom I respect, and I don't mean to be dismissive, but I'll say, yeah, we're going to disenfranchise people, but only the dead ones. We only want to eliminate the votes of people who cast them unlawfully. And the question before this committee and every individual in Wisconsin who has any degree of integrity simply wants to ensure, are we here going to disenfranchise the voters, the lawful voters, Democratic and Republican, who did obey the law by allowing the unlawful voters to have an influence which they should not have had? Another soundbite I hear is overturning the election. The question is, are we going to overturn the election now, or was the election already overturned before and after November 3rd by improper actors? So, with all respect to Mr. Knutson, and I'm going legal, the fact is no one has ever reached the merits. Mr. Knutson makes a statement of fact that there is no fraud in Wisconsin. The elections were conducted cleanly. He can't possibly know that. He's not an election engineer. He's not a data analyst. He's not a computer analyst. He's not a program system analyst. Neither am I. And I don't know. I will not accuse anybody on the Wisconsin Elections Commission of doing anything improper, or staff. I don't know. What I do know is that the evidence that we're putting in front of you, which was submitted in federal court, raises to me a reasonable degree of concern that warrants additional factual investigation that the courts simply are not equipped to conduct. And so to that point, again, I said my interest has always been statistical analysis and systems analysis. It's not in the onesies and twosies, which I certainly respect. But Representative Knudsen was dead right when he said decentralization is critical. So is low tech. It is almost impossible to conduct fraud when you have a completely decentralized election process and you have a low-tech process where every last individual shows up and fills out a paper ballot, and all of those are available literally for a hand recount. That's almost impossible to conduct. The higher tech that you get, the more susceptible that you are. And while everyone on the ground, let's say everyone on the ground that there was among election workers, among election deputies and so on, never once, ever did anything improper. That does, in one sense, that doesn't matter. You've all heard the expression attributed to Joseph Stalin, I don't think he ever said it, I think he said a variant, that it doesn't matter who casts the votes, it matters who counts the votes. And when the votes in these systems that you will read about in the evidence that we put in front of you ultimately get aggregated up, it is that level where the concern happens. So in the time I have left, I'm just going to start buzzing through, and you'll see exhibit numbers at the bottom in order. I'd say, first of all, please note and I don't have it in front of me, but there's a Wisconsin Elections Commission data sheet in front of you, I think on the top of your stack, about the kinds of evidence, the kinds of materials that should be retained in federal elections, at least for 22 months, as you conduct your legislative audit, which is certainly what I would encourage you to do. Please take special caution to make sure and demand that all of those election materials be produced. And by the way, Of course, I think an election audit should be conducted in Milwaukee County, but I would invite Democrats, and I would say, as on a personal note, one of my best friends from law school is Mark Thompson. We are ideologically, politically, philosophically, every way polar opposite, but we're great friends. We respect each other. We've even litigated civil rights cases together. And I truly believe that the vast majority of Wisconsinites on both sides of the issue are people of goodwill. We can't go on with this level of suspicion, and the only way to avoid the level of suspicion is to actually do what it takes to be necessary to conduct the technical systems investigation to ensure that this kind of interference could not possibly have happened, or if it did, will never happen again. So now,
Can I just interject one thing?
yes.
I just want to interject before he starts this evidence that the legislature created the Wisconsin Elections Commission, and I have experience on commissions in the state of Wisconsin, that they have quite a bit of autonomy. The WEC is in charge of assuring that the election systems used in Wisconsin are accurate and fair and correct. This evidence that Mike will demonstrate, and it's in the national news, is highly disturbing because it suggests that at a level beyond the counting machines, votes can be manipulated to manipulate the outcome, and it can't be detected in a recount. We have introduced 19 exhibits into this federal case this past week, and you have 16 of these exhibits. And the issue is that the WEC should be required to examine this, and the legislature should examine these systems so that all Wisconsinites can sleep well knowing that these systems are legitimate, they're honest, and they work. And that's the duty that I think the legislature should enforce with respect to what the WEC is doing. It's their obligation to do it, and I think that has to be done through independent investigation rather than allowing them to investigate their own systems. So, Mike, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. So, Chairman, how many?
You have 5 more minutes.
Okay, I will buzz through these as quickly as possible. First of all, the first Exhibit 15 that you have and Exhibit 16 are letters. You've heard all about the Venezuelan origins. Back in 2006, Congressman Maloney, a Democrat from the state of New York, raised exactly those concerns in Exhibit 15. As recently as December 6, 2019, and she was a Democratic Congresswoman, Democratic senators, and our own Democratic Mark Pocan from the city of Madison, in Exhibit 16, sent letters to a number of private equity funds, which are opaque, which are foreign-owned, which are invisible or can't be investigated or transparently, explored by anyone in the United States. And Senators Warren, Wyden, Klobuchar, and Representative Congressman, and by the way, I 100% agree with them. I am profoundly concerned that private hedge funds that have no transparency whatever, that are apparently foreign owned, own the 3 companies which provide over 90% of the voting machines in the United States. And you'll hear, I'm going to blow through these. We'll follow up with more detail, but you'll see this phrase, COTS, C-O-T-S. It's an acronym. Commercial over the software. I'm sorry. I'm sleep deprived. It's been a long 10 weeks. But basically, they are buying these systems in an effort to make them available or manageable to local officials on the ground. Are run by off-the-shelf software produced by Microsoft or others, by companies which are manufactured in China, which are owned in China. And so the software running our systems is manufactured in China. President Trump, I say to his credit, last year his administration demanded and was very concerned that there are no domestic producers of the software that actually run our election systems. There's a couple, Exhibits 1 and 8 are statements by one of the personal security details of President Chavez, Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, who talks about how the Dominion software was originated, produced, and used to manipulate Venezuelan elections. Exhibit 8 is the chair of the National Electoral Council in Venezuela, who was dismissed by the Chavez regime. Exhibit 18 is our own, from our own FBI and CISA, the Cybersecurity Authority of the federal government, issued in October 30th, about the threats from Iranian advanced persistent threats, and it concludes that, in fact, Iranians were, in fact, able to access voter data records in at least one state. It doesn't go unnamed. Exhibit 11, the state of Texas examined and refused to allow use of the Dominion software. Exhibit 5, you only have one sheet. That's a very, very long publicly available document from WEC. I simply put that in there to document that, in fact, virtually every of these over 1,800 municipalities in the state of Wisconsin, decentralized as they may be, use software from one of these three foreign-owned companies. Exhibit 12 is, we call it the Spider Affidavit, not because the individual is Spider, but because Spiderfoot and Robetex were the digital forensic tools he used, among others, to create the exhibit. Let's see, was there any? I'd direct your attention to page 15. It talks about these post-local protocols, what the software does at the aggregation level, that at that point in time, that's where the foreign interference can come. Exhibit 13, this is particularly troubling to me. If in fact it's true, again, I can't possibly know. I wasn't there watching real-time returns. But if you look at beginning at page 13, he has a couple exhibits fixing the vote. In particular, you will note that this spike occurred not just in Wisconsin, but simultaneously in Michigan and Georgia and maybe one other jurisdiction. But when similar spikes occur in these of Biden votes occur almost simultaneously in these other jurisdictions, that raises my level of curiosity and skepticism. And consequently, again, the Elections Commission can't possibly know what actually happened real time. And I can't go into it, but we'll try to. Exhibit 14, for example, on page 1, that's the Windows Pro, the COTS problem. They can't possibly know what happened in real time. And you'll see in some of these exhibits, we'll try to follow up with our letter, that these software programs designed by ESS were in fact designed under the guise of anonymity to make it impossible to put real-time stamps, real live stream time stamps on the ballots that as they come in, so that there's no way in the software to document when a ballot was actually cast. And that's all in the name of anonymity, which, by the way, you'll see some criticism of us in the district court that we produce all these anonymous affidavits. Actually, we moved the court so that the court would be aware of who these individuals were. We asked for a motion under seal to allow the court to see the identities, to be able to vet these individual witnesses. The state, as they should have, they're being aggressive litigators, I don't fault them, but they opposed our motion to disclose the identities of these individuals to the court, then turned around and argued that our case should be dismissed because we relied on anonymous witnesses. That's what happened.
Mr. Dean, your time is up.
I'm out.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. We're going to go next to Ken Dragotta. And again, I'll remind folks that are watching online that we need to wash up the desk, and it takes a couple of moments to do that before the next person can testify.
Good morning. My name is Ken Dragotta. I reside in Hartwood, Wisconsin. I'm the president of a manufacturing company in New Berlin and have been involved in manufacturing my entire life. I sit on a number of corporate boards, and I consider myself to be a common sense person that gives freely of his time for worthy projects and mentoring. I hold a Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering and a Master's of Science in Engineering Management from the Milwaukee School of Engineering. I grew up in West Allis until completion of college and lived in Milwaukee from 1986 through 1994. I've worked with and directed recounts in Milwaukee County for Justice Prosser in 2011 and President Trump in 2016 in Milwaukee and Waukesha counties. My first experience in elections started in the early 1990s as a resident of the city of Milwaukee when I was voting and decided to ask one of the inspectors a few questions. I was then invited to sit at the table next to these wonderful senior women to observe the process, and they gave me a full narrative, not missing an ounce of detail. I truly appreciated that opportunity. I did not pursue my newfound interest until the 1996 presidential election, at which point I observed for most of the day at various sites in the city of Milwaukee. I continued to observe at elections from this point forward. Milwaukee has been my area of concentration for over 20 years. My takeaway from the early days is this: even when the race was contentious, the polling places were not, and the election officials were accurate and complete with their work. Today, this definitely is not the case. Today in Wisconsin, some of the election process is being conducted by lawless groups of individuals and officials that have gone from exploiting our election laws to now openly disregarding them. From the GAB to WEC, to local and county election commissions, to directors and clerks, we have people that openly usurp and ignore state statutes. And, as of today, I've yet to see any official being challenged civilly or criminally charged for offenses listed in section of the statute's 12.13 sub 7. Does this behavior have an undue influence on our elections? I say the answer is yes. Does this behavior unfairly dilute the value of each legitimate vote cast by every citizen in Wisconsin? Again, I will say yes, it does. I have several areas of concern. Number one, GAB and WEC. Through an open records request that I made many years ago, there is a process in the administrative agencies that is used to target any conservative that is questioning the election process, administrative rule, or interpretation and adherence to statutes. This, while the same folks go out of their way to embrace the liberal counterparts of the conservatives. I was stunned to see how liberally biased the people at GAB, now many are at WEC, with their email writings. I can only imagine what was spoken versus written. Why, after some of us worked so hard to dismantle the GAB, this body would create another similar version with the same human resource pool is beyond me. Then, to not create a joint legislative committee to deal with the tie-breaking issues created with WEC in this administrative organization is again beyond me. Number two, observing at the polls. What used to be reasonable access to the election process has gone from good to bad. Today, Section 7.41 is being used as a tool by clerks and chief election inspectors to inhibit transparency and to intimidate observers. That's right, I said intimidate observers because that's what happens when you observe in the polls in Milwaukee. The 3 to 8 foot rule is rarely followed, and objections communicated to municipal clerks results in 0 results. I have encountered some chief election inspectors that are pleasant and, on technical matters, may ask for my input. However, I can also state that I've had CEIs that attempt to intimidate, to ridicule and embarrass in an effort to keep an observer from challenging when deficiencies in the process are identified. Number 3, curbside voting and registration. 6.82 sub 1 was what was considered to be an issue of access for some folks needing this provision now has turned into a convenience and an opportunity for fraud. Today, curbside voting is used by anyone that wants to remain in their vehicle to register and vote. You may think that it's just to vote, but according to GAB decisions, they are allowed to register and vote, regardless of infirmity, of whether the vehicle is a school bus or a sedan. As has been the case for several years, curbside voting is rarely administered properly. Each and every time I've complained to chief election inspectors, I'm told that they are understaffed and that they can't comply with the requirements because they're too burdensome. Asked if they know the process, most are unaware of the safety and security precautions required in law. Number 4, indefinitely confined, 6.86 sub 2. This issue is front and center for good reason today. There is no reason for an able-bodied person to be able to register as indefinitely confined unless they are trying to skirt the photo ID requirement. They are able to register as regular, make the ballot request, and vote the absentee ballot just like anyone else. COVID is not an indefinite infirmity. Number 5, election day registrations. Election day registrations are a problem. Why? Because the registrars are rarely trained sufficiently to populate the EC 131 or equivalent with the correct information. Over the years, when we were able to be close enough to see the information, I've witnessed registration documents that were less than 50% complete in some Milwaukee locations. Yet, that person, right or wrong, was given the same right to vote as someone that was required elsewhere to complete registration properly. This is not equal protection. Number 6, electioneering. Although the law is clear regarding electioneering, we found that during the past federal election cycle that the WEC had encouraged the illegal practice. Their excuse was that in the case of giving away items such as food, clothing, beverages, and other goodies, they were not discriminating based upon politics or casting of votes. However, whether election day or during in-person absentee voting, these giveaways were happening daily in Milwaukee in an effort to influence Democrat voter turnout and entice them into voting. You did not see these groups involved in the electioneering make the same investments in areas that did not have the density of Democrat voters as does Milwaukee. Number 7, curing defects and certifications of legal documents such as absentee ballot certification. Why this is an issue is again beyond me. As stated in statute 6.87 sub 9, if a municipal clerk receives an absentee ballot with an improperly completed certificate or with no certificate, the clerk may return the ballot to the elector inside the sealed envelope when an envelope is received, together with a new envelope if necessary, whenever time permits the elector to correct the defect. Now, I don't think that there's any ambiguity there. It does not say it's up to the clerk, the director. It says whenever time permits the elector to correct the defect. Perhaps because the statute does not identify election commission directors in its description, in addition to clerks, some may think that this does not apply and is ludicrous. The reality is that the cure for the defect is clearly evident in the statute, none of which includes the clerk or any assistant to be given legal authority to complete such certification. Number 8, recount access. This was a historical year for me. In the past 10 years, I've directed 3 recounts, none of them so overtly offensive as what I had experienced last month. The most egregious and offensive practice was that of accepting ballots that were without a single election official or inspector initial. As far as my election experience is concerned, a ballot without initials is a dead ballot, and regardless of being voted, should not be counted. So when I hear people talk about there's no proof of fraud, just look in Milwaukee County, because there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of such ballots that are dead ballots that were counted and included in the election results. Lastly, I would like to read what I consider to be the absentee voting preamble. And I think it's important for everyone that may be viewing this to take the time and look at this. I call it a preamble because it warns us, it provides plenty of description from those folks that consider this in the beginning. And why we've not followed the concerns is again beyond me. So I'm going to read this. The legislature finds that voting is a constitutional right, the vigorous exercise of which should be strongly encouraged. In contrast, voting by absentee ballot is a privilege exercised wholly outside the traditional safeguards of the polling place. The legislature finds that the privilege of voting by absentee ballot must be carefully regulated to prevent the potential for fraud or abuse, to prevent overzealous solicitation of absent electors who may prefer not to participate in an election, to prevent undue influence on an absent elector to vote for or against a candidate, or to cast a particular vote in a referendum or other similar abuses. We have done nothing to heed the warning provided in this preamble. As a result, what was to have been an exception is now the most common form of voting, and that is absentee. Yet instead of understanding the need to carefully regulate the process, it was expanding. The GAB and WEC have continued to decrease the constraints that needed to be placed on the process. I go back to that preamble and I ask that every member of this committee read it carefully. What we have done, with an exception, absentee voting, which is now over 50% in some places of the voting that's occurring, is not being administered proportional to the warning provided to us in that preamble. Thank you.
All right, very good. So the first question is going to go to Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been quite frustrated in the fact that these time limits have cut us off from being able to question speakers. Makes it very difficult for us to participate. We might as well be watching on Wisconsin Eye. But I will say this. I particularly wanted to thank Commissioner Knudsen, who is the only person I see on the list, or one of 2 people on the list who actually have experience with the elections in Wisconsin, and who testified that the...
Senator Miller, please get to a question.
All right. I feel there's not much left for us to be able to stay here, so I think I will watch the rest of this hearing in Wisconsin Eye, and we'll be leaving the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, then we're going to go to Representative Spreitzer.
It is also clear to me that there's not a meaningful opportunity to engage in this process. The previous witness spent 20 minutes referring to exhibits that none of us, including the chair, have. This witness impugned the integrity of our clerks, but as far as we know, and according to Commissioner Knudsen earlier, has not filed any formal complaint with the Elections Commission. So I, too, will be stepping out of this sham of a hearing and watching on Wisconsin Eye.
All right, well, maybe that'll speed things up a bit. Why don't we go to Representative Sortwell?
Thank you very much for your testimony, and for those who don't like the format distance-wise, maybe they should show up to work. But as far as the specific question I had for you, sir, you mentioned a whole bunch of different things that basically, from my understanding of your testimony, they're aware they're breaking the law, and kind of their excuse is they don't have enough resources. Is that, did I hear that right? They're basically claiming that they can't possibly follow the law?
You know, what I found over the years is that there are many excuses for clerks and inspectors to not follow the law. I mean, the reality is you have chief inspectors that have to understand 5 chapters of law, and that's very difficult for them to do given the task that's at hand. So what I try and do is I try and help them whenever possible. But yes, there are election officials, and I can tell you that the disregard of accepting ballots that are dead, that have been argued that they should not have been included, which in previous recounts would have been heeded. To accept those ballots, those dead ballots, in my opinion, is in violation of Chapter 12, because you have election officials that are willfully accepting ballots that are statutorily prohibited from being counted. So yes.
And so, I mean, you brought up the initials one specifically. I remember that one actually being out in the news, that they basically say we can't initial all of them because it's going to, you know, we can't do that. So do you think it's appropriate for elections officials to defy the laws of the state of Wisconsin and the state legislature and the previous governors who would have signed these into law just because it's inconvenient?
Yeah, I think that it is inappropriate. However, we need to have an administrative organization that is willing to look at the statutes, adhere to the statutes, and not usurp the statutes.
All right, next, Representative Mako.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Dragota, do you know of any repercussions? I seem to recall that when Florida had some of their issues, whether it was the hanging chads or things since then, which they've since cleared up, there was punitive damages and criminal implications for some folks that were charged with that. And I'll have to tell you that I know that our clerk, Sandy Juneau, is one of those goodwill, comprehensive, wonderful people. And so this is not to impugn any of theirs, but most of what happened in Brown County was taken away from her and brought to central account. And so my question to you is, do we have statutes or do we need to fix statutes that would allow for some criminal implication of some type for folks that are knowingly guilty of some of this?
Well, I think one of the problems with Chapter 12 is that you have to prove intent. So whenever I hear people talking about, well, how many people have been referred for prosecution? The reality is very few. Then of those people that are referred for prosecution, you have to be able to prove intent. So if I claim that I didn't know that I couldn't vote twice, you're unable to prove intent. You're unable to prove intent in most cases, and that's why in a majority, and I would strongly suggest that this body take a look at the number of referrals from clerks for prosecution, and you may be surprised at the number of cases that are dropped because it's difficult for the prosecutors to prove intent. So that is one statute that instead of subjecting the prosecutors to prove intent, that there be an automatic penalty.
All right, next we have Representative Subeck.
Sorry, it wasn't coming up with the message to unmute me. Mr. Chair, like my colleagues, I am flabbergasted by the way this hearing is being run. The idea that you're giving 20 minutes, including questioning, is utterly ridiculous. We have heard people come before us, impugn our clerks, impugn our system. There's been no opportunity to ask questions or ask for real evidence of that. So, Mr. Chair, I too will be going in watching this hearing on Wisconsin. I'm hoping that you'll call on my Democratic colleague, Representative Jocasta Zamarripa, next, as I believe she has had her hand up for since well over before the speaker finished speaking. So this hearing is a sham. You have not called the state's top election official. You are not inviting, it's a bunch of partisan invitees, and you're not even giving us a chance to question witnesses. It is utterly ridiculous. I'll be watching on Wisconsin Eye. Thank you.
All right, very good. And by chance, Zamarripa is the next on our list, so we will go to Representative Zamarripa.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn this joint committee based on the fact that nearly 4,000 Wisconsinites have died due to the COVID pandemic, and we, the legislature, have not, the Republican-led legislature has not met in 241 days to address this pandemic that is killing our people. This hearing is a sham, it's an embarrassment, and you have muted the Democrats the entire time. And let me remind you, you again started your expert testimony with a radio DJ. This hearing is a sham. Let the public know you have not let the Democrats have the floor. We are walking out.
All right, Representative Zamarripa, first, I don't believe there's anything wrong with the profession of being a DJ. And second, I don't think he claimed that that was his profession. But moving on for an actual question, I hope, for Mr. Dragotta, we can go to Representative Sanfilippo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I think my concern in this whole matter is it seems that there's a pervasive law breaking that's happening, and it's not the electorate broadly per se, but it's from the officials who are entrusted to run our elections cleanly and fairly. And I think that's where my concern is. As a legislator, we got to make sure that the laws we pass are being followed. Can you kind of walk us through the process? I mean, you have extensive experience, obviously, working at the polls. Where is the breakdown in that? Because I've spoken with you in the past, and I have constituents who have worked at polls in my district that have called me with some very disturbing information. But where are we? What is the process if a poll watcher, or even just a poll worker, somebody who's working there, observes something wrong? What's the process to appeal that decision when they feel the law is being broken, and how do we get the laws to be enforced? Because I think that seems to be where this is the direction that we are maybe headed as a committee is. We pass laws, there's a process in place that if the Election Commission or anybody else feels that the laws that are in place are hampering voting matters, there's a process, a very clear process in place for them to come to the legislature and have the legislature change the laws. I think that this problem of having committee appointed board members or employees or staffers of agencies on their own deciding what laws to be followed and what laws are not going to be followed, that's where the problem is coming in, because then you have problems where you have some communities that are operating by the letter of the statutes and others are not. And now you're creating this unfairness amongst the electorate because some people are given extra chances that other people in the state are not. And what we want to do is create a fair process that is administered statewide.
Well, I would agree with your statement, and I would say that it was an interesting open records request with the documents that I received from the old Government Accountability Board. This body may not know it, but administrative organizations are very, very partisan. I can tell you that of the people that I work with on a regular basis that are interested in election integrity, whenever we have attempted to bring about or identify a potential issue at a polling location, the first step is to talk to the chief election inspector. The chief is the head at that polling location. If that fails and we're not getting results, then we go to the clerk. If that fails, then we contact the Election Commission. Through the open records request that I had made and that I'd reviewed, and I believe I have much of that still available, you will find that whenever a conservative has contacted the Government Accountability Board, or WEC, that we've been targeted. I will give an example. In one instance, the staff of the Government Accountability Board, instead of looking into the accusation, did some research on the person that was calling the Government Accountability Board and was joking about some book that she had written. Nothing was mentioned about the accusation, what was done to resolve the claim by that person. So, contrary to what Commissioner Knutson had said this morning, I do not believe that we have people within the Wisconsin Election Commission, most of which are holdovers from the Government Accountability Board. I don't believe that turning over information to WEC today is going to get the results that Mr. Knutson claims will happen. I think one of the reasons why so very few people contact WEC is because they know that WEC won't do anything. WEC is part of the problem, not part of the solution. So again, I would agree that this body needs to look at limiting the authority of the administrative organizations and look at the detail necessary to administer honest and fair elections for everyone and not rely upon administrative rule-making or administrative folks to do that.
All right, one last question for Senator Strobel.
Yes, I think it's a well-known fact that Mark Zuckerberg, the originator of Facebook. Can you talk into your microphone? It's a well-known fact about Mark Zuckerberg that he spent $6.2 million in the state of Wisconsin for get out the vote efforts in Milwaukee, Madison, Green Bay, Racine, and Kenosha. Now, when you were talking to the people in Milwaukee and it indicated that because of lack of funds or what have you, they weren't able to necessarily fulfill their duties, did they ever bring up the huge amount of cash that they received from Zuckerberg in order to assist with their voting efforts?
No, none of that was ever part of the discussion. Obviously, my belief is that they just were not trained properly and that their process is designed in order to get through as many voters as is possible, regardless of what the statutes indicate.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to move on to
Point of order.
Ethan Pease.
Point
Go
of
ahead.
order, Ms. Chairman, again. We've heard a lot of this testimony disparaging our clerks and our poll workers and now civic servants who are patriots. And yet you have what we call, again, a hearing that's an investigation. Is this an investigative hearing? This is what you started with, calling this.
This is a public hearing.
You
and
called
you are the
this an
sixth Democrat to
investigative
speak
hearing.
just during this one witness's testimony within the 20 minutes. You're the sixth Democrat to be called on.
Just public hearing on that notice.
It's a public hearing.
You
We
called
had a
this
notice.
an,
You
this
saw it.
is, so what, so please tell me. That's what I'm asking you because then you stated improperly at the beginning of your statements that this was an investigative hearing.
Wrong. I used the word investigate because we are investigating. That is not
Well,
just.
we are, either
it's
we
not
are or
used
we
as a
aren't.
noun. It is not used as a verb.
Either we are or we aren't.
This is a public hearing.
And we have and I'm just surprised,
All
Madam
right, I've
Chair,
answered your question. Thank you very much.
That there isn't, that you're not speaking up to defend the integrity of our clerks and our poll workers that I know you have worked with for years in your life, in your career.
Okay, so, may I? Speaker Voss had requested a hearing. Our notice says it's a public hearing. But in order to get through a great deal of information in regard to concerns about the electoral process, we had to set some parameters on that. I was the county clerk. I have been making notes about what I may want to address or consider or talk about. When I was the county clerk, I didn't even know the party affiliation of most of my county clerk colleagues, except for Mr. Parisi. He always made it very evident that he was a Democrat from Madison. But the rest of us had a job to do. And I recognize that most of us who ran elections and who continue to work in the electoral process do the best we can. But that's not to say that there isn't some issues which we are here to listen to today and to be open to making our system, our process better. So I don't need to be heard on every issue. I don't need to question everything people say. I'm taking notes, and I am making sure that we do follow through and address many of these concerns and find out what's fact and what is fiction. So I don't feel a need to comment on everything.
And if there's parameters, then we could have allowed 15 minutes with 10 minutes questions, or 10 minutes and 10 minutes, but there's no area just for questions, and we are left, for the most part, until this gentleman came up, with no time for asking questions. How are we to again, and they won't, and we aren't asking them to take an oath, and I'd ask this gentleman, would you be willing to solemnly, sincerely, truly swear, declare, and affirm that the testimony you just gave in this matter is all truth? From what I hear, you're just giving conjecture and your opinion of what you think people are actually up to.
Mr. Dragotta, you don't have to answer that question. Your testimony is already concluded.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should let Mr. Dragotta answer that question, because this isn't hearsay. This is a guy who just testified to us that he spent 20 years working at the polling places. I don't know how many days you've worked at a polling place, Senator, but we should listen to the people who are actually there. I've worked at a central count location in my jurisdiction, and I can tell you how we've operated is within the confines of the law and sounds drastically in contradiction to what I hear is going on in Milwaukee. So that means my constituents who are held to the letter of the law are being put at a disadvantage to people in Milwaukee who are being allowed to not follow the law. And I don't blame the citizens. Again, I want to make this perfectly clear. We have pervasive law breaking going on by the very people entrusted to run our elections fair and square. And I hope this sets your mind at ease, but I have pushed for an investigative hearing. I want people subpoenaed. I want people here testifying under oath. And I will continue to push for that, because I do believe that while the vast majority of the people working our elections are honest and doing a great job, there are some very bad people out there, and they need to be held accountable. From the stories that I've heard and the evidence I've seen, we have people that are engaging in malfeasance of office. And if it takes my last breath while I'm on this committee, I'm going to make sure that they're held accountable, because every citizen in this state is accountable to follow the statutes and the laws of this state. And just because you're an appointed official or an elected official doesn't mean you're allowed to break those laws. And some of the things that are going on here are terrible, and we're going to get to the bottom of it.
Very good. Mr. Pease.
And to make comments and jokes about people not coming to work when we haven't been in here for 241 days because the leadership has not called us in, and 4,000 people have died in this state, and we're wasting our time on hearsay and conjecture about elections instead of helping people who are sick and dying in this state is an embarrassment.
What's an embarrassment is the way the Democrats have exploited this tragedy for their political gain, and that's exactly what's happened here.
Okay, I'm going to cut it off there. We have plenty of people testifying today. One of the most important reasons why we have such a fast list of people and only 20 minutes to speak is because we have so many people that are waiting to testify. We're not going to get an opportunity to hear from all of them if we keep talking outside of hearing their testimonies. This is a public hearing. The point of a public hearing is to hear from the public. Mr. Pease, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ethan Pease. I am a Wisconsin native, was born in Madison, and grew up in Partyville, Wisconsin, graduated from high school there in 2018. I'll just get right into it. During the run-up to and on Election Day, I was working as a temporary hire at United Mailing Services, a USPS subcontracting company in Madison, Wisconsin, located in the Stoughton Road area of Madison, if any of you are familiar. I began working there on August 26th of 2020 as a route driver and a box truck driver. This meant that my job was to pick up mail on a predetermined route that went through Cottage Grove, Windsor, and the Stoughton Road area of Madison around UMS. And then I would take this mail to UMS where it would be sorted and metered, and I would then take the sorted mail on the final box truck run to the USPS on Milwaukee Street in Madison, Wisconsin. In September or October, I began to deliver mail-in ballots from United Mailing Services to the USPS as part of my evening box truck run. I knew that I would be taking ballots because there would always be a mail cart marked for me for ballots only, with a special green tag that said, "For ballots only." On one occasion, I forgot to retrieve the ballots from my nightly box truck run. Luckily, I had to take 2 trucks that night, so I got them on the second truck run. After that, though, I always made sure to get them because you don't want to take a box truck and have to go all the way back for one cart and then take it all the way back to the post office. It's about a mile drive. On November 2nd, 2020, I noticed that there was only 1 ballot in the bin for delivery to USPS, and on November 3rd, Election Day, there were no ballots in the bin for delivery to USPS. I did not think of that as strange at the time. It was Election Day, the polls were closing that day. You'd think that the ballots would kind of trickle down and be done. So, you guys can imagine my surprise that when on the next day, November 4th, a senior USPS employee, whose name I do know, had asked me if I'd forgotten any ballots the night before, election night. He explained to me that an order had come down from the Wisconsin-Illinois chapter of USPS that 100,000 ballots were missing. He then told me that his post office, the one at Milwaukee Street in Madison, Wisconsin, had dispatched employees to look for the missing ballots around 4 a.m. November 4th. He said, and I quote, around 4 a.m. And that only 7 or 8 ballots were found at United Mailing Services, my work. Based on my previous experience and habit of double checking for the ballots, I believe that to be a lie immediately. The following day, November 5th, 2020, I had a conversation with a different USPS employee, whose name I also know, in which she admitted that USPS employees were ordered to backdate ballots that were received too late to be lawfully counted. I asked this employee if I would be getting in trouble for those ballots the night before with my own boss, just kind of making sure that I was covered, because at first I did think perhaps I did miss ballots, but I couldn't have if they weren't on the cart where they're supposed to be. The employee said, no, I wouldn't, as long as they were postmarked for the 3rd. And then she hesitated for a moment and said that's why they had us do that, referring to USPS employees. I didn't bring any of this to the attention of the supervisors at the USPS at the time, due to what I perceived to be their hostility towards the president and their evident contempt of the law. I've heard those same employees make jokes about asking customers who came into the post office lobby, "Who did you vote for?" "Oh, President Trump." "Okay." And then they would reference throwing the ballots directly into the trash. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Biden supporter. I voted for Joe Jordanson this election, and I voted Libertarian in the Wisconsin governor's race in 2018, which was my first election that I could vote in. But I know that something wrong happened here, and I just want to see that something gets done about it for our state and for the people of our state, so that people can have faith in our elections. I think the American people and the people of Wisconsin have a right to know what happened. And the bottom line of this is, why was the USPS even looking for ballots on November 4th, hours after the polls closed at 8 p.m.? Thank you.
All right, Ethan, is there anything that you stated in your testimony that you would have changed or said differently had we given you an oath?
No.
Okay. All right, Representative Shortwell, go ahead.
I would like to say also that I have already signed a legally binding affidavit, so.
Very good.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, sir. It's ironic, because a lot of people like to yell at libertarians that they're throwing votes away, and yet you're here today to make sure that every vote is counted and counted validly. And I want to applaud you for that.
Thank you.
The question I had is, you mentioned somebody earlier, and maybe this is in your sworn testimony, I haven't seen it, but you mentioned an employee of, I think you said it was of the USPS, told you that they were ordered to backdate ballots that came in after November 3rd. And I was wondering if that individual said anything about where those orders came from.
Like where the ballots actually come from?
No, the orders to backdate them. So did that come from a direct supervisor? Was that person aware of it coming from even higher up? Is there anything more about when that person said, we were ordered to backdate them, was there more to that?
All that I was told was that it came down as an order from the Wisconsin-Illinois chapter of the USPS. So I would assume that that is a top-down order.
Okay. All right, that's all for now. Thank you.
All right, next we have Senator Bernier.
Thank you for being here. Nice to see young people engaged in the electoral process. So in Wisconsin, our law is that the ballots need to be received by the close of Election Day at 8 p.m. So if the Wisconsin-Illinois chapter of the United States Postal Service backdated ballots on the 4th, which was the day after, where were they delivered? They couldn't legally be counted anyway. Do you happen to know where they were delivered?
All that I know is that when I would take the ballots to the post office, they would be loaded onto usually the 8:30 truck that would go to Milwaukee, and from there I do not know where it would go.
Okay, so there may be no way to track where those ballots went and where they were filed, unless maybe we can get somebody from the Milwaukee Election Commission to comment on it, which may or may not work.
The USPS also has extensive security cameras at all of their loading docks and their facilities, so if a proper investigation is done into this, then all of that should be able to be found.
And each ballot envelope does have a tracking mechanism as well. Okay, so any unofficial question to you, and it's more, I want to know your opinion. It seems the United States has a culture issue in regard to conservatives versus liberals, which, since you're a young person, do you think that this cancel culture thing has crept its way into the United States Postal Service, and that they feel an obligation to cancel out conservative voices versus liberal voices? From your testimony, I glean that. But you are in that culture, and I want to know your opinion on that, and if that is what seems to precipitate their behavior here. If you can just let us know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, based on the jokes that they had made to me, as well as, I'm very open about my political views. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm a libertarian. I consider myself independent. And I've been open with that about my coworkers at the time at UMS and USPS. People were pretty dismissive of it, and they said things like one of you said, sometimes people see that as throwing their vote away, and I've been told that millions of times. So I guess just based on that, there's definitely a contempt just between anybody's political parties. It doesn't matter if you're left, right, in the middle, libertarian. If you have different views, people look at you differently.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ethan, for testifying today. So how long have you been an employee of the Postal Service?
I began my job as a temporary hire for United Mailing Services through the temp agency Strategic Resources on August 26th. My last day of work with them was November 5th.
This didn't have anything to do with you not working there. I mean, your affidavit or anything, did that cause problems at work for you?
No, okay. I've actually heard nothing from them or the temp agency when I've reached out to ask why I was terminated.
Who did you file your affidavit with?
Do you mean like who was
who
it
was
to?
Yeah, who was it given to?
I made a formal complaint with the Office of Inspector General.
Okay. And just one last thing, how do you feel about the security of the U.S. Postal Service as it applies to voting, as far as, postmarks being an official date and time, and that sort of thing?
As someone who got to directly see how the ballots were moving through the system, mail-in ballots, I voted in person. I didn't want to take any chances with my ballot getting lost or just anything happening to it with the lengthy chain of custody that I've seen firsthand. So I voted here in Madison, Wisconsin. I won't say my polling place. I don't want to give away where I was living.
Thank you.
All right, very good. I don't see any other questions. We still have some time left. All right, but seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it very much. And we're going to go to our next person, who is Eric Cardell. And sorry, I'm going to repeat this. We're going to go to our next witness, which is Eric Cardell and Phil Klein. Go ahead, sir, when you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. My name is Phil Klein. I am the director of the Amistad Project for the Thomas More Society out of Chicago, which has been concerned about election integrity for 2 years now. And additionally, I'm former Attorney General of Kansas, a former state legislator, and a former district attorney, and currently serving as assistant professor of law at Liberty University School of Law. And I appreciate your time and interest in this proceeding. From where we sit, we witnessed an unprecedented and coordinated infusion of private funds, as well as a private-public partnership in all swing states to improperly and unlawfully impact the result of the 2020 presidential election. And I will provide you some additional information regarding that during this testimony. But first, I'd like to address what I have witnessed during the testimony, which is consistent with the concerns that have arisen as we've watched this election, and that is the deconstruction of truth through the deconstruction of the definition and meaning of words, such that the result is lawlessness, and the mandates of this legislature are not respected nor followed through that deconstruction of words. I witnessed and you'll have to forgive me, I forget the new name, but in Michigan, in the Cobo Center, in the Consolidated Counting Center, the exclusion of one party from being able to witness the counting of the ballots, the handling of the ballots, and the curing of ballots, with the justification that although Michigan law requires that representatives of both political party be present at the place
of the counting, that the Republican who was placed in the cheap seats in a hall that is over 2 football fields long and could not see what is actually occurring with the handling of the ballots, complied with the law because he was in the place. To which I say, Detroit is a place. The planet Earth is a place. Clearly, the purpose of the law was to prevent fraud through a prophylactic measure of allowing both political parties to witness the management, the handling, and the counting of ballots. In fact, the United States Agency for International Development states that it monitors foreign elections for transparency, so that all of those who have a political interest may witness the handling, the counting, and the management and receipt of ballots. America, the United States, did not have a transparent election in any form and in any manner in every location that funds from Mr. Zuckerberg touched. And in fact, the plans that were initiated through his funds that were mandated by a charity to which he gave $350 million required that these elections be managed in that fashion. We can't privatize elections. Elections are a core government function, and government should not put its thumb on the scale to dictate who may turn out to vote more easily while suppressing the vote of other demographics throughout the nation. And that is exactly what happened this time. Here I saw the testimony of Mr. Knudsen, who told you that he could not determine what the statute meant that a voter delivering an absentee ballot must deliver it to the clerk, that it was too vague, that perhaps it was somebody other than the voter, or perhaps it was even delivering the vote to an object, like a drop box, rather than a person. Well, clearly the words of the statute and the purpose of the statute indicate that the vote should be delivered to a human being in order to be able to validate the legitimacy of the vote. I find it I'm incredulous with the argument that that statute can mean you could deliver a ballot to an object and it would verify its authenticity. The deconstruction of words has resulted in lawlessness in this election. I've had the occasion to visit the National Archives. I've had the honor, as perhaps many of you have had, in viewing our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, which is kept in a vault, because it is so fragile that if it is exposed to oxygen, it will turn to dust. It cannot stop a bullet. It cannot protect the American people. It cannot ensure that our elections are transparent, inclusive, and accurate unless the words in that document resonate in the heart of a people. And when we destroy the meaning of words, we destroy the precious protections that we have in our Constitution and in law. One of those most precious protections is equality before the law. The Amistad Project got involved when it started to see the perpetual use of emergency police powers for certain executives to use those police powers to no longer declare themselves as part of the lawmaking process, but to say they are the law. What they get up in the morning and decide is the law. And they lost faith, apparently, in the democratic process. Because you representatives and senators are not in a bunker, you're not incapacitated, you can operate and function, and our Constitution mandates a separation of powers to protect the individual liberties of each and every citizen. And when those powers are breached, and one person claims that they can determine what the law is, all persons suffer. And if you look across our nation right now, these laws which control every aspect of human behavior, whether you can visit a loved one in the hospital, whether you have to be 6 feet or 5 feet 11 inches away from another human being, whether your mask covers your nose and your mouth, are unenforceable because no police force is large enough to do so. And so they're being enforced against those who raise their voice against these actions, and that is arbitrary and capricious application of law. This started to occur in the election process. First, in March of 2020, with a launch of litigation primarily initiated by organizations tied to the left to eviscerate protections of the absentee ballot and its integrity. They attacked witness requirements. They attacked even delivering the election or the ballot to the clerk. They claimed that drop boxes were mandated by the Constitution. And soon afterwards, in March of 2020, a man by the name of David Plouffe published a book called The Citizen's Guide for Defeating Donald Trump. That guide, by the way, and David Plouffe was the former campaign manager of President Obama. At the time, he was working for Mark Zuckerberg and his wife, Priscilla Chan. And in that book, he said that this election will be determined by a block-by-block street fight to turn out the vote in Detroit, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia. Soon afterwards, and I'd ask if we can put the chart on the, this is my daughter Jacqueline. I'm here on behalf of Got Freedom, which is a C4 that she runs. So thank you for paying for this trip, Jacqueline. I appreciate it. And here is a chart. And Mr. Chairman, we will be pleased to supplement this. By the way, this is evidence. This is evidence. I think there's a misunderstanding of evidence. If I have a subpoena, and I oversaw the Kansas Bureau of Investigation for a while, to subpoena, I'm sorry, Senator Darling, to use you as an example, that I believe that you're evading taxes, and I believe that you have documents at your home, and I have a search warrant, and I show up on a sunny day, 95 degrees, I'm sweltering hot outside, you bar the door, and I see smoke coming from the chimney? That's evidence that the documents are disappearing. So we don't need to necessarily step in there, but it is amazing that those who have the evidence are saying, don't worry, there's no fraud here, rather than revealing the evidence to the American people. Well, this is evidence. We have tracked thus far over $500 million to flow through private organizations from the funders on the top level, including $500 million from Mr. Zuckerberg and his charities alone, that flow into various 501c organizations that have initiated unique contracts with government to obtain sensitive information of citizens, as well as to dictate how your elections are to be run. Now, I have to say that under the United States Constitution and the Electors Clause and the Elections Clause, that responsibility rests with you, not cities, not counties, which are creatures of the state, but with you. In fact, you prepare an election plan every election, and you submit it to the federal government for approval of the receipt of funds under the Help America Vote Act. Under the federal law, you must provide that plan in a way that provides equal protection for all voters. That's the primary concern with fair elections, that every vote have equal weight. And so it requires you to disperse those funds based on a formula of the number of voters within a jurisdiction, so that all voters will be treated equally regardless of race, regardless of gender, regardless of political affiliation or personal belief. You submit, and it is received and approved, and you received those funds to administer this election. Your cities receiving Mr. Zuckerberg's funds, and I'm going to refer to it that way, because if I gave $350 million to a charity, I have a right to call it after my name. Your receipt, your cities that received these funds violated your plan intentionally. Now, I'm not here to speak about criminal law. I'll give some references to that in a minute. I'm speaking about violation of election laws, which was done willfully and intentionally. Laws that are there to protect the integrity of the election. In fact, your statutes specifically speak to this. I'm speaking to Wisconsin Law Section 6.84, subsection 1, that this is provided to prevent the potential for fraud. You recognize that if these laws are not followed, you are unable to determine if fraud occurred. In other words, the potential for fraud is the key standard you must assess in determining under the Constitution whether to certify the election. It's the media that has said you must prove fraud. No law. No law. I have prosecuted fraudsters. And let me tell you, it takes a long time to prove it. And you only convict after you have enough information to get one of them to confess. Because you can't prove a state of mind. Sometimes you can circumstantially. If I had a gun and I pointed it at the chairman and I pulled the trigger and said, oops, I didn't know what a gun did, circumstantially you would determine my intent. And I would be convicted of murder. But this type of fraud, you can't prove the intent unless somebody confesses. That is a false standard for the exercise of your responsibilities. Your responsibilities are thus: was the election lawful? You have ample evidence, and I would say not just evidence, you have admissions by those who operated this election that they did not do it lawfully, consistent with your design, your plan, and your law. The second question is, do you have faith in the result? And if you do not, I would say your legal obligation is not to certify and either send 2 sets of electors or send no electors. And by the way, the Constitution does not mandate December 8th, nor December 14th. Those are congressional statutes. They don't override your plenary power and responsibility under the United States Constitution to get to the bottom of this matter. So, let me give you examples of the flow of Mr. Zuckerberg's money, and then I'm going to back up to some more evidence. And these are through admissions of the Center for Tech and Civic Life that he poured the money into. And there's a flaw here, by the way, a flaw in that they are a private organization, so they're not subject, like you are, to freedom of information requests, to demands for them to open up their books, or any transparency whatsoever. And so the information I am providing you is what we've been able to scratch and claw and obtain. Mr. Zuckerberg's grants. The CTCL started to reach out to Wisconsin as early as April of 2020. By May, they had reached out directly to the mayor of Racine, and they told him, we will give you a $100,000 grant. That at the time, based on previous 990 filings, would be about 10% of their entire annual budget. And they told him, you are to keep 60,000 of these funds. Then you're to reach out to the mayor of Green Bay, the mayor of Kenosha, the mayor of Milwaukee, and I'm forgetting the 5th city right now. I'm getting word of mouth. You guys know about this. And so there were 5. And you're to give them $10,000 so that they can prepare a Wisconsin-safe election plan. In other words, these 5 cities preparing their own Wisconsin state election plan without any coordination, cooperation, or involvement of the rest of Wisconsin. So they started to prepare this plan to receive additional funds from the Center for Tech and Civic Life, which, again, Mark Zuckerberg is not given to, but it's obvious that the pipeline was going to be opened because they were asking people to obtain funds they did not yet have. Through that, your cities prepared this election plan. Within that plan, they established the provision of drop boxes. Now, it's mighty interesting in that the chain of custody of the ballot is one of the prime considerations in any state law or regulation that ensures the protection and accuracy of the vote. You must maintain a chain of custody of the ballot. If you look at every one of your laws, you will see that focus as vitally important in the application of that law. Yet where is your chain of custody on the millions of ballots that were placed in drop boxes? Where is the video? Where are the logs that show who picked them up and where they took them and what time they were picked up and what time they arrived? To act consistent with your laws, they should have had a 2-person per key system, such that Johnny, who may be a young Republican, wouldn't pick up ballots in a Democrat precinct and accidentally lose several on the way to these consolidated counting centers. Or if Billy, who might be an activist with Black Lives Matters, picks up ballots in a predominantly Republican area and might accidentally lose some on the way to the polling places. Where is your chain of custody? It was promised to you. It was mandated. In any of these states where Mr. Zuckerberg's monies arrived, they have not been provided. By Georgia, by Pennsylvania, by Arizona, by Wisconsin, or by Michigan. That raises serious concerns. Drop boxes, as you know, are inconsistent with statute, despite Mr. Knudsen's torture of the meaning of the word clerk. The clerk is not an object, clearly. So, that is deeply concerning with your election. And as a result, you have an error rate in the treatment of ballots that greatly exceeds the tolerance of the error rate under federal law. Your election system, if looked at in hindsight, would not be certified under federal law because of all of these errors. And I haven't even gotten to the indefinitely confined. Or, if you read the Wisconsin Safe Election Plan prepared by these 5 cities, contrary to your direction, contrary to your plan, in violation of the plan accepted by HAVA, you will find that they identify voter ID as a burden, as an obstacle to be overcome. And they did that unlawfully by directing first a member of the Wisconsin Election Committee stating, treat all voters as indefinitely confined because of COVID. It took your Supreme Court in March to tell them that's not the law. And the next thing that occurred is a directive not to question whether people were indefinitely confined. Well, I have to tell you, we did question it. And we reviewed social media of those who were reported as being indefinitely confined. And believe me, they were celebrating Halloween. They were going out and doing things. They were not indefinitely confined. Your indefinitely confined absentee ballots rose. And I'm speaking, if the gentleman were to ask me to swear to it, this is the best of my memory. I'm sorry. I don't have an encyclopedic memory, but you can check it out. From about 70,000, I think, to over 250,000 in this election. 250,000 people who are submitting ballots contrary to your direction that they provide identification on those ballots. Can you have faith in the result when such laws are ignored and such ballots are counted and cast despite the law? And that is also true with the curing of ballots and absentee ballots, the completion on the envelope of information where your law clearly states that ballot is not to be counted, but it was cured. Now I will ask this of you, if you will indulge me. I'm going to take one example in Pennsylvania, and we are still developing the numbers in Wisconsin. The flow of Mr. Zuckerberg's money. Delaware County, Pennsylvania received substantial dollars. They established with his money 1 drop box for every 4 square miles, 1 drop box for every 4,000 voters. That's 2 miles by 2 miles square. That's a place to vote within walking distance of your home. This is all occurring, by the way, with many governors suspending and sidestepping state law regarding the number of in-person polling places required by law, consolidating those places, and reducing opportunities to vote in person. You can look at any polling throughout this election, and you will see that one party prefers to vote in person, one party prefers to vote absentee in advance. I will say this, that government putting its thumb on the scale to increase turnout of one demographic is the opposite side of the same coin as government putting its thumb on the scale to suppress one demographic from voting. It's the same thing. You can't treat persons or groups differently despite identity politics and cancel culture. Our rights are intrinsic, not offered by you. They're to be protected by you. And when government gets in the game through Mr. Zuckerberg's funds of treating groups of people differently, it violates a basic tenet of American law that we all should hold fast to as a protection of individual liberty. So in Delaware County, 1 drop box for every 4 square miles. In the 59 counties the President Trump won, 1 drop box for every 1,159 square miles. So in Pennsylvania, the state said, if you're in a Democrat area, we'll come pick up your ballot or walk to the corner. In the counties that Trump won, go on a weekend vacation and find Waldo. It's similar here in Wisconsin because of the infusion of these funds. And I will add this. Mr. Zuckerberg wasn't satisfied with suggesting. These grants require the funds to be expended as they dictate or in the sole discretion of the Center for Tech and Civic Life. They recapture all of those funds. You had a billionaire in the counting room, and America was kicked out. Those funds funded the election workers. They funded the people who boarded up the windows in Michigan. They funded the election judges in Pennsylvania. And they funded your election designed by these cities contrary to your law. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking.
Very good. And our 20 minutes has expired, so we do not have time for additional questions. We are going to go on to our next speaker. Thank you for your time testifying.
Does he have a copy of one of those contracts?
Sure. If you guys could connect, that would be great. Thank you. All right. So next we have Karen. Oh, wait a sec. We have a point of order before we move on.
I just have a point of order. Senator Carpenter is absolutely welcome to be here, but he's got his timer on audio, and it's going off, and it's irritating. And I have no problem with him timing and second-guessing what you're doing. That's certainly his right to do it. But he's doing it audibly, and it's driving me crazy. And can we instruct him to not have that going off like that?
Why don't we just...
20 minutes is 20 minutes. He's not a member of the committee. He's not allowed to talk.
Yeah, let's just... How about everybody, please silent your phones under any circumstance or any other timing device or anything that you have. Just please do it over, please do whatever you're doing
I
silently.
think he's trying to time how many signatures he can put on his papers in 20 minutes.
All right, let's move on to our next witness. That is Karen Mueller. Is Karen appearing via Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, Karen is appearing via Zoom, so...
Hello. Thank you to each of the members of this Joint Committee on Elections for holding this hearing today and for allowing me to testify. My name is Karen Mueller. I'm an attorney licensed to practice law in Wisconsin. I'm not an election law attorney, and I claim no expertise in this area before the November 3rd election this year. I'm here to testify in the hopes that my grandchildren and great-grandchildren can live in peace and freedom. And for that reason, I want to ensure that we have free, safe, secure, and transparent elections in Wisconsin, because it is the only way that we can ensure that we have liberty in this state and in this country. It is only by having elections that we can all trust that we can keep anarchy at bay. This is, in fact, the truth that the other 18 states, led by Texas, understand, and why they are now suing the state of Wisconsin along with Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Michigan. We in Wisconsin have broken our contract with them to ensure that we follow our own election laws so that the citizens of the United States of America can together have confidence that when we hold a presidential election, that everyone, even if your candidate loses, understands that the will of the people in our constitutional republic have fairly elected that person. But before we can fix what is broken, we must recognize that there is a problem with our elections. I submit to you today that there is a threshold question before you regarding the issue that I want to talk about, which is, again, the ballot drop boxes. And that question is simply, Do we have a monarchy in this state when it comes to election laws? And if so, is that what we want to keep? Because when unelected state officials can speak or write into law what they wish the law to be, then we no longer have actual laws. We have edicts, we have whims, we have dictates of the people that are in control. I have voted in every presidential election since I was old enough to vote, which is just under 50 years. But never in my whole life have I believed that an election was so radically compromised until now. It was immediately after the election that my husband and I first started hearing about absentee ballot drop boxes that were set up in Milwaukee. We wondered where they had come from since neither of us had ever heard of the use of ballot drop boxes in a Wisconsin election. As an attorney, I know that in order to research this question of legality, I needed to start with the statutes. I found nothing under absentee voting that mentioned the use of ballot drop boxes. But the more that I read the statutes, the more that I became convinced that these drop boxes were not legal under Wisconsin law. The legislature has made it very clear in the Wisconsin election statutes that voting is a fundamental right, but that absentee voting is a privilege because of the higher opportunity and the likelihood for fraud or cheating. I've heard people say that just because these ballot drop boxes were not mentioned in the statutes, that it does not mean that they could not be legal. But that assessment is incorrect because the statutes are very clear regarding absentee voting. If you don't follow the processes and procedures that are laid out in the statutes, you cannot count the ballot. So how did these ballot boxes come into existence? On August 19th, the Wisconsin Election Commission sent out a letter to all 72 county election officials. I call that document Exhibit 1. I have a copy of it right here. I apologize, I don't have a copy sent to you. This is a copy of it. It says that it is from Megan Wolf, Administrator, and Richard Rydecke, Assistant Administrator, but I don't know who actually prepared the document, so I want to make that clear. So the document encouraged the county clerks to set up ballot drop boxes in their communities. And at the subject line, it says absentee ballot drop box information. So the document encouraged not only the county clerks to set up the ballot drop boxes, but it even suggested that clerks partner with libraries in order to use their book return slots, or also with private companies that had payment drop boxes. The document informs the reader that it originated from a model guideline document from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency called CISA. And that document I also have right here. CISA is an agency, a sub-agency of the United States Department of Homeland Security. You may have heard of that organization recently because President Donald Trump, I believe it was 3 weeks ago or maybe 4 now, fired the director who was Chris Krebs. Anyway, this is the model guideline, and I call that Exhibit 2, ballot drop box. This one came from CISA. This document came from WEC. Much of what is in the documents is the same. The fact that struck me very odd and what I was concerned about and became very curious about as I dug deeper was that it made no sense to me why an agency of the federal government would be meddling, that's what it looked like to me, into Wisconsin election laws. What I found next was that the name of the National Conference of State Legislators, NCSL, was also in this original guideline document. And on page 3, at the bottom, here is the National Conference of State Legislators. I found that this model guideline had been pushed first out from CISA, and then apparently it went through NCSL. There was certainly a relationship there, and somehow it ultimately arrived at the Wisconsin Election Commission, where it was modified. I was disturbed to find out that whoever had created the WEC document from the CISA guideline document left out what I would consider the most important paragraph in the whole guideline regarding the safety, security, and transparency of the ballot drop boxes. Now, attorneys normally do this. You can take a statute, basically a boilerplate statute, and then you take out what you want and you maybe put in other things that you want in. But what was very disturbing was what did not get into the WEC document. And in that area, this top portion I'm going to show you, this was left out. I'll read it for you. It says election night and closing boxes. You need to give special consideration to returning temporary ballot drop boxes and locking permanent drop boxes on election night. Organizing teams from other county or city departments is one way to accomplish this. Essentially, you need bipartisan teams to be at every ballot drop-off location precisely when the polls close. Their responsibilities include identifying the voter or the car in line at the time polls close and ensuring that they have the opportunity to deposit the ballots, retrieving the temporary indoor boxes and returning them to the counting facility, locking the drop slot in the 24-hour boxes and transferring ballots to a ballot transfer bag or box and returning them to the counting facility, and completing chain of custody forms. This one was very disturbing to me, and because it does speak to the state of mind of whoever drafted the WEC document. Because what it appears that bipartisan teams was not to be emphasized in this WEC document, and the other instructions that would have helped to give more guidance to the election clerks in the local counties to stress the importance of security was not put into this second document. So that's what I wanted to say about that. About the same time after this election that I was looking into these ballot boxes, I read Dan O'Donnell's report on other areas where WEC had allegedly ended fair elections in Wisconsin through other questionable directives. That was kind of the title of the piece that he had written that I read about. I won't go into those issues today because he has already testified and I believe he covered them. But I just wanted to point that out, that was kind of an impetus for me to keep digging and to find out what in the world was going on. But on November 27th, I decided, along with my husband, to file suit on his behalf as a voter in this election. And I filed a petition of original action with the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And what I alleged was that the over 500 ballot drop boxes that were placed throughout the state of Wisconsin were illegal because there was no legislative action that brought them into existence. You need to know that there were 15 ballot drop boxes in Milwaukee alone. 13 of them were at public libraries. But I would guess that most of you would be shocked to know that there were over 500. And I do have a document. Excuse me for a minute while I grab it. Okay, I can't grab it right now. Anyway, it's about a half-inch thick, and it lists the locations of every one of where those ballot drop boxes was placed in the state of Wisconsin. So, in the petition for original action, I placed only questions of law before the court. And I did that because I wanted to make sure that they didn't have to get into factual determinations. And so I asked, under Wisconsin laws, are the ballot boxes legal or illegal? And if it turns out that they ruled that they were illegal, then my next question was the ballots that were placed within them illegal? But on December 2nd, the Wisconsin Supreme Court dismissed our case without stating a reason. However, the 3 dissenting justices joined in a one-line statement, and they said the court cannot continue to shirk its institutional responsibilities to the people of Wisconsin. I believe that this case is about systemic election fraud, where the federal government, for whatever reason, a rogue agency, I'm not sure what's going on, that would take a lot more investigation than I'm capable of doing, through ISA, apparently reached down through a private quasi-governmental organization of the National Conference of State Legislators, NCSL, or the National Association of Secretaries of States. And then they passed their model guidelines for absentee ballot drop boxes into the Wisconsin Election Commission, and where people within that organization basically made up a law. I don't know who did what. CISA and the people working with them at all levels of this enterprise also waged a propaganda campaign through the websites of the NCSL, NCSL and NASS. And finally, out to the media that told us to trust our election officials and not to spread disinformation and misinformation. These were phrases that are found routinely throughout the election areas of these websites, which I strongly urge you to take a look at on your own. There is nothing here that you cannot verify on your own. I am here today because I believe that the citizens of Wisconsin need to know that despite what you've heard in the media, our election processes and procedures in Wisconsin and possibly in other swing states have been critically compromised. If you wish to find out more about what happened and to examine the documents and exhibit yourself, you can either go to those websites or you can go to my public interest law firm's website, amoscenterforjustice.org, and you can see the case I filed and the many exhibits that came from these organizations' websites. I'm also here today to talk to you briefly about the organization that was just mentioned by the last speaker, the Center for Tech and Civic Life, CTCL, which also interfered in our November elections this past summer by giving over $6.3 million to Racine, Kenosha, Green Bay, Madison, and Milwaukee. Racine alone got about $1 million. And in part, this was for the purpose of installing these absentee ballot drop boxes, which were not legal when the money was awarded or accepted. And I don't believe that they are legal to this day. You should demand that a forensic audit be done into each community to account for the way in which the money was spent. Money was also given in the form of smaller grants to many small communities across this state. It was in September that Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook and his wife gave over $300 million to the Center for Tech and Civic Life. If you look at the website of all of these organizations which I have mentioned, you will find that they cross-link to each other and all have similar messages. Again, as I said earlier, to trust your election officials, don't pass on misinformation or disinformation. It was quite a propaganda campaign. One document, Exhibit 9 in my lawsuit, was a joint effort put out by CISA and NASS, the National Association of Secretary of State. You might be shocked to know that the document includes a long list of partners, which includes all of these organizations that I've mentioned. But at the bottom, it even thanks Dominion Voting for in-kind donations. I urge you to look at these exhibits on my website, amoscenterforjustice.org, or again, go directly to their websites and compare their messaging and documents. Don't take my word for it. You do not have to. CISA, NCSL, NASS, CTCL, they worked in concert to put out one consistent message both before and after the election. I heard the testimony of Dean Knudsen, a member of the Wisconsin Election Commission, this morning, who stated that we should have filed a sworn complaint and submitted that complaint to the WEC. The statute he cited refers to irregularities regarding individual ballots or groups of ballots. Filing a complaint about a broad alleged illegality of the Wisconsin election laws with WEC would have been futile and would have been like asking the fox to guard the hen house. An action at law was the only reasonable action, given that the time was and is of essence. In closing, when the people that are charged with ensuring and administering that fair, safe, and transparent Wisconsin election laws don't do their job, but instead actively encourage breaking the laws that you, our duly elected representatives, have enacted, then we're in serious trouble in Wisconsin. But when a few lawmakers themselves actively wink or nod to the alleged illegal processes or procedures being given out as guidelines by the Wisconsin Election Commission, then it's time for the legislature to stand up as one body to anyone and to get to the bottom of what has been happening regarding the disregard for the rule of law. I strongly urge you to open an in-depth investigation into these matters. If you do not do so, then I am left with the conclusion that the people of Wisconsin are left with unelected kings and queens who will speak law into existence whenever they desire. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and have a nice day.
All right, before you go, Karen, we do have one question from Representative Mako. Go ahead, Representative Mako.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Miller. I want to make sure that I understand your, I don't want to say implication, but your engagement with the NCSL group in what you're stating here. So I happen to chair both the Budget and Revenue and the SALT Task Force for NCSL and have been engaged with them for over 6 years. So as such, as chairman, I'm the guy that drives state model legislation as well as congressional resolutions as it relates to budget and revenue issues and state taxation issues throughout the country. And as you know, they're a bipartisan organization with thousands of members, both staff and legislators. So it's not inconceivable that whoever chairs the election component of NCSL, which I will look up shortly, is driving their bias in their recommendations. But is that what you're referring to, that somewhere in the NCSL organization there was state model legislation and congressional resolutions recommended that were part of the NCSL platform? Or is that your allegation?
What I am alleging is that the WEC document originally originated with CISA, and that the NCSL was named within this document as a reference. And so I can only conclude from that there was some level of participation. I don't have the resources to look fully into what went on, but I will read you the part just so you can understand, because I'm not trying to allege any more than I can see on the document. I don't have the resources to do that. I can only look at what was written. If you are considering the use of ballot drop boxes, you should review your existing laws and requirements and determine whether emergency changes may be necessary. A full list of state practices can be found at the National Conference of State Legislators website, listed in the additional resources section. But in addition to that, when you look at the documents, if you go back and forth through the various websites, they link back and forth to each other regarding the election law statements.
Ms. Mueller, your time is up.
That is what I am saying.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep. Ms. Mueller, your time is up. Thank you for testifying today. Before we go on to our next witness, Senator Bernier has.
I just wanted to, hello Karen, this is Kathy Bernier.
Hello, Senator.
I suppose I should call myself Senator Bernier, whatever. I've known you long enough. So I just wanted to let you know that National Conference of State Legislatures, I had participated in their organization, was just on a video conference with them yesterday. And so, and also I serve on the Election Assistance Commission Board of Advisors at the federal level, appointed by NCSL to represent us on the Board of Advisors with the EAC. So that organization is a nationwide organization that is bipartisan. Matter of fact, Speaker Voss is currently the president, or is, and many of us participate with them. So they do sample legislation. They provide us information on what other states do. And so Colorado has had drop boxes, and so they bring all of this information together that may help us make decisions on how to write our laws and how to incorporate some things that other states have done, why recreate the wheel kind of thing. And so anyone is able or capable of utilizing the information that NCSL has out there, including the layperson, including you. You can go out to their website and you can use any information out there that's available. So just if someone else, some other organization utilized information coming from them, doesn't make NCSL suspect.
All right, very good. Before we go on to our next witness, I did ask the Legislative Council to review a particular issue that many constituents had brought in our contacts, and that is whether the legislature has the ability to affect the electors or change the electors on the 14th. So with that, Peggy Hurley is here. She's going to testify. Maybe I'll give her my seat just for the sake of her opportunity to make sure Wisconsin I can hear her as well.
Thank you. So, Article 2, Section 1 of the United States Constitution directs that legislators should appoint electors in any manner the legislature so chooses on the date chosen by Congress on Election Day. Our state legislature did enact statutes to do that. They enacted laws to choose electors by the popular vote on Election Day. It then gave authority to the chair of the Elections Commission to conduct a final official canvass of the votes and to announce the winner in a public statement, and to the commission, the Elections Commission, to prepare a certificate showing the results, which is then signed by the governor and sent on to the federal government. So in our statutes, the manner that our legislature has chosen does not anticipate a role for the legislature to certify the slate of electors that are sent on to cast their votes at the Electoral College.
I think what might be best is Ms. Hurley also drafted a response to that in writing as well. We'll just make that readily available on our website. Everybody start well?
I don't know if there's a question for the chair, or a question for Leg Council, but I did have a question regarding this. Because it's my understanding that both on our side, Assembly Elections Committee, and then the whatever elections committee the Senate has with all the other things they toss in there because they join committees together, is my understanding we have oversight through our committees over the State Elections Commission. That's part of why we're doing this right now. And it would seem to me that we have not completely abrogated our authority and can still have influence over this. It doesn't seem to me that we have completely given up any kind of authority. Can I understand that?
Sure, let's have Leg Council explain that again. You can take my seat as well. Try to speak clearly. It's a little bit hard through your
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot hear over here.
I apologize. I'll try to speak more distinctly. Is that better? Okay, thank you. The question of whether you've abrogated your responsibility over the Elections Commission?
Because it is my understanding that under state statute, we have oversight still of elections, which is why this committee exists. Otherwise, why would we exist? So it is my understanding that while we did give the authority to the Elections Commission to indeed be the primary factor, that doesn't mean we don't still maintain some authority and could theoretically exercise it.
Well, the statutory authority of the Wisconsin Elections Commission is to make the final canvass and to issue the certificate. That has been done by the Wisconsin Elections Commission in accordance with the statute. The statutory authority is then for the governor to sign the certificate and pass it on. That has also been done. So I'm not exactly sure what legislative action would be done under the statutes beyond what has already occurred.
Do you have some follow-up before we go on?
Senator Darling, you go first.
Thank you very much. Questions to Ledge Council too. There are two issues here, I think. I think the question being asked is what is our authority over elections? Yes, we have committees, yes. But what authority do we actually have? It's my understanding that we do not select the electors. Or could you answer that? It's my understanding that the two parties each select their 5 each.
Exactly. So there's a set in statute the date on which both political parties issue their own slate of electors. The legislature does not have a role in that besides setting that up in the statute, determining that the political parties are the ones who put forth their slate of electors, and then determining that it is the general election that decides which set of electors is sent on to the Electoral College.
Follow up, please. Question. So many of our constituents have been asking us to change the electors.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's not within our authority.
That is my understanding.
Yeah, I understand too. I think that's very important for people to understand that we do not have that authority. We'd have to change the law in order to have that authority.
I have a follow-up.
Let's
Because I'd like to lay out very clearly what Legislative Council said.
We'll take over.
What legislative?
Come on.
Your mic is on over there.
I know.
Okay. What Legislative Council actually said was that she did not say we don't have. There are lots of legal interpretations out there, many of them from very reputable sources that disagree with the interpretation of Leg Council. So I don't think simply having one lawyer saying one thing makes it so.
Sure. Do you have a specific issue that you're wondering if it is her interpretation or if it is broad enough that multiple interpretations would apply? What specifically do you think? What specifically are you kind of challenging on whether it is her interpretation or whether it is more broadly something that...
I understand the point that she's making, and as a general rule, the general application of the law, that is the general application of the law. I'm not disagreeing with that. The question that remains, which is uncharted legal territory, is whether in fact the legislature still maintains the ultimate authority to take other actions if they see them as necessary. Now, I'm not saying, let's be clear here, I'm not saying let's go and appoint a whole new slate of electors. What I am saying is that I'm not convinced by Leg Council that we don't have any options at all, even including possibly that one. All I'm saying is what we know right now is that it's uncharted territory. It hasn't been done before. It doesn't mean it can't be done. And I know it is typical of a common practice of lawyers that they tend to keep things very conservative from a traditional definition, where they don't try to say what other options could possibly be out there, and usually stick close to, okay, I know if I do this, there's no issues whatsoever. But that doesn't mean we can't explore other options that have just never been utilized before.
Okay, seeing other questions, let's go on to our next witness. Oh, wait a sec, sorry. Dave, Representative Murphy.
Thank you. I actually did come here to participate, not for my good health today. My question is about the certification of the election. So the chairman of the election commission certified it, sent it to the governor, and he certified it. there are allegations that from Mr. Knutson earlier that nobody else on the commission got to vote on this, and that the chairman of that committee did that unilaterally. What is the regulation about, how that gets to be certified by the election commission?
Certainly, that is found in Chapter 7, I believe it's 7.70, sub 4, I think. The chairperson of the Wisconsin Elections Commission is charged with making the final tally and adding together all of the local and then county canvases. So that individual is charged with making that determination and publicly declaring who the winner of the general election is.
So the chairperson has unilateral power to certify that?
Yes, the chairperson is the one person who makes that count.
Thank you.
Yes. My colleague here has pointed out that there's other statutory language regarding the certificate of election. And when that is sent, it basically says that the commission shall record in its office each certified statement and determination made by the commission chairperson. For presidential electors, the commission then prepares a certificate showing the determination of the results of the canvass and the names of the persons elected, and the governor then signs it, affixes the seal, and sends it on to the federal government.
All right, I have one question. When you say chairman, do you mean the chairman of the Assembly Campaign or Assembly Committee on Campaigns and Elections, or the chairman of the WEC?
The chairperson of the WEC.
Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you. All right, our next witness is going to be Mike and Angela Dreyer, and then following them will be WEC Commissioner Bob Spindell.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and representatives. Thank you for inviting us. We have some information which we are very keen on sharing with you. We do not live in Milwaukee County, but when we heard that there was a need for poll observers in Milwaukee, we volunteered. Specifically, my wife Angela and myself are fluent in Spanish, and so we were assigned to a South Side polling location in Milwaukee. I was somewhat naive. I thought just our mere presence in a poll would make sure that everything would be above the line. But as time was shown, I was actually very naive in believing that. It was just at 7:10 on November 3rd that we heard a poll worker who was registering new voters was telling voters to vote for President Biden. And after we complained to the poll inspector about this specific poll worker, the poll worker assumed that what tipped us off was the word Biden, and so she changed her strategy and subsequently began telling newly registered voters to vote for president beginning with a B. As continuing, when new voters were registered, we observed as an example a middle-aged voter who could not even fill out the voter registration form in English nor in Spanish, despite being a U.S. citizen. Numerous other voters had the same limitations. Another observation, numerous times when we were observing a poll worker or poll workers registering new voters, that they failed to look at the voter ineligibility list before giving the new voter a ballot. This was not done. Of course, we complained to the election inspector or the poll inspector, and he would just address it to the specific poll worker, and their response was, yes, we're doing it, don't worry. And of course, when the next person came in to be registered, they did not bother checking the voter ineligibility list. Early in the day, and I understand this was common, a practice with other poll observers who we met at various gatherings after November 3rd, that a poll worker asked us to distance ourselves 200 feet away from the from the poll stations. I'm sorry, from the poll worker stations. Subsequently, this poll worker, when she knew that I was not going to go to the other end of the gym, reduced the distance to just 50 feet. What we did is we called the Republican hotline, and they reiterated that the distance is 3 to 8 feet. We then contacted the poll inspector, who confirmed to us that, yes, it's correct, it's 3 to 8 feet, but we have a preference for 8 feet or even further back so that you do not intimidate the voter with your presence. More than once, we heard a poll worker ask a voter, who are you going to vote for? And of course, I'm sorry, many of these comments that I've been bringing up now were in Spanish. They were in Spanish. I'm sorry for not bringing that up. But another time, a poll worker pointed on the ballot after registering somebody, and that was it. And we could see from a distance that it was not President Trump, but Vice President Biden. And then also what was very strange to us, and again, this was in Spanish, is that there were voters coming in and they were saying, who am I going to vote for? I don't know. In fact, this didn't just happen once. This happened several times. Very, very strange. And then, again, there were poll workers telling voters, bring your friends in. Come on, we can help them, whatever that meant. Okay, we noticed a poll worker went to the polling station and actually helped a voter fill out the ballot, even though there were instructions in Spanish as well as in English, but yet this person did help. On another occasion, there was an organization, it's called Voices of the Frontier, in Spanish, Voces de la Frontera. They would lead the voter into the poll worker station and then wait maybe 10 feet away after the voter received the ballot. He would then accompany the voter to the voting station. And then one time I came actually fairly close and I noticed that he was actually filling out the ballot. And what does he do? He turns at me and he says, hey, you're trying to peek. What are you trying to look at this person's ballot? And then a number of poll workers also said, hey, what's going on here? What's going on here? And so we did speak with the poll inspector. I told him what I observed, and I said that there's no reason why I would be interested in looking at a voter's ballot. Interesting, I mentioned the Voces de la Frontera, this organization. The apparent leader of this organization, when we arrived, he was circulating for a number of hours within the voting area so freely. We actually thought he must be a poll worker. And we found out, of course, he was with this organization. And I don't understand how the poll inspector could let a third party, like this gentleman from Voces de la Frontera, openly circulate within the general polling area. Yes, he was also outside. He was outside on the door welcoming people as they, and bringing them forward. There was also Voces de la Frontera was outside within 100 feet of the entrance door, giving away free masks and water. What was interesting later on as the day progressed is that I observed that the poll inspector distributed ballots with only the president on them. How I found this out, he was distributing ballots, and I said, "What are we doing?" And of course, I was maybe 10 feet away. And he told me, many people who come in, actually many voters who come in, they only want to vote for the president. They don't care about the aldermen, the congressmen, the judges. They just want to vote for the president. And anyway, I called this into the Republican hotline, who informed me, well, actually, those ballots are supposed to be used for people who can prove that they've been in the district for 10 days, but they could not meet the 28-day requirement as proof. And fine. And I mentioned this to an attorney who was, she was circulating between 4 or 5 or 6 other polling stations. And when I told her this, she pulled the poll inspector to the side and asked him 3 times, "What are we doing? These ballots are not made for people to come in and just be used when they just want to vote for a president." And after asking him 3 times, he finally agreed to remove the ballots. But unfortunately, we never saw those ballots being removed. Continuing on, the political organization Democracy is Delicious distributed cookies and water within 10 feet of the polling station. In other words, you just go out the door and they were there. They had their little stands of giving cookies and water, and that was, I did not know who Democracy is Delicious, but certainly by looking at their website, you get a feeling about what their, say, political lineage is. There was also a very large panel truck parked within 100 feet of the door that had Democracy is Delicious painted on it. And they were distributing free lunches. And again, I would like to emphasize this panel truck was within 100 feet of the door. In reference to masks, I was always listening to the other speakers, and they have been great, but masks often covered the voter's entire face, and the voters were not requested to remove their masks for identification. I did call the hotline, and they said, yeah, because of COVID. Great. But as an example, a woman wearing a burqa with dark sunglasses came in, never showed her face. She showed her identification to the poll worker, and the poll worker said, here's your ballot. Okay, great. But again, there's no way of identifying a person. Why even ask for a driver's license? Very confusing. A number of voters came in, and they were wearing masks with political messages within the polling area. I thought that this was very poor because, again, there should have been somebody policing because, again, we have to respect everyone's privacy, and we should try not to, show our beliefs or expound our beliefs. Electioneering for Vice President Biden took place within 100 feet. Anyway, in fact, I always bring this up. Why 100 feet? Well, okay, that's what the law says. But you know what? At this polling station, there was no indication what is 100 feet. And anyway, believe us, we are farmers and we know what 100 feet is. A poll worker who we had many issues with, would complain in Spanish and English to registering voters that the poll observers were accusing her of doing dishonest deeds. And that's great to have, a disagreement between us and a poll worker, but it's not good to air our dirty laundry to a third party. Concerning the poll inspector, he often spent time outside of the polling area instead of having a watchful presence within the polling area. In other words, an issue came up, we had to locate the gentleman. As the day progressed, we felt that we were in a hostile environment because of insinuations that we were video recording, taking photographs, looking at ballots, and intimidating voters because of our closeness. With voters, we did respect the distance. We were a little bit closer when we had an opportunity with poll workers because we wanted to hear as well as to see. In the early afternoon, the poll inspector became somewhat irate with the frequency of our complaints, in which he eventually stated, and I quote, "It is your word against the poll inspector instead of the poll worker. It's only your word against his or her word." Continuing, he gave me a stern look and said what he wanted, and I quote, is peace. So based on that, we continued to actually limit our interface with the poll inspector after that because we wanted to ensure our presence until the end of the day. Also this was brought up previously. At one time, there was only one poll worker outside at the curbside registering voters and allowing them to vote. This was when we brought this up to the attention of the inspector. He again said that, well, they're learning, gave various reasons. I think the law requires at least 2 poll workers be present for this activities. Some voters went to the ward desk, in other words, the ward that they would be voting out of, said their names when presenting identification. They said, "My name is John Smith," but they had difficulty remembering their address unless coached by the poll worker. And okay, if this happened once or twice or a few times, but it became noticeable to us. As our final observation, we did stay from 7 o'clock. We were initially planning to stay only until 2:30, and there was nobody in to relieve us. And then we thought it would be not very prudent if we left. So we decided to stay the whole day. And we stayed actually until 9:45 that evening. And after the reconciliation of votes was done, to my amazement, or to our amazement, the poll inspector gave all the poll workers that we observed that day a grade of A for their performance as poll workers. Okay, and there are actually many other issues we could bring up, but again, in the interest of limiting our observations, this is all that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Swindell. You mentioned ballots, excuse me?
Oh, Michael and Angela. Thank you.
Michael. You mentioned ballots that had only the presidential race on them.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in that, we should be able to go back to that precinct, I would think, and there should be a paper trail if there are ballots that are different from other ballots. Correct, Mr. Chairman?
Seems like it would be to me.
Okay. Because obviously, I mean, this would be a huge problem. You would be disenfranchising. We talk about disenfranchisement of voters. It's one thing to disenfranchise them, but it's not just the presidential election. I mean, if the ballot isn't complete, I mean, we're disenfranchising people from all the offices that they are allowed to vote for. So, all right. Thank you.
Excuse me, as a comment, incidentally, we never heard any voter come in saying, I want the short form. I'm not interested in voting for a congressman, alderman, judge, etc.
Well, Mike, that shouldn't even exist. From what I know, there's.
You are correct, actually. The only experience I've ever had with that is if we have an overseas elector. We had to keep them on file as county clerk. So you have an overseas elector who wants to be able to vote. They can only vote in the federal election. They can't vote for any of the other. I've never actually heard of them having them at the polling place and liberally handing them out. It's something we are going to have to talk to the Election Commission about, which brings me to my question to you and your wife, and thank you for doing what you did. I know it's a challenge. Been there, done that. As a matter of fact, I even had, as a county clerk, got a complaint not once but twice from poll watchers that the town chairman stuck them back in the corner where they couldn't see. And the town chairman and mayors and all of that, we're going to clarify on that too. The electoral process is none of their doggone business. That is not their job. It is the clerk's job. And if you've got other elected officials in municipalities trying to run the show, they need to butt out because it's not their roles and responsibilities. But the role of the responsibility of training election workers is that of the clerks and or the election commissions. I trained 150 poll workers every year. And at least every other year as a county clerk. It wasn't my responsibility, but I partnered with the municipal clerks. We even had a recount with some ballots that we were to destroy to help educate the poll workers on why we do every single little process for the checks and balances. And I am, as a previous election official, disappointed with the lack of training and education provided to poll workers. Now, we need to get to the bottom of that as to why the National Guard, I understand, came in for a special training. They did an outstanding job in following processes and procedures, and they were done a quick and dirty training, and they were able to follow the rules. So my question to you is, was it deliberate not to follow the processes and procedures that they are trained to follow? Or is it lack of training, or both?
I actually believe it's a lack of both, but however, there were some of the poll workers which made us very, very suspicious that they had their own agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
We are going to Representative Branchen. Representative Branchen, it's your turn.
Thank you. I just, first of all, thank you for being so patient and coming in today. You guys are really great citizens, and this country cannot survive without what you did. So thank you so much. I just have a question? Was it a skinny ballot that was being handed out? Was it a thin one? Is that what you're saying?
No, it actually, from a distance, again, I did not, or we did not see it close up. But again, it was the normal, what is it, whatever the size is, 8.5 by 11.
Okay.
That was it. But and again, I did not notice from the distance that this ballot only had the president, which allowed you to vote for the president. It was the election inspector which mentioned it to me, which brought it to my attention.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next is Representative Sortwell. Last question.
Thank you. So, something that was mentioned earlier, and I don't know if you heard that testimony or not, but I just want to, because you mentioned a whole lot of clearly illegal activities from my understanding. Mr. Knudsen from the Elections Commission earlier mentioned that you have to you're supposed to file a complaint with the Election Commission, and he was actually mistaken. There actually is one alternative to filing that. You can also file a complaint with the local district attorney. Just wondering if you've filed a complaint or anything with either one of those two agencies.
No, we haven't, and unfortunately, I was unaware, but also, I hate to say this, but we do not have any faith in our election commission, and because actually, after observing and writing a preliminary report, we sent it to our congressman, and he responded by saying, address it also to the election committee. And as far as the attorney general, you're referring to the attorney?
District attorney.
I'm sorry?
District attorney.
Oh, district attorney in Milwaukee?
In this case, yes, it would be Milwaukee.
I'm speechless. I have my opinions on Milwaukee. Sorry.
All right, very good. That was the last question we have. We're going to move on to a couple of Leg Council questions. First one from Senator Strobel.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question for Leg Council. Could you provide us the statutes regarding these abbreviated ballots? I'd be interested in seeing that. Good. And then my other question is, too, just to clarify, how long are you supposed to be a resident before you can vote? 28 consecutive days? Our testimony just had 10. That's why I wondered about that.
Yeah, use the microphone.
Under previous law, it was 10 days, and there was a court case. So while that court case was in effect, the change to 28 days couldn't be enforced. So even though our statute said 28 consecutive days, it was only enforceable up to the 10 days because of that court case, the court decision in that case, but that's subsequently been overturned. So it's now enforceably 28 consecutive days in Wisconsin.
What was the timing of that with November 3rd?
That was this summer that decision came down from the Seventh Circuit.
For this presidential election, it was 28 days. 28 days,
correct. There may have been some older forms that were being used. I can't speak to that. That previously had said 10 days for the residency requirements, but it is currently 28 consecutive days.
Well, assuming that testimony was correct, that's a problem. So.
Also, you had asked about the statute relating to potentially voting just in the presidential election.
Yeah.
So we have a state law 6.15 that does allow new residents to the state who don't meet that 28-day consecutive residency requirement to vote just in the presidential election if they otherwise are qualified voters.
Wait, new residents that what? That don't meet the 28-day?
Right. So they've been a resident of the state for less than 28 consecutive days prior to the date of the presidential election is what the statute says.
But did I mishear you? I thought you couldn't vote unless you were a resident for at least 28 consecutive days.
So you wouldn't be able to vote the full ballot unless you had been a resident for 28 consecutive days. It's under our state law, there's just the exception. You can only vote in the presidential election if you are a citizen, you meet the age requirements, but you don't meet the 28 consecutive day residency requirement.
Do you know, is that typical of most states?
I do not know if that's allowed in other states, no.
All right, we had a second question for Ledge Council. The second question comes from Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman Tessler. So my question is, there is precedent in federal law. In 1965, the Voting Rights Act said that certain states wouldn't be allowed to change their voting laws because of past indiscretions, voter intimidation, and the like. Is there anything in Wisconsin law that says that a municipality, if it has enough violations, if it has egregious enough levels of intimidation or fraud in their elections, that that municipality could lose its right to conduct its own elections?
If you're asking whether there's any provision in state law for the election to be conducted by someone other than the municipal government,
That would be correct.
I'm not aware that we have anything along those lines, no.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I will just comment additionally on your first statement relating to whether there was some historical practice. You may be referring to, there is federal law under which there were some states and localities which were subject to additional oversight by the US DOJ, but the Supreme Court has since struck that, so that no longer applies. I believe that's Section 4 of the VRA, but Wisconsin was never subject to those sort of additional oversight by the US DOJ because of historical voting practices.
I realize that Wisconsin did not fall under that provision. However, it does set precedent, within the country that we've done that in the past, where certain areas have violated the law to an extent in which a higher power had to take over.
All right, very good. With that, we are going to go to Bob Spindell. You are next to testify. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Spindell, and while I'm currently... Okay, I'll try it again. Good afternoon, I'm Bob Spindell, and while I am currently a Wisconsin election commissioner, I'm speaking for myself and not for the commission. I was also a City of Milwaukee election commissioner for almost 20 years, and I'm also chairman of the Republican Party of Wisconsin, 4th Congressional District. I'm going to tell you today some of the causes, irregularities, fraud, Democrat tricks, which caused President Trump to lose Wisconsin by around 20,000 votes. First, let's look at the subject of fraud. I'm originally from Mayor Daley's Chicago, Illinois. My first major paper in high school was the alleged Chicago vote fraud of 1960, where Mayor Daley stole the presidential election from Richard Nixon by only about 9,000 votes. No one disputes this fraud. It happened, which most likely changed the results of the 1960 presidential election. I've been studying election fraud for almost 50 years, and in each election we, and throughout the country, continue to have various levels of vote and voter fraud. From the extensive case the Trump campaign is putting together, with its literally thousands of affidavits throughout the country, the irregularities, the blatant fraud, security camera footage, it appears we certainly had fraud all over the country in this 2020 election, especially in swing states. The Democrats before the election and now after the 2020 election and their willing media say, hey, there's no evidence of vote fraud. And the social media will actually censor you if you use that word. Not one eensy-teensy-meensy of voter fraud in the entire United States of America, whether it be in Philadelphia, where voter fraud has been going on for over 100 years. What about New York City? What about Detroit, Michigan? What about Madison, Wisconsin? And every other aspect and facet of human life, we know people lie, cheat, and steal. And are we supposed to believe really in something as intense as this election has been
And when the Democratic leaders believe it's okay to burn down parts of cities and loot and steal, and here in Madison it was okay to destroy the very famous and beloved State Street, they would never think to steal a vote, or as many may be necessary to win, especially with their overwhelming intensity to get rid of Trump. No, the Democrats and media tell us there is no evidence of voter fraud. Well, is there any reasonable doubt? Let me repeat that again. Is there any reasonable doubt that vote fraud or voter fraud did not occur? What about the red light some of you may have gone through on your way here this morning, assuming no camera? There is no evidence that you went through the red light. I learned from a police detective who had investigated voter fraud and wrote a 67-page report that substantiated voter fraud occurred in Milwaukee in 2008. They do it, he told me, by maintaining a level of chaos. Then everything takes care of itself by people finding ways to get those extra votes. Or, for larger groups, an informant is needed to prove fraud. From experience, we all know that once a ballot goes in the machine, things become much more difficult. For example, to just check out one complaint of voter fraud, it might take a team of investigators a half a day to a day, just for one voter. Almost always there is neither the will nor the money to pursue the possible fraud, and the fraud continues to go on and on. In the rare instance where someone is caught, usually they are never prosecuted, all one has to say is, I do not know. So everyone knows that he or she, if caught, nothing will happen. However, this time, it looks like it could be different. There is the will, and there is the money, and there is the desire to investigate possible fraud after the election is over. But what happened in Wisconsin that cost the 20,000 vote loss? What is all we are talking about? It's 20,000 votes, 3 words. It's mail-in voting. Over the 9 months or so, both in Wisconsin and throughout the country, the Dems did everything possible to change the election laws through examples, more than a dozen lawsuits in Wisconsin against the Wisconsin Election Committee. Their reasoning, the pandemic, their idea is to take away the legislative statute, mail-in ballot legislation safeguards in place to prevent fraud. Mail-in voting is much less secure than in-person voting. The system is set up where the persons check in, they show their ID, they fill out the ballot, and they vote. These safeguards are not in place for absentee ballots and allow an environment outside anyone's control for fraud to happen much more easily than in-person voting. I can fill in an absentee ballot application for someone else. I'm not even required to sign it. And that person can then have that ballot sent everywhere one wants. And I would suspect that at least one person in the entire state of Wisconsin filled out an absentee ballot application for someone, not him or herself. I myself received 3 applications for an absentee ballot from outside groups, plus the one from the Wisconsin Election Commission. These were sent to everyone by outside groups. One friend of mine received one addressed to someone she bought the house from over 20 years ago. So you ask me, what discrepancies did I see on the November 3rd election day in Milwaukee, or specific items which, in my opinion, affected the election day vote? First, let me tell you what I saw on election day. In the city of Milwaukee, and this is outside of the free food and the free items that were given out that during this election that we had the blessing of the Wisconsin Election Commission, I spent time going around to many of the polling places which I had visited many times over my past 20 years as a city of Milwaukee election commissioner. From my observations, talking with each observer and the polling place election staff, they were running extremely well, as they had been prior to the catastrophic election in April, where not only was a person absentee stopped, but 180 polling places were reduced to 5 voting centers with 20,000 votes cast at each place, undoubtedly causing major suppression for the black vote and others. Even the very liberal Brennan Center for Justice in New York said the black vote was reduced by 15 to 18%. Now, I obviously didn't go to the polling place that the gentleman just spoke about prior to what I'm saying here. But I spent very little time at Central Count. As some people have reported, it was very difficult for any observer to see anything. One strange item did happen in the city of Milwaukee. A very efficient system is set up to collect ballots from the chiefs of each polling place. Then the ballots are in assorted materials are placed in a covered truck, taken to a warehouse with a police escort. This time, there was no trucks, apparently a lack of coordination, or there was said to be a lack of coordination to rent the truck between the Election Commission and the Department of Public Works. This reminded me, for some reason, of, quote, all trucks broke down in 2000 election. That was a 5,000 vote difference between Gore and Bush, if you remember. And all the ballots were stored very unsecurely in the libraries for pickup the next day. All ballots and stuff were put into SUVs and with a police escort taken to the warehouse this year. We did have watchers at all three locations following these SUVs to the warehouse with the police. In terms of the recount, the city of Milwaukee rented the entire exhibition floor at the Milwaukee Convention Center. They set up 150 tables with plexiglass barriers. They set limits on the observers. Nice setup, but no one could see anything. The distance between the masked clerks counting envelopes or ballots and the masked observer was at least 6 to 7 feet with a plexiglass partition in between, and that's sitting down. And should the observer wish to stand up, it was at least 8 feet. The Trump lawyers complained, but to no avail. So certainly, none of the Republican observers could see much. And in addition, the Biden observers apparently had been taught how to taunt and try to harass the Trump observers, something apparently the Trump campaign failed to include in its pre-observer training. I wish to bring this matter to the Board of Canvassers there, along with a safety concern I had, but the Biden attorney strongly objected, so I was not allowed to speak. There are hundreds of affidavits attesting to these facts. The city of Milwaukee was careful to close the slot in the plexiglass partition between the observer and clerk for added safety. The other non-Milwaukee municipalities were not. I tried to show and talk to the county clerk and assistant clerk to that, but no avail. They obviously did not care. This was in great contrast to Madison. There, since the Democratic observers were not concerned, they sat in the back row and they let the Republican observers sit right next to the plexiglass to watch the counting of each envelope and each ballot. One of the head Trump attorneys there did tell me he had to fight for that the first day. Now, where did the 20,000 vote difference come from? I'll briefly discuss the following. First, the famous Eric moving list of still 130,000 unaccounted for registered voters. Wisconsin Election Commission sending out 2.7 million absentee ballot applications, with tens of thousands of these applications being returned with no such address and so forth. Green Party ballot access denial. In nursing homes, special voting deputies were not permitted, with post office obviously dropping thousands of ballots off at these places. Indefinitely confined, 4 times the number as before. Ballot harvesting, plans by 29 organizations plus the Democratic Party to collect ballots. Drop boxes, where did 500 drop boxes come from? First, a July 20, 2019 list is 93 to 95% accurate, indicated 230 registered voters had moved, died, etc. The Wisconsin Election Commission staff and commissioners unanimously decided to keep all 230 people to stay on the voting rolls until April of 2021. Since then, approximately 130,000 still remain unaccounted for, and the commission now splits 3-3, and thanks to 2 split state Supreme Court decisions, these 130,000 were kept in the rolls for the November election. Presumably sent absentee ballot applications by outside groups, as I had previously discussed for myself. Hopefully it will be determined by the parties how many of these people actually voted by mail or otherwise. Second, the Wisconsin Election Commission sent out 2.7 million absentee ballot applications. The staff tells me tens of thousands of these return envelopes have been received back. but no accountability prior to the election, how many of these people may have voted anyway? Third, the Green Party, with its perfect nominating petition, was given incomplete and inaccurate information by the Wisconsin Election Commission staff. And then the 3 Democratic commissioners, with a 4-3 Supreme Court decision, kept them off the ballot. Would this have been 10 or 15,000 less for Biden? Kanye West tried to get on the ballot. The West attorney arrived at the office building for WEC, with the nominating petitions at 4:55 and attempted to get in the building. Surprisingly, no WEC staff member was there to open the door. So at 5 minutes, so she was at the door at 5 o'clock and 14 seconds, walked through the door, too late, even though she had more than enough signatures. How many votes was this? 4, Wisconsin Election Commission, certainly not a public health expert, but we did do a good job keeping the polling places safe. And its ultimate wisdom refused to allow special voting deputies in the nursing assisted living to provide a safe way for residents to vote. An MD working in the COVID-19 clinic with a master's in public health from Harvard, laid out to me how this can be done safely, in person or virtual, no interest. Consequently, thousands upon thousands of ballots were dropped off by the post office at these facilities for the staff to handle. I might mention that fraud in nursing homes goes back and is documented to George Washington's day. How many of our senior citizens wanted to vote for Trump actually had a ballot which so reflected? 5, indefinitely confined, about 70,000 statewide, approximately 6,000 in the city of Milwaukee before the April election. The 5,000 to 6,000 number has been the same for my 20 years as a Milwaukee election commissioner. The Dane County, Milwaukee County clerk suggested to the media, that if you did not want to send in your voter ID to vote by mail, just say you're indefinitely confined. The state Supreme Court chastised them for this, and they said they would not do it again. Without adequate guidance from the Wisconsin Election Commission staff for the November election, there were close to 240,000, a 3 to 4 times increase. Mail ballots will go out to these people or to that address forever as long as they vote each time. With saying that you're indefinitely confined when you are not the same as lying to an election official, which is a felony. A Legislative Reference Bureau memo dated March 26, 2020 indicates that somebody falsely claiming to be indefinitely confined could be subject to a felony for lying under oath. So who knows? It's the same as lying to an election official. 6, what about 4 years ago when the legislature said if the address of the witness for an absentee ballot is missing, the ballot must not be counted? What did this Wisconsin Election Commission say? Their guidance then was the clerk must, M-U-S-T, fill in the address with information obtained from any source, and that could be interpreted even the internet. 7, did you know that in Wisconsin ballot harvesting is legal? Another precedent started many years ago with the Wisconsin State Board, the Government Accountability Board, and now with the Wisconsin Election Commission. Does anyone really think it was the intent of the Republican legislature to allow ballot harvesting? I received a letter from some 29 to 39 organizations asking me, please do not stop our ability to pick up ballots from our members. The Minnesota law says one can pick up 3 absentee ballots, but number 4 is a felony. Maybe we should look at that here. I'm sorry? Okay.
Nothing, that made me gasp.
1 minute? Okay. I talked about the drop boxes. I still wanted to talk about that. And you can easily see how these actions of the Election Commission staff or other actions, not to mention the unseen activity that could take place with all the 2 million plus absentee ballots, is not hard to account for. But I think one thing that's going to happen is people are concerned this time. There's the resources, there's the money, there's the desire, and people demand it, that these will be followed through. So I hope to have an opportunity to present my suggestions for the legislative action to help clear up these many controversies and important problems that exist with the current Wisconsin election system the next time around. Thank you very much.
All right, very good. The first question comes from Senator Bernier.
Thank you, Mr. Spindell. I've had many media types contact me, Wisconsin State Journal recently, and talk about why we're concerned about voter fraud, and there isn't enough of it to be concerned about, and a lot of those arguments. And of course, and I know we want to make sure that our electoral process is of high integrity and would discourage any and all fraud if at all possible. And this is why we have these hearings and why we address this. But my question is this, because I think this, and I'm going to think it out loud, and I know this isn't politically correct, so you're all going to probably gasp, but why aren't my Democrat friends as concerned about voter fraud as we are? They should be. And so the question is, do they think the voter fraud that occurs is actually done by Democrats and not done by Republicans, and therefore we shouldn't, Democrats don't want to address it? And so my question to you, as being a member of the Wisconsin Election Commission, because to be perfectly honest, I have taken an oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Wisconsin, and if I see some law that is not being followed, it is incumbent upon me to address it, even if it's a Republican doing it. So that's my job, that I take very seriously. So I want to know, during the John Doe investigation, you may realize that there was a Republican who, I believe, filled out 5 ballots during the Walker recall petition, and I am sure he was prosecuted. So that is just as wrong as if Democrats do it, and so clearly some Republicans do also commit voter fraud. But I want to know from you, are you familiar with any Democrats coming to the Wisconsin Election Commission or contacting you in regard to voter fraud concerns?
No, what I've learned, and I've been involved in politics since I've been 2 years old, the Democrats have learned that in order to get any of their wonderful policies into the process and into effect, they have to win the elections. And therefore, I think some of them may look at the ends justify the means in order to do that. I have not had any Democrat come to me and complain. I have a lot of Democratic friends, but I probably have more Republican friends that are very much involved in Republican activities. And also, the fraud seems to occur in Democratic cities because that's where the large number of votes are. That's where most things can happen. So I don't know if that answers your question, but one thing that the Democrats wanted to do is reduce the safeguards on the legislation and the various laws that are in effect to keep mail balloting safe. And I think that's a pretty good indication of what the intent is. Millions of dollars of legal fees just to do that.
Okay, we have multiple questions, but we're only going to have time for one more. We're going to go to Senator Darling.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, Bob. Appreciate it. Question for you. We've heard today, and we've heard many times, that the Wisconsin Election Commission chooses not to follow statutes. We've heard many cases of that today. What can be done by the commission to abide by be in compliance with the statutes? What action could you take yourselves to be legally enforcing the law? I mean, this is just unacceptable that our election commission doesn't choose to be compliant in every case.
Well, I think there's a major problem, and this goes back to the Wisconsin Election Board, and I happen to be a City of Milwaukee election commissioner there, so I've been involved one way or another with the 3 boards. Back then, the GAB and whatever precedent comes up, either the election commission members come up with some idea, or the staff comes up with some idea by itself. And that is kept going forever and ever and ever. And going back to the Wisconsin State Election Board, the guidance for absentee ballots then was you can pick up as many as you want. That continued to the GAB, and that continued up to when we discussed it here at the Wisconsin Election Commission, where a 3-3 vote would keep it that way still. We must do something about getting rid of these precedents, because it gives the staff certain abilities to really overrule the wishes of the commission. So I'd say one of the main things needs to be to do that, and the second thing needs to be to limit even more than we did the delegation of authority to the staff. I was at the meeting in the Wisconsin State Election Board when the commissioners there gave the administrator that ability, the delegation of authority. And I said at that time to myself, boy, that's a problem. And when I had my orientation for the Wisconsin Election Commission, I asked about that, and it was still there. And we did a great deal to reduce that, but I think that needs to be reduced a great deal more so that the election commissioners actually run the organization. The six of us together on an issue, sometimes and oftentimes we've been able to work out a good solution to some of these things. Before I got on in October, there was 97% 6-0 vote. I've changed that. It's much less than that now, but the 6-0 votes we have now, I think, are very, very good in terms of representing both the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. But any time that if we like the precedent there and it comes up, it needs to be changed. The three Republicans might say, hey, we want to keep this, so we're not going to let it get changed. And I think the staff has to look at statutes. What does the statutes say? But they also need to look at what is the legislative intent. And this is something, and I'm not sure that you could ever have a nonpartisan staff. I think that's probably impossible. And, maybe there's some solutions to that, but I'm, especially with the new Democratic chair in there, seems to me that the staff is favorably inclined towards the Democrats.
All right, very good. Thank you for testifying today. Much appreciated. Next, we're going to go to Bart Williams. Thanks to our staff for cleaning up the desks today. I appreciate that. Trying to keep everybody as safe as possible.
Good afternoon. Thanks for letting me testify. My name is Bart Williams, a Wisconsin resident. I was an election observer at Central Count in Milwaukee on Election Day. I also observed the so-called Democracy in the Park on October 3rd. I also participated in the recount in Milwaukee and Madison. I arrived at Central Count on November 3rd, 2020 at 6 a.m., but was not allowed by a posted guard in the lobby to go to the Central Count area floor, the fourth floor, until 7 o'clock. Then I had to wait in line, present photo ID, sign in, and await instructions from the ballot processing counting leadership staff. Thus, I was not able to actually start observing until at least 7:30 a.m. I was excluded from at least the first full 30 minutes observing the ballot processing counting. And by the way, I was in the first group up the elevators, so nobody could observe, of the observers, could observe those first 30 minutes. Claire Woodall-Vaugh, Executive Director of the Milwaukee Election Commission and in charge of Central Count, and many supervisors refused to allow me to remain in an unobtrusive area of the ballot processing counting location from which I reasonably could see and hear what was occurring for the vast majority, at least 2/3 of the tables being used for ballot processing and counting. Ms. Woodall-Vaugh and many supervisors made it difficult for election observers to truly observe all ballots being processed at all times, something the public was supposed to be able to do in the name of honest, free, fair, and transparent ballot processing and counting. First, they allowed only one chair for every 4 tables, and if more than one person was at that chair, standing or sitting, a supervisor made us go to the edge of the row of tables, which was even further away. For a visual of this, imagine that the chair is Omaha, Nebraska, and you have to try to simultaneously monitor Washington State, Maine, Florida, and California. Nobody can do this. You don't have eyes in the back of your head. Remember, if somebody was at that chair, you couldn't even stand near the chair, so it was It was all for one person or nothing, or you were pushed to the side. Also, there was a row of tables, so there was 13 feet about between these tables, the first row of tables. There was a parallel set of 2 more sets of tables, another 8 to 10 feet out from that, and another 8 to 10 feet out from that. And so by the time, and you weren't allowed to go down the walkways to those second and third rows of tables, so try to observe meaningful ballot details, such as whether there's a witness's address or a reason marked on the ballot for why the ballot was duplicated, such it was destroyed. You can't do it from those distances. So what I'm saying is this. At most, we were able to observe 25 to 33% of the ballots, at most, because the second and third rows of tables on each side of that wide aisle were barred from us from being able to access. You were simply too far away to be able to see anything, and they knew this. Another issue with that is indefinite confined. If you look down the ballot certification, right near where the address is, it would say indefinite if that person claimed they were indefinitely confined. You can't see that key detail at these distances. So we undercounted how many indefinitely confined ballots there might have been on the certificates because they didn't let us see them. So once you left that chair, which eventually you have to go to the bathroom, the Democrat runs and jumps in that chair, and you literally can only observe from the side, to continue my analysis, from the Atlantic Ocean. You can only maybe barely see Maine and Florida. You can't see the other tables. And so it was hours before I could even see those other 2 tables again. That's why I'm saying probably it's closer to 25% is the most we could see of all the ballots and certifications. Total quality concepts tell you that when you have a highly manual process like ballot processing and counting, there is significant variation in manual processes. Therefore, if we were not able to see most of the manual processes involved in these ballot processing and counting, it's more accurate to say we saw none of the process than to say we saw 100% of the process. So keep that in mind. Only 15 total observers from each party or independents were allowed in central count per shift. This was way too low of a number to allow anything approaching full observation access to all the tables. At best, we could maybe only cover or observe 20 to 25% of all the tables, of all the total tables, many, many, many dozens, with 15 observers, again, at best. The small total number of observers from each party was also a huge and, I believe, illegal access restriction. With 45 to 60 observers of each affiliation allowed in at one time, social distancing could have been maintained and transparency and lawful public access greatly increased. I hereby dispute as false any excuse by election officials to the contrary. Since ballot processing counting is a highly manual process, again, it was important that we got access to all of the process, but we didn't. So I picked up a form to start tracking the voter name and ballot ID number of each ballot certification envelope on which I saw issues. Occasionally, since they were talking through masks, and again, there's a team of tables and you're sitting behind them, you can't hear them all the time because they're talking towards each other and they're talking through a mask. So occasionally I'd have to ask, can you repeat that last name again? Or I didn't catch the last 3 numbers of that ballot number. They got annoyed at me and didn't want to do it, but they did it. Well, after 5, the person got up, got a supervisor, and I was barred from ever continuing my log again because they don't want us to have specifics on actual issues that we're seeing. That, again, is a problem. I think it's an illegality. Overall, Ms. Woodall-Vaugh and the rest of her staff were demonstrably hostile, including raising their voices, dismissing every single objection we had, and so forth, to our questions and observing in every interaction we had with them. They created a very hostile environment for re-election observers. Fairly early during first shift, Ms. Woodall-Vaugh twice made loud announcements to all people present that if ballot processors counters came across a ballot certification envelope with a missing address for the witness, they could go to the computer, look up the witness's address, and write it in. I immediately objected to this due to, among many valid other concerns, what about a witness with a very common name, such as John Smith? I was told by a supervisor that the worker could just assume it was the John Smith on the same street as the voter, or else the closest one to the voter's address. I said, what about if that John Smith lived across town? They didn't care. They were just going to put down the one that was convenient, and they didn't care that technically this is ballot tampering, and it's illegal in violation of both sections 6.87 subsection D and 6.87 subsection 9 of the Wisconsin statutes. So despite Dean Knutson's false testimony this morning, a formal complaint regarding this was formally filed with the Wisconsin Elections Commission by David Bolter on November 30th, 2 business weeks ago. My sworn declaration, which is evidence of wrongdoing, is part of that complaint. Mr. Knutson knows this and has for almost the last 2 weeks, but he still testified falsely anyway. You will hear from Mr. Bolter 2 speakers from now. The election officials told us not to expect many skinny or express ballots, but there were many. I estimate they comprised 25 to 35% of all the ballots I saw. I was told by a supervisor that express ballots came from 1 or 2 places, either building, and she didn't say the other one. She said they were for people who had a hard time writing. They could use a special keyboard or machine at one of those 2 buildings to generate an express ballot. This seems very suspicious to me. Unlikely there were that many people who actually had a hard time writing. Plus, two supervisors acknowledged there were a lot more express ballots than they had expected. Given the newness, large number, and highly susceptible to fraud and abuse nature of these express ballots, I would hope that they were audited closely and heavily during the recount, but I suspect that they were not. As a direct result of Claire Woodall-Vogts and other supervisor acts, I was unable to fulfill my responsibilities or exercise my rights to meaningful observation as an election observer at Central Count in Milwaukee on Election Day, November 3rd. I also personally witnessed the Democrats' unlawful actions in at least 3 major ways during their scam, Democracy in the Park here in Madison on October 3rd. And if you want details, you can ask questions, and I'll give you those 3 specific ways that I believe the law was broken. So, overall, I most respectfully and urgently beg and plead of you, as the Wisconsin Legislature and our direct representatives of we the people, to please do your sworn and sacred jobs. Ms. Bernier just mentioned it a bit ago, as our elected officials, legislators accountable to we the people, to uphold and defend not only the U.S. Constitution, but the Wisconsin Constitution as well. You must seriously question and challenge why we are not allowed to observe ballot processing and counting at Central Count in Milwaukee. The reason? They were hiding their massive election law breaking and stealing the election from we the people. Please, please have courage. Do your jobs. Insist on a full forensic audit of all voting machines, especially Dominion ones, and voting records. Insist on a full forensic audit of all the ballot drop boxes and a full signature match of all absentee ballots. Properly and fully investigate the thousands of highly suspicious express ballots. Require a ballot application for every absentee ballot as required by Wisconsin law. Investigate and prosecute the tens of thousands of people who fraudulently claimed indefinitely confined, and for all those who lied, prosecute them for election fraud. Prosecute all who participated in this election lawbreaking, up to and including members of the Wisconsin Elections Commission. Finally, once you have fully determined the truthful, accurate, honest, and legal winner of the November 3rd, 2020 election, President Trump and Vice President Pence, please, please do your sworn and sacred duty under Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution and select all 10 of Wisconsin's electors to the Electoral College for President Trump and Vice President Pence. You must get this election, November 3rd, 2020, right. We can't just say, forget this election, it doesn't matter, we'll fix it going forward. We're going to have so much problems in fixing election laws and whatnot if the wrong people are elected this time. There are many of us who were there at Stop the Steal on the Capitol steps on Monday that care about this election, and I feel very much worried that many in the legislature just want to say, what was done, moved on. This election needs to be gotten right, or we're going to lose our precious paid-for in blood for 231 years, free USA Republic forever. Article 2, Section 1 gives you, the legislature, the clear right to select Wisconsin's 10 electors to the Electoral College. Act 334, passed in 1973, may delegate selection to the winning party. But if the winning party is not truthfully, rightfully, or legally the Democratic Party, then they do not get to select Wisconsin's 10 electors. The legislature can and should then select all 10 electors for President Trump and Vice President Pence. According to relevant case law in 1892 and more recently in 2000, Bush versus Gore, a state's legislature can never abdicate its U.S. constitutional duty to select its electors, nor delegate such duty via statute, nor to any administrative agency. That is because this duty is specifically given to the state legislatures by Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution, which has not changed. I am very concerned that some legislators may be searching for a political cover to avoid standing up and doing the right thing. That would be a critical mistake for all of us, for our nation, and for all our individual liberties and the rest of our country and the rest of our history. I'm asking you now, please, I'm begging you with you, please have the courage, do the right thing. You have the authority, duty, and power to select Wisconsin's 10 electors. Please stand up now for honest, fair, and legally conducted elections. Your state, your nation, and we the people need you now to get the November 3rd, 2020 election right. Please do the right thing. Everything is at stake with this election. Thank you.
Very good. Our first question is going to come from Representative Motto.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. Can you help me understand how we go about doing that? Does that require just a resolution, in your opinion? And I certainly will take it up with Ledge Council, but how would one go about doing that? Do you have an opinion on that?
I think you could do a joint resolution that, after proper investigation, and I think this is a good step today, would allow you to make a determination that due to all of the irregularities, fraud, stealing, whatever you want to call it, cutting the corners, administrative liberties by the Wisconsin Election Commission, many of which I don't believe are authorized.
No, I get the background for why one would want to do it. I'm asking how. So you're saying we simply do that with a resolution, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that I believe that based on what you discover, that you cannot trust the current results of this election, and through a joint resolution, you could authorize the selection of the 10 electors for the Republican Party.
We'll, Mr. Chairman, we ought to get an answer on what is our capabilities, and I know we've consistently come up with questions as to can we do this or can't we do that, and I think there's a lot of us that are not attorneys that don't understand fully what we can or cannot do, or how we might go about doing that. I understand why one would want to do that. My question is, how would one want to do that if someone would want to do that? And I don't think we have an answer on whether that's true. And no disrespect to Mr. Williams, whether he thinks that is statutorily available to us or not is not what I need is a better answer than that.
Yeah, so perhaps we could take a look at Ledge Council's memo and then maybe expound upon that. Maybe their memo isn't completely specific enough, and maybe we can kind of look beyond that. But
and it kind of goes to Mr. Sortwell's question. I mean, do we have the ability to get a preponderance of opinion or a preponderance of evidence from our attorney team rather than a single look at it? So again, no disrespect to a single attorney, but I think sometimes several set of eyes are better. And then the last point I would say, sir, is that time is of the essence. And so when might we be able to ascertain whether we have that ability or not?
We will ask for a Ledge Council to review that memo and see if they agree or not agree. And I would ask for that as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go to Representative Sortwell.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I do have one suggestion if you'd indulge me for 30 seconds. This may be a little expensive, but recognize it would be a one-time cost, but think about this. I sent you a recent copy, many of you, a copy of the Epoch Times quoting Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. I believe that as an outside expert constitutional law lawyer, he would be able to provide you an idea of what you could do specifically to get that, because he stated in that Epoch Times article that this avenue is very much available to you. So why not pay the fee and get a true outside opinion? Just a thought.
All right. Next. Yeah, Representative Sortwell is next.
Thank you. Are you aware of the lesser magistrate doctrine? Okay. Because the lesser magistrate doctrine basically holds that when one level of government fails in its duty, then the other level of government is responsible then to uphold what the other one should have done in the first place. So you're aware that if one area fails, it then becomes incumbent on the other one to uphold that. Are you aware of this doctrine?
I am.
Okay. So when Ledge Council was talking earlier, did you hear any consideration of that long-standing American doctrine that was the foundation of the American Revolution?
I heard him say a few things. It is concerning to me that that here we are this far after the election, and I understand there's lawsuits in the interim and whatnot, but that here we are, on December 11th, theoretically 3 days before before the Electoral College electors cast their vote, and we're just now uncovering some of the evidence that's key. I guess in the interim, I would say I would suggest this. A joint resolution holds back on your electors from making their vote in the Electoral College on Monday because you're in the discovery process of significant facts and findings of lawbreaking here. Just like the gentleman, I think it was Mr. Klein earlier, saying, look, we don't have to prove fraud. All you have to prove is that significant election laws were broken here in this election cycle. And clearly you have mountains of evidence, and I'll put my hand on the Bible in court any day and tell you what I just told you again and again and again because I'm telling the truth. We have a lot of evidence here that things were done wrong, enough to easily change the outcome of the election.
All right, next we're going to go to Senator Darling.
Issue of what authority we have. We've really looked at this significantly, and it seems to me the U.S. Constitution gave the states, the legislatures, the authority to choose the electors. This legislature in Wisconsin changed our law to define that our selection of the electors would be by this group of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats chosen by the parties, and then that would constitute the electors, and that's who would cast our votes. So it's my understanding, unless we change our law, we aren't able to do what you're suggesting. That's very frustrating, but I think that you have to come to some conclusion about what we can do, because I don't want to give our citizens the thought that we can do more than we're doing because we care about this election. But our law is the law, and I guess one of the things I'm most concerned about is all the lack of compliance with our statutes and our laws that we have put on the books specifically to control elections, or to put in statutes into law how elections should be handled. And it seems today and other days those issues, our statutes, are not being followed.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with you, but I would say a couple of things. One, it always defaults to the Constitution the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Right.
Look up Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2. The legislature clearly has the duty, authority, and a power to select its electors. If there's a statute from Wisconsin, Act 334, passed in 73, in violation with that, ultimately the U.S. Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, prevails over that. Secondly, I would argue that if you give the selecting of the electors power to the winning party, and you discover through your fraud investigation and forensic audits, of which many of us have asked for, I am 100% confident, and I'll eat my words if I'm wrong, that you'll find the winning party was truly the Republican Party, and all 10 electors should be cast for President Trump and Vice President Pence. Third of all, if you do find fraud, that's a high bar to get to. I acknowledge that. But think of when you buy a house, right? You have to fill out the real estate condition report. That's been a law since like 2005, I think. If you commit fraud on that and don't tell about 5 or 6 things, the roof leaks, the basement leaks, whatever, and I buy that house from you in reliance on you saying, nope, there's no problems in my property condition report, and later on I find out very quickly after that there were those problems, I can do one of 2 things. I can take it to court and make you take back your house in the extreme, but it's been done, or I can go ahead and get all those issues fixed that you fraudulently did not report to me and charge you for all of those expenses. But in either event, the result is the same. Fraud sets aside my requirement to comply with that contract. In the same vein, I believe, fraud would set aside any duty to delegate that power down to the winning party and take it back to the legislature, which you always have per the supreme law of land, Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution.
All right, last question to Representative Monco.
So I apologize, I just have a bit of a preamble there. So I think to reiterate the question then, or restate the question that I asked just previously, Mr. Chairman, is then I would want clarification on what Mr. Williams just said, that if that set-aside provision does exist. And then number 2, to Senator Darling's point, Mr. Williams used the word may, that we may do this or may do that, and that's different than shall. So I'd be curious to know if Senator Darling's right that we statutorily move that into a different place, but if it does say may, then that would give me some different context. But that wasn't my question. My question was, what I would also like to know, what I'd really like to know, and let me just make sure I get this phrasing correctly, is that I'd also like an answer on the Milwaukee Election Commission. By design, is there any language in there that, because of their very existence, would give them the authority to think in any way or act in any way to choose or pick Wisconsin election laws? Whose jurisdiction would supersede anything that a Milwaukee Election Commission themselves would dictate? I'm curious to know, if there's any way that they would erroneously think that their laws and their procedures would supersede our own.
Are you speaking regarding the city or the county? Just to clarify things as best as I can for Ledge Council. I can only imagine they'll have to look something up for that.
Yeah, I'll get additional details with you.
Go ahead.
The Milwaukee Election Commission, the Milwaukee County Election Commission, now works under the authority of the county clerk. Back in the day, they took it completely away from the county clerk. You may remember voting, I think you might have voted in favor of putting that back in under the county clerk. So the county clerk and all municipal clerks have to follow state election law. And so when there's an election law, it'll say the county clerk shall and the municipal clerk shall and the election commission.
Got it.
So they are not exempt from any law that pertains to municipal clerks or county clerks at all. It's just that they have a commission that was appointed to sort of help us deal with the issue we see today. The large municipality with all of the responsibilities of running election is extraordinary. And the commission was really designed to oversee, to make sure all of the process and procedures and laws are followed. I am not sure the commission understands how important their job is that they are kind of, the county clerk has the county caucus, or canvass, the board of canvass. So it's a county clerk, a Democrat and a Republican board of canvass that makes sure that those election results are accurate. The election commissions in Milwaukee, and only Milwaukee, are to make sure that all of the processes and procedures and election laws are followed. And from what I gathered from the history behind it, and I don't know if Ledge Council can elaborate on it, but it's because it's the largest municipality with so many people, to make sure it's all done well. And I think they've failed.
Thank you, Senator, and your personal experience in that is really valuable to me. Thank you.
All right, very good. We're going to go to our next witness, who is Paul Kramer. Thank you, Bart.
My name is Dr. Paul Kramer. I'm a resident of Lisbon, Wisconsin. I was a Trump campaign recount observer on Sunday, November 22nd. At approximately 10 a.m., myself and other Trump recount observers were led into the third floor room of the Wisconsin Center where the count took place. While I was looking for my assigned table, I was listening to a proceeding that was being broadcast over the public address speakers in the room. The Board of Canvassers and the attorneys for the Trump and Biden campaigns were discussing the fact that ballots were being run through counting machines after the room had been cleared of observers at the end of Saturday evening's recount activities. I found this very disturbing, and knowing that evidence of wrongdoing has a tendency to get lost, I clicked on my camera on my phone and recorded the discussion. I forwarded this recording to Representative Branchin for her attention, and she asked me to testify here today. I have a transcript of the recording here that I'd like to read from. This is one of the Trump attorneys talking during this conversation. As Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put on the record my observations of what I saw last night. The board, I believe, around, it's intelligible, 8 o'clock-ish, when we called it a day, called it a night, we were told that there were a few ballots that were going to be run. It took me a while to gather my things and speak with various people. It was about 8:30 when a gentleman came to me and said, "Do you know they're still running ballots over there?" I said, "That can't be." He said, "Well, yeah, look. I walked over there with Mr. Voiland. When I got there at approximately 8:30, 2 machines were running. The observer said that the third one had been running, but it was stopped, those machines." Mr. Voiland then went to try to locate someone and brought Mr. Christensen over. It was not until at least 8:35 that those machines were stopped. It wasn't a few ballots, and I understand that that was a reference to another machine at another location. I just want to put on the record that we were totally unable to observe any of that. I know the procedures. We just discussed them to be put in place. But it should not have happened, and the entire ward and everyone I am looking at was long gone by the time this all occurred, except for the clerk, as you're able to see. And this is just an indication that we have to tighten this ship up because we are floating in perilous waters here with these kinds of things going on. That was not a few ballots that were being run. It was stacks and stacks of ballots for at least a half an hour after the chair called adjournment. And that should not have happened. It goes on to explain more. I have a quote here from Christensen, the Board of Canvassers, the county clerk. He said, "I would agree. It was not this much. There were stacks and stacks, and that is not acceptable. I would agree." And they go on to talk about how they remedied that. I don't really understand from this how they actually did remedy that. This discussion, along with other experiences I had to recount, gives me no confidence in the integrity of this recount. I observed many other concerning things. When we went into the Wisconsin Center, we were told we could not have backpacks, purses, or bags. When I went in there, I saw several Biden observers with large camping-style backpacks, walking through the facility. Several of them were congregating down by where the ballots were kept and stored. They would form, against social distancing guidelines, they would form a group which blocked the ability to see what was going on behind them. What went on behind there, I have no idea, but they should not have been allowed, in my opinion, to be anywhere near those places where those ballots were stored. I observed a woman on the floor counting ballots and election materials, which was very unusual since there were several empty tables in the room where she could have put those things on those tables to sort them out and also have observation. She was in an area that was difficult to see, and she had boxes kind of stacked up, so it was difficult to see what she was doing back there. She was taking the ballots and running through them, ballots and envelopes it looked like. I couldn't tell from that distance. I asked several of the Trump attorneys, what is going on there? What is that procedure, and why is that happening? And they tried to investigate, and they got no answer as to what she was actually doing there. There were several boxes, large, that you would get reams of paper in an office setting, large boxes like that. I was told that the tabulators were the only people who were allowed to handle election materials, which meant that the election materials were put in sealed bags and bins, and they were transported around in those bins. When it came time to count them, they would take them out of the bags, count them, put them back when they were done inside the seals, and moved on. I observed a man walking, actually this happened several times, walking around with a handful of ballots throughout the center. I don't know where he was going or coming. What he did with those ballots, I was unable to see. It's a very big room and hard to see, but I saw this guy walking around with ballots. The only people who were ever told to social distance were the Trump observers. I have many instances where the people, Biden observers, were close together. The recount workers were touching each other. They were sitting next to each other. But yet the Trump ballot observers had to be, I'll defer a little bit to Mr. Spindell's testimony too. I agree with what you had to be 6 feet back in a chair through plexiglass with a ballot worker going that fast, and you were supposed to be able to see what was on those ballots. It was completely impossible. The only two things that you could say to the election workers was, "I object," or "Please slow down." They would ignore anything else that you said to them. You could not ask them a question. You couldn't say anything else. If you said, "I object," most of the time they would stop. Sometimes they would continue. But if you said, "I object," they were supposed to stop. You had to go get an attorney. The attorney would come over, see what the issue was. They would have that ballot set aside or whatever the issue was, and they would continue. If you said slow down, sometimes they would slow down and sometimes they wouldn't. They would just continue taking the ballots across. I can't specifically attest to this, but I talked to other people who were there on Friday and Saturday, and they were telling me before I went in there that I should expect to walk into a room full of hate, which got my attention. They said that on Friday and Saturday, there were Biden observers who would scream obscenities in your ear while you were watching them, you do your job. There was very little police presence there. There were a few sheriffs walking around, but I normally at a large event like a Bucks game or something, you would see police officers at the doors in specific areas. So if you needed a police officer, if someone had a health problem, something, you could go to those areas. But there was nobody at any of those, any exit or entrance points. They were kind of wandering around. In the beginning of it, we were getting some last minute instructions from the Trump campaign lawyers on what we were supposed to be doing with the ballot counting, the ballot observations. And we had to move close to try and get them. It's a noisy area. So we were moving close. Well, then someone from a Biden observer would come and scream at us that we had to move back. So it was this game of moving forward and back for several minutes of trying to lean in to try and get the instructions, get screamed at, and then we would have to back up. At one point, a woman started screaming and very loudly at some people right next to me, and there was no police there, and so some Trump attorneys had to form like a wall to kind of keep her away from us in order for us to move away and continue the job. Where if normally I would expect that type of behavior to be taken care of by law enforcement of some kind. It was a very disturbing experience. I have absolutely no confidence in the integrity of this recount. I can't even believe it happened. I can't believe that anyone could say in the United States of America that type of thing was allowed. I was sick for 2 days afterwards with a headache. I don't have headaches. I don't see how we can have a democratic republic if this type of nonsense is allowed to occur. I was personally insulted by the comments in the media that said this was a smooth and fair procedure. I don't know, they were not in there. They were not in there. Or they're completely lying. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Kramer, for your testimony today. We've all been going for a while, so I think we're a little bit tired. We're going to go to Artis Cerny next.
It's a little wet. Do you have something dry? the chair a little. With your hanky. It's wet. It's not so bad.
Let's, why don't we do that while they... Kevin, if they're ready,
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Arta Cerny. I'm from Pewaukee, Wisconsin. Ooh, this is all wet. Before I forget, I just want to say, if you folks take the time to go to WEC's front page, on the left-hand column, there's a spot that says complaint. So that's where you put your complaints that Dean Knudsen was talking about. It gives you a little tiny square, and you might have a 3-page story that you want to tell to them. You can't look back to see what you already wrote. It's like impossible. The last time I did a complaint, I freehand wrote it and sent it to Reed, and I said, here's my complaint. I find your complaint node on your website ridiculous. So just take a look at that, please. Okay. On Election Day, I observed at 4 polling locations in Milwaukee County. The first one was in Wauwatosa. The other 3 were in Milwaukee. When we asked the chiefs what they did with mail-in ballots that were brought into their polling place, they each had a different answer. So remember, this is Election Day, and we asked, what if somebody walks in with a mail-in ballot? What do you do? The first chief took them to the central count, which happened to be in the same building that he was in. At the second location, the next one spoiled the citizen's ballot and gave them a new ballot. At the third location, the chief refused to touch them, make them take him back to his car, and then when the person came back in, he gave him a ballot. The fourth person said he had not faced that problem yet and he'd deal with it when he got to it. So the third person was correct. He made the citizen actually take it back to his car, and when he came back in, he gave him a ballot. But it is clear, and I've been dealing with WEC a few years, WEC is responsible for creating this mail-in ballot fiasco and expecting clerks, chiefs, and poll workers to remember all of the directives, because there are so many, it's impossible. If you ever want to get a headache, go to WEC's website, go to clerk communications, and listen to some of the communications that WEC gives to their people. You can't understand it. It's literally impossible. Every time you folks did a law, WEC took that law and twisted it around until it met what they wanted to achieve. It was pretty unbelievable what they did with some of the statutes that you passed. Now, then I went out to Central Count that same day on Election Day. It was a farce. You could see nothing. It literally was a farce. I felt sorry for the man before me. I think he had these high expectations, but I know what kind of things go on in Milwaukee. I'm not going to re-explain to what he talked about, how this was a huge room, like a football field room. And they had pods. They had tables set up in cubicle areas. So around the aisles, you could sort of see something at a table, but you could not see any of the interior tables. There were some chairs at some of the interior tables. There was a Democrat woman that sat there the whole day, and how did I know she was a Democrat? Because she never watched the proceedings. She looked at her phone all day. The only time they brought their head up is when they thought you were trying to stop a vote from being counted. Then we got their attention. I finally went and stood next to this woman, even though she was sitting in the chair, because I wanted to see what was going on in the interior. And it didn't take long for one of the directors down there to come and tell me, you cannot stand here. And I said, but I want to stand here. I want to view what's going on here. If you keep up with this, you're going to get kicked out of here. You're out of here. So I thought, okay, I won't get kicked out. So I moved on and went someplace else. But that was the kind of atmosphere that we were dealing with down there. And one thing I want to bring up before I forget, that night I went home and I watched the news, and in Madison, the observers there were allowed to be right up to the table. In fact, I saw them putting ballots and envelopes up against the scratched up plexiglass that I was forced to try and look through. So how come Madison got treated that way and we got treated differently? So here again, we do not have fair situations going on in this state. Now, I just also want you to be aware of this fact. Since, and I guess it was Kevin Kennedy in 2016, gave the clerks the right to write in an address that was missing from the witness address on the envelope. But at that time, they could still use black and blue ink. It wasn't until this year that they were directed to use that red ink. And had they not used red ink, we never would have known that that was a directive that came from WEC. So I think it's important to realize that they knew they were doing something wrong, and they decided they'd put it in red because they didn't want to have to deny that there's something odd there. All I can tell you is it wasn't until this election that they were made to write those addresses in red. So try and figure that one out. Okay, so then we're moving on to my experience at the recount. Once again, it was a farce. 5 feet away from the 3 feet away from the edge of the table, and then there was a scratched up plexiglass. You couldn't really see anything that was going on. I tried positioning my chair to a better position so I could see, and that is when the bullying and the badgering started. My chair was not positioned correctly. My toes were over the yellow line. My knees were over the yellow line. There were about 5 Democrats that started picking on me, and I mean picking on me. I hardly had a chance to even observe. They just kept at it. When I initially got there, I've been going to these things for a long time, so whenever I go, I sign in as an independent because I'm not talking for the Republican Party, and if I get in trouble, I don't want it to reflect on the Republican Party, so I've always signed in as an independent. I was told that there were 3 chairs in front of the tables, and one was for an independent, and one was for a Republican, and one was for a Democrat. Okay, so I sat in the independent chair. And I took the chair, but somehow the 5 goons that were intimidating me, when they found out I was an independent, their heads exploded. Then they really got bad. Why was I talking to the Republican attorney? Why was I doing this? Why was I doing that? I tried to explain to them that as an independent, I had the right to support the candidate of my choice. That didn't mean I was apolitical. The intimidation just got worse, so I decided this is hopeless. So I left. And I thought, okay, maybe if I just go to another part of the room. So I decided to go and watch the Milwaukee Election Commission for a while, because they were making they were holding court in the middle of the room. And I thought, well, okay, I'll go up there and just sit and relax and calm down. All of a sudden, I heard my name over the loudspeaker through the whole building. I never did hear what I was being accused of, but I was so incensed, I was shocked. I approached the table, I said, my name is Artis Cerny, you just mentioned my name. What did I do wrong? And I said, I'm abhorred by the fact that you said my name over the loudspeaker without even talking to me first. They totally ignored me. I went and sat down. The chief judge, whatever his name is, he said, well, we've got to put a stop to this. Let's vote on removing the 3rd chair from in front of every table. So, of course, the commission is a 2-to-1, so the 2 people voted, and then they made a big deal about this workman coming out and getting all the 3rd chairs. Actually, it helped our guys get a little bit closer to where they could see better, so it was okay, actually. I wasn't too upset about it. The next day I did go back, but this time I was over against the far wall watching the big machines count ballots. But one of the goons was about 20 feet away. Artis Cerny, I'm watching you. Okay, here it started all over again. Then I saw one of the other people that were giving me a hard time. What are you doing here? You got kicked out yesterday. I politely said that I did not get kicked out. I left of my own volition. All in all, the recount was a total waste of time, but it needed to be done so that the lawyers could go ahead, could move forward with doing whatever they had to do. Just got a couple of other comments. I have a couple things that I want you to be aware of. Here's another case of WEC breaking the law, okay? Wisconsin State Statute 6.86 sub 6 that says that if you received a ballot by mail and you spoiled it, you spilled coffee on it, something happened to it, the citizen is required to return the spoiled ballot to the clerk's office before they can receive a new one. But if you take a look on WEC's website under spoiled absentee ballot guidance, there is a statement now that says you can spoil your ballot in writing by mail or email to the clerk. When did that happen? Every other situation, you spoil a ballot, you got to either mail it back into the clerk or you got to take it personally before they will give you another one. So how many people called in, never really spoiled their first ballot, got to vote? I mean, they're handing ballots out like they're candy, is what's going on up there. Now, last Friday, let me preface this with this. Okay, when I was observing at the recount, they brought out a wad of ballots. You know when you go to the Office Depot and you get a new ream of paper to put in your printer, and the ballots are perfectly in the plastic container, and you got to fan them a little bit so they loosen up? They brought out a wad of ballots, and I said to myself, those don't look like they touched human hands. And I looked at them a little more and I thought, well, they do have the creases in. And then I did ask Claire, I said, did you fold these pre-fold for the? Well, some of them we pre-folded. Okay, so I thought, well, maybe since the creases were all identical, maybe it does look like a pristine, but it just looks so perfect. So I did watch those being counted over at when they went to the big machines to be counted. But that still kind of haunts me, like, why did those ballots look so perfect? So last Friday, I did an open records request of Milwaukee County, who now has custody of the ballots and the envelopes and everything else. I have done this before in other years. I wanted to look at the physical properties of the ballots, the texture of the paper, the creases, the perfect bubbles. I wanted to actually count a couple of wards. I was told I would never be permitted to handle the ballots, ever. Now, I've heard and I've seen on TV that in other states, people are being allowed to look at the ballots and touch them and count them and do whatever. I am hoping that maybe one of you could help me get in to see some of these words. I've got some numbers. So if anybody's interested in taking that a step further, please help me with that. I still cannot believe that in the interest of fair and honest elections, WEC did not stop the donation of millions of dollars to 5 of our cities. Did you in the legislature know that this was going on? Did you know? This is blatantly apprehensible. They were buying votes. This should have never been allowed. Who should have been the person to stop this? Who should have been the person to stop this? Who do we go to? What do we do? It's pretty unbelievable. Now, how do we correct this mess? I have an idea that I hope you will take me up on. Is there a page I can hand these out? I don't know if I have enough copies. It has been mentioned to do a forensic audit. You want to make a few more copies? I don't think I have enough. One of the ways that you could start a forensic audit, and you can get the results from it in a couple of days. I know it's Friday, you won't maybe get the results till Monday, but there's such a thing as the registration list alerts. These include names, addresses, and birth dates of every person in the statewide system. This list is a result of an instantaneous check that occurs when a registration is entered into the system. So in other words, as during in-person absentee and on election day when people fill out the registration form, it goes to the clerk's office and then they have people there that are typing all the information that goes right into the system. But there's an instantaneous check that determines if that name is already in the system, or it looks like that name's already in the system. It also goes through a death database to see if that person has died in Wisconsin, and it goes through a felon list. So, this registration list alert, if one of those 3 things waves a red flag, it goes to that municipality. And These registration lists alert, I think, occur at the very end of in-person absentee and on election day. Now, the clerks have 45 days to get all their registration information into the system. And I think it's December something, it's in a few days that their 45 days is up. But I would say take what's in the system and find out how many new registrations are either deceased, lots of duplicates, deceased felons or duplicates. I have here, November 3rd, 2018, 3 days prior to the election, the number of registration list alerts in the system was a little over 8,000. On December 6th, after the election, there were 25,000 registration list alerts in the system. So there are a ton of people voting at the end of in-person absentee and on election day that shouldn't be. So that's number one. All I'm asking you to do is go to WEC and say, of the registrations that have just been put in, or you can start from October 1st, how many of them are in the registration list alert system? So you can find out, are they duplicates, are they deceased, are they felon? And remember, these people all got to vote. They all got a ballot and voted, okay? Another thing in a forensic investigation is the DMV check or the Social Security check. The DMV check is what is mandated by HAVA, the Help America Vote Act, to look to see, check the name, birth date, and identifying number of the citizen. So do not confuse this with ERIC. ERIC looks at name and address. The DMV check looks at name, birth date, and identifying number. And when I say identifying number, I'm talking about the driver's license, the state ID, or the last 4 digits of the Social Security number. So just so you know what kind of numbers I'm talking about, November 3rd, 2016, an open records request was made of WEC for the number of DMV non-matches in the system, 154,000. That's how many people we're talking about have failed this DMV check. Who doesn't remember their name, their birth date? Your driver's license number never changes. Okay, so WEC says there's spelling mistakes, whatever. So when a DMV check fails, it gets sent back to the clerk for the clerk to go and look in her paperwork, make sure she spelled the name right, make sure she got the birth. They recheck it and they send it back through the DMV check. So please, if you're going to do a forensic audit, do these 2 things. I hope you all got the piece of paper that explains this. Another thing I would hope you would look at is the indefinitely confined list. I don't know when the kerfluffle started. Was that like March 1st when those 2 county chairs said, oh yeah, you can sign up for this? I would say look and see who all signed up for the indefinitely confined list from March 1st up to the election. See how many of them voted. The people that are really in need, who are in home, can't get out, they were already signed up. Maybe there were a few of them in the beginning of the year that signed up. But this indefinitely confined list, I am actually surprised that when those 2 county chairs were called on the carpet, that we didn't erase all those names from the system and say, sorry folks, you're going to have to vote by mail if you think you have COVID or you don't want to come in. They should have been removed. Their vote should have not counted. So anyway, I hope you do this forensic audit. I think it would be a good start, and it's computer runs. So all you do is give the requests to WEC, and hopefully on Monday you'll have some interesting numbers to take a look at to see, okay, how honest was this election? You know, we're looking at people who failed, their name, their birth date, and their identifying number, and then the registration list alerts are duplicates, deceased, and felon names. So, let's see.
We have 1 more minute.
Okay, thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
All right, let's go to Representative Sortwell. Very quickly, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. No, I just had one really brief question because, of course, a lot of the restrictions that were in place for the observers in Milwaukee, were put in place arguably, for COVID or whatever, even though, as you pointed out, Madison was not doing the same thing. So, and then you brought up the fact that even if you had knee over the line or the toe over the line, they start harassing you. So I guess my question is, are you aware of how much more severe knee-transmitted COVID is?
I said to them, I don't think my knees are going to get COVID. I did say that to them.
All right, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ma'am, I wanted to ask this question earlier, and maybe there were other people testifying that could answer this better than you, but I didn't always have an opportunity. And the question I want to ask is, there was an overvote in many districts, many precincts in Milwaukee, 200% of the people voting, sometimes more. Do you have a feel for, how this transpired?
Well, I can tell you this, it didn't happen on election day because the polls were not that busy at all.
Okay.
It happened during in-person absentee.
And maybe we'll have an opportunity that we'll have someone else that might be able to
Okay.
to speak to that too.
The polls were not
Thanks
busy
anyway.
on election day.
Sure.
All right, very good. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to talk to David Bolter. Before we go to David Bolter, while we clean up, Ledge Council looked into some of the requests that Representative Mako and Representative Sortwell made, and they would like the floor. You just take it.
I'm going to go for a walkabout.
There you go.
So we were asked to give an additional opinion on whether the legislature has a role in selecting the presidential electors. And my colleague and I have consulted. We've also consulted with the attorneys at LRB, and we are all in agreement that under the current state statutes, there's no authority for the legislature to appoint the presidential electors. It's absolutely true that the U.S. Constitution does say that state legislatures have the authority to direct how presidential electors are appointed. And in Wisconsin, the way that the legislature has chosen to do that is to enact laws saying that the presidential electors will be selected. There will be a slate of electors chosen by each political party, and then the outcome of the popular vote will determine which slate of electors will serve and cast the electoral votes of Wisconsin.
All right. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Chairperson, committee members, I'm David Bolter. I am a retired 32-year Army colonel that have served this country both in regular Army and Army Reserve. I was also an Inspector General for the Army, and I've done obviously many things in the 32 years of service here and abroad. I was employed as one of the approximately 3,000 poll workers at the 2020 national election. In particular, I was assigned as a paid ballot counter. Thousands of ballots that came to the central count went through my hands. My entire period of work lasted 3 shifts. I got there at 5:30 the morning of the 3rd, and I stayed till approximately 1:45 the morning of the 4th. I assure you I will be brief. During the 3 shifts, I did characterize the entire environment as being dismissive in terms of asking questions, of getting challenges answered, getting objectives answered. I did see thousands of ballots that had the pre-printed 10-day residency requirement. I think that's what's already been discussed about statute 6.87 and also 6.15. Suffice to say, I saw a lot of red ink in there. And all the points that I'm making today, as I need to mention, has obviously been submitted in my notarized affidavit. When I objected to ballots with the red ink inserts and crossouts, I obviously gave my objection to the executive director, Ms. Whittle Vogue, and was repeatedly ignored. I objected to what looked like countless occasions unconfirmed witness addresses on ballot envelopes. I saw their signature, and I saw their address. Sometimes different ink, sometimes different handwriting all together. That's big. I saw many ballot envelopes that had no signature in the witness signature line, but the signature was obviously placed someplace else. When I did place the objections several times, Ms. Woodall-Vog basically announced to the entire fourth floor that if there is a second signature anywhere on the envelope, that was considered admissible. Many of the ballot envelopes I received were already opened or unsealed on arrival. I stated my objections as well, which were basically cast aside. I'm guesstimating upwards of 15 to possibly upwards of 20% were in that state. I contend that the election observers were required to, as mentioned before by obviously Mr. Williams and other people here today, that they were up 15 to 20 feet away. A lot of them had binoculars. I don't think that really is the intent of the observer role that day, but that's where it was. They were all had the orange cones away from the pod tables, and there was no way that they could have 100% accurate proof of being able to do their job, period. At approximately 1 in the morning, an announcement was made that a truck or trucks full of ballots were arriving shortly. While I did not physically witness the arrival of the trucks, this activity was similar, as we've heard in days to follow, systematic fraud claims in other states. In summary, the idea of systematic corruption is still a matter of debate. It's not yet factual in the sense of an established illegality. That can only happen in a criminal court. But for the sake of the Republic, the ideas of the nation which I fought for 3 decades, both here and abroad, and to the voice of the American people to elect their leaders, I hope it does. That concludes my presentation, subject to questions.
Very good. Well, first, thank you for your service to our country. Second, do we have any other questions? All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your service. All right, next we're going to hear from Cindy Boble.
I'm all buried out.
All right, are you ready?
Sure.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
As he stated, my name is Cindy Babel. It's pronounced many ways. First off, I want to give you a little background. I am retired. For over 40 years, I worked in the commercial insurance industry and was trained and employed to analyze, assess, and view information. So I thought it would be very helpful for me, as someone that has looked at information and analyzed information my whole life, evaluating risk and exposure, putting up millions of dollars, to honor my state and observe. I did forward, I don't know if it was passed out, a list of where I was and the hours I put in.
Eat them.
I would think the Election Commission would be interested in what I saw, since I put in over 50 hours. I was at absentee voting, otherwise known from the website as voting by absentee ballot, at 6 locations, 8 different times, totaling about 27 hours. Those include City of Milwaukee, Racine, and Waukesha. On Election Day, I spent over 9 hours in Wauwatosa at City Hall, where there was 2 polling places and central count. On the recount, I spent over 15 hours observing in the city of Milwaukee. So I have a broad perspective of the things that happened. I did not previously do any poll watching or observing, but I did do the training multiple times,
in person and online. And being in the commercial insurance industry, which is probably just slightly below the legal industry as far as details and procedures, I felt pretty confident. After the first 2 or 3 places that I was at, I was astounded that every single location, and this preceded, did everything differently. I've heard many elected officials say, well, it's all the same at all the locations. You have a paper ballot and you can just count them. It is extremely different at every location I was at, excluding recount, which is a different situation. And I can go through. During absentee voting, City of Milwaukee Cannon Park Pavilion used electronic, or some people refer to them as skinny ballots, I think. Waukesha used paper ballots. Zablasky Library, I hope I'm not slaughtering that name, used electronic or skinny ballots. This is all pre-election day. Festival Hall in Racine, paper ballots. Bayview Library on Kinnikinnick, electronic skinny ballots. Festival Hall again, paper, and Broadway, City Hall in Milwaukee, electronic skinny ballots. Every single place did registration, ballots, signatures, gluing the envelopes differently. Some places they used Elmer's glue to glue the envelopes. Some of us can remember back to our childhood. I like the smell of glue. I remember Elmer's glue can very easily be opened. And since I was at Central Count, nobody opened the envelopes via the glue flap. They were all slid open. And they were slid open very fast. So if anything had been adjusted, I'm not saying it was, but no one would ever see it. The other thing I found very interesting is when I've asked about procedures that weren't being followed, such as using the ineligible voter log, announcing name and address, verifying proof of residence. A lot of these things were loose, to be kind. When I would bring something to the attention of someone pre-election day, I was told, mainly in the city of Milwaukee and Racine, and I'm going to quote, and it was almost verbatim per word at each location. Mind you, that's 6 different locations, 6 different days, 6 different times. Let me get my quote correctly. We do not have to follow those procedures now. That is only done on election day. I said, well, I looked at my guidelines, and it says they're supposed to announce their name and address, and you're supposed to look at the ineligible log. They told me they did not have to. I looked up the statute, which I'm very familiar with, being an ex-workers' compensation underwriter who deals with the statute of the state for workers' compensation frequently. And if you are ever tired, you can read statutes, and that puts you right to sleep, especially insurance ones. So I pulled out the exact statute area, which was section 6.79, subchapter 2A, which said you had to announce your name and address. She said she would call the officials in the city of Milwaukee and confirm. She never got back to me on that. I then asked her, this is in Kinnikinnick and Bayview Library. I then said, no one is checking ineligible voter log. She said, we don't have to. Again, the verbatim, we only do that on election day. She did, to her credit, Louisa, the chief inspector, did check with the voter election people in the city of Milwaukee. She came back to me and told me, again, quote, they forgot to bring me the ineligible log Now, remind you, I was there on October 29th. That was a long time after they'd been processing votes without the log. I did stay there 2 to 3 more hours. They were supposedly bringing the log. It never appeared. I never went back to that location. So what happened after that, I have no idea. The other things I saw, I will generalize for you. Proof of residence was very loosely used. In fact, in Wauwatosa on election day, there were 2 polling stations in the library there. They were not using correct proof of residence information. I caught them a lot of times using, and I blacked out my name, Geico, State Farm. If you ever get a mortgage or a student loan or a credit card, they will snail mail you all kinds of offers for insurance with your name and address. That was used frequently. I brought this to the chief's attention, and he said they're not supposed to use it. Are they using it? And I said yes. He walked over there. The gentleman didn't know what was supposed to be used and what wasn't. I gave him my cheat sheet out of my packet of information to use for the rest of the day. I can't tell you if the training was bad or if it was on purpose. It's probably, like earlier said this morning, both. I was very disheartened of what happened and very disappointed. I challenge you as the Election Commission to be the eyes and ears like I was. That's what we did in my industry. We would secret shop, basically, what was happening. It was very intimidating and threatening and bullying. Racine was the worst. This was in Festival Hall. I have affidavits that was also handed out that you can look at if you wish, that I've done and notarized. And I drew a picture, and I used their website, Festival Hall's website. The interesting thing was they put us in a corner. This is a 15,700 square foot building, so there's plenty of room. I wanted to get closer so I could see. So depending on what I was looking at, I was anywhere from 20 to 50 feet away from everything. They finally let me go a little bit closer to the registration table. I could only see 1 of 4. I was trying to hear and listen, and I must have accidentally, they had tape, put part of my foot over the taped line. Okay, I wasn't paying attention to my foot. It was part of my foot. The clerk came, well, actually the assistant clerk, sorry, came and started yelling at me in my face. And I told her I was trying to listen, and I saw them not using the ineligible voter log. She said, yes, they were. And I said, I hate to bicker with you, but they weren't. Their purse and their phone have been on top of that log for the last 2 hours, and their purse and phone hasn't moved. So I don't know how those last 3 people got checked. She then proceeded to get in my face and wanted to know if I was threatening her, and she was going to get the city clerk. I said, by all means, go get the city clerk. She came back with the log that I have to sign and wanted me to print my name so it's more legible. I said, sure, fine, I'll print it. Why do you want me to print it, I asked. She goes, we are going to call ahead to all the other polling locations, and if you show up there, you will be kicked out. I don't know if you saw me sit down. I'm only 5 foot tall. Maybe in my prime I could have tackled somebody, but probably not now. The other interesting thing about Racine, which doesn't come up a lot, Green Bay, Milwaukee, Madison comes up a lot. The interesting thing about Racine, I was there twice, and appropriately so once on Halloween. They had moved the whole city hall of Racine down to this festival hall, curtained it off. And there was another observer with me kind of asking the city clerk, Tara, not sure how she pronounces it, why they moved the whole city hall down there. And I said, perchance is your city hall under construction? Because I was just at Waukesha a few days ago. It's under construction. It's kind of a mess. No, it's not under construction. It's just easier for us to have city hall down here while we're doing the early voting. I said, so if I needed a dog license or a building permit or pay my taxes or my fine, I would have to come down here. She said, yes. I was there, you can total up the hours, 2 different days. I kind of got lost in the parking lot, so I did circle the building. There was no signage for City Hall affairs whatsoever at any doors or in the parking lot, and I never saw one person go back there and do any city business. I also was not allowed to use the restroom, which would have been behind that curtain. I was told to go find another place to go to the bathroom somewhere in the city. Yes. Because they didn't want me to go back there and see. I was also made to sit at Cannon Park on the 24th and 25th for several hours. I was there from 10 to 4 the first day in front of an open door at 34 degrees the whole day. The second day they made me sit in the same spot. The second day, just for fun, I saw the first day that at the end of the day, they brought out this bag that kind of looked like a pizza delivery bag. You've heard that term. Some were red, some were blue. Took all the ballots out. 2 people took them out, put them in this bag. They had the key. They went to a room that we could not see or hear and did something with them. The first day, they brought 3 ballot envelopes out and had the inspector general, or chief, they call him, write something on them and took them back. So the second day, I left at 4 o'clock, and I thought, I wonder what they do with those at night. They're not going to leave them in this park pavilion all night long. So I got in my car and went around the block and parked somewhere else where I could see what happened. They brought them out in the bag, and one of the poll workers had the ballots, not the chief, Tony, is her name with an I believe. And he threw them in the back of his SUV and off they went. The chief didn't even take them with her. They went with a poll worker. Where they went, I have no idea. The recount you've heard a lot about. It was very intimidating. It was very bullying. I was told on the first Saturday I was there, since I'm short and a little elderly, have back problems, I could turn my chair around and kind of lean on the chair, in the back of the chair, and watch. 2 days later, I was told I was not allowed to do that. They called the cops and hauled me out. So I think because Tony recognized me the day before, because I was at the table next to her, and wanted me out of there. Look at my notes quickly. There's a lot I could go over with you in the essence of time, and you all probably get tired. If you'd like me to come back and speak further with all my experience at all the different locations, I'd be happy to. I just encourage you that we could put more laws on the books, but they're not following the laws that we have now.
All right, thank you. Our first question comes from Senator Bernier.
You know, clearly, I've trained poll workers, chief inspectors, municipal clerks, poll watchers, and I know there's this instinct or this thought as a poll worker that the poll watcher is somehow there to catch you doing something wrong, and they're adverse to it. And I know we have to get over this issue of the poll watcher is there just to make sure the process is followed. Sometimes there to keep an eye on how many people showed up to vote, and if, Kathy Bernier did not come in by 5 o'clock on election day to vote, then you all are going to call me and say, do you need a ride to the polls or whatever? I don't think a lot of people understand that poll watchers are not necessarily there to catch someone doing something wrong, and we shouldn't have the idea, the poll workers should not, or the municipal clerks, or the chief inspectors, that somehow you're there to catch them doing something wrong, and to not be adverse or defensive when the poll watcher does point out something. So that's lack of confidence, in my opinion, and lack of training, that they're having to swallow their pride and say, okay, she's right, this is what we're supposed to be doing, and do it right from then on. So with that said, you have very specific times, specific places, and specific issues. Would you be adverse to sitting down in a room with some of these people and sit and talk about your experience and what it is that we can do see, poll watchers are a part of our electoral process. Poll watchers are as legitimately in the polling place as what the poll workers are, and the chief inspectors. And I think we've got to get that message across through legislation and or through the Wisconsin Election Commission and the county clerks and the municipal clerks, that the poll workers need to recognize that you, the poll watcher, are just as important as they are to the electoral process. And so, I'm hoping that we can get back to you, find out if some of these election officials would like to sit down and have a conversation about how you were treated and why you were treated that way. Now, that might be visions of grandeur, but it is the holiday season, and I'm optimistic that we can get over this issue some way, shape, or form. And so make sure that, I don't know, do we have your name, your address, your phone number, whatever?
Yeah.
Ron
and William have it.
Okay, and that we can get back to you, because I would love to facilitate an honest-to-goodness discussion, a respectful discussion.
Right, and I agree with you that I don't know what was said to the poll workers, but during their training, just to identify that watchers will be in, and they're going to be watching, and they're not there to cause a problem or to accuse people. Just a simple explanation and some basic training of what we're there for and why would probably be very helpful.
We have time for one last question. Representative Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe it's not necessarily directed at the witness, but I'm increasingly getting frustrated and wondering what we can actually do. I just want to scream as we look at all of this nonsense. And there's a short-term problem and a long-term problem. The short-term problem is this current election, and I feel virtually helpless. The longer-term one, if any of this legislation requires the governor's signature, again, I think we're at a loss. I've got no less, as you are doing, Senator Bernier. I'm making a list, and I'm up to 15 different pieces of legislation already, and it's disgusting to me. I'm also vice chair of the audit committee. I'm wondering if that helps. I'm just looking, is there any value in us talking to the joint chairs of that committee and doing a full-blown audit? Again, doesn't help us today, doesn't help us in the next few weeks, but I'm increasingly frustrated at hearing testimony from this witness and all of these witnesses who I find profoundly credible to take their time to come down here and put up with this. And I'm just frustrated as a representative. I certainly, like many of you, are doing this job because out of the stewardship sense of responsibility that I have. People say, you must have always wanted to do this. I go, no, I don't even know I need to do it now. I'd much rather be sitting down in Florida. But but I feel responsibility that we've got to get up here and do things. And I think it's quality business people and everybody in this room that is lending that credibility. And so, again, I hope that we get some guidance. And I apologize, sir. I know I'm not asking a question, but I'm sitting here getting more frustrated by the minute, the more of this stuff that I hear, wondering, well, what can we do? And so, again, going forward, obviously it'll be legislation. I hope you guys, whatever you put together, I'll sponsor that. And then the second thing is, can we do an audit? What do we do moving forward? So that's just the profound frustration that I'm having over here.
Very good. Since that was a little bit more based on things not necessarily connected to this particular person providing testimony, I'll give you an extra minute. Representative Murphy had a question.
So from all the testimony that we've received, it seems like there's an unprecedented level of bullying going on in these polling places. Now, you're a new poll observer. You haven't done this before.
Not in previous years.
And to me, this is where part of the issue comes in. I believe we had a lot of new poll workers this year and a lot of new poll observers. And to me, it seems as if some of the people working in the polls have taken advantage of the inexperience of their workers and the people observing them. And I think, when you shine a light on the cockroaches, they scurry. Mm-hmm. And this is where we hear so many things about, well, this was done in this corner, and this was done behind this group of people. It's not transparent. It's not. And Representative Mako, you said that you were very frustrated and didn't know what to do. But I'm here to say right now that I would be more than willing to look at a vote to decertify the group of electors that we have right now. Thank you.
May I add a couple things
Ow.
that I kind of forgot?
Just do it.
There's, in the essence of time and everything, I have a lot more that I could tell you about, that, be it someone that was held to great account in my work environment, is responsible for multi-million dollars. I have a lot that, in my viewpoint, would startle you. The things that I could go into in detail, which I won't hear for the essence of time. I'd be more than willing to do that. I did 3 notarized affidavits. I probably could have done 10.
Cindy, why don't you provide those to my office and I'll bring it to...
I have the 3 that I have provided. You have them.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go on. We have 5 more people to testify yet today. Rick Boss is our next, appearing via Zoom.
I've lost the light today. Anyway, thanks for having me here. I have the privilege of being the vice chair of the vaunted Milwaukee County Election Commission. And first of all, I want to say that of all these complaints that I've heard here today, I didn't hear them at the actual recount. That would have been a good thing to do, seeing I was there the entire time. I do thank you for having me here. I assume it's because I'm on the commission, but it should be more importantly that I'm here because I'm a citizen. I'm going to give you a little bit of the background on why this is important to me. My parents, like a lot of other people back in the 60s, were involved in civil rights. They met on a picket line while they were working against education discrimination. They also worked against Wisconsin's unfair housing. And most importantly, as it relates to this conversation, they worked to preserve what we as Americans and Wisconsinites need to make sure that the Republic works, is to protect our votes. I remember as a small child going with my mother into the voting booth. I remember being taught that the vote wasn't a right, it was a sacred privilege and a responsibility that needed to be exercised. And it was those type of things that were in the forefront of my mind in September when I was asked to comment on not a Supreme Court, but a circuit court decision came down. affirming that we would use Wisconsin law to run our elections. And I remember thinking that during all the COVID and the pandemic, how important it was that that was going to be the case, because everybody wants to understand that the election is going to be done fairly and it's going to be done by law, instead of like so many things during this pandemic where it's an ad hoc, reactionary, out of apprehension, fear, whatever it is. It's not the time when you're scared and when you're under fire to create new systems. And for whatever reason, as a nation, we allowed this to take place. And for whatever reason, the state of Wisconsin, through administrative auspices, allowed this to take place. The circuit court made the right decision. They did it because it was the positive thing to do for the state of Wisconsin. It was very democratic. It was a victory for the rule of law, and it was how people need to see things work. But a lot of things have changed since September. The systemic racism made evidenced by food trucks showing up with New York license plates. I saw them going around giving out food primarily in minority areas, sponsored by billionaires from outside the state. The implication is that people in those areas somehow need some kind of incentive to exercise their American birthright. To me, it's the softest kind of annoying bigotry of low expectations. And it should be repugnant to everybody, regardless of party. And it is clearly voter manipulation. There are a lot of things that have been said here, and I'm, for the good of the order, I'm not going to repeat a bunch of them. But the practice of ballot harvesting, basically, this needs to end, because it implies that people are too busy to exercise their hard-fought and hard-won franchise to show up on time and in person to actually vote. These things would make our forefathers and our founding fathers nuts. And I know people who were part of the civil rights leadership back in the 60s, and both groups would be absolutely appalled at the laziness by which we approach elections. We owe it to ourselves and the next generation to make this fundamental step in the republic, voting, safe. We owe it to everybody to make it count. The outcome of the election and the outcome of the recounts, I'm going to pause there for a moment. A lot of people expect a lot of things out of a recount. I need to make sure that people understand that the poison is in the pill already by the time it gets to the Milwaukee County Election Commission. If there is voter manipulation with food trucks, that already happened beforehand. If there is mass production of ballots, that happened before it showed up. Those things need to be systemically moved out of the way before there's a recount, because a recount is just going to do that. It's going to recount whatever mess is put in there. But when we do have a recount, all materials need to be available. We have partisan commissions, and we're going to have split votes. Most people expect that there's signature matching in Wisconsin, and there's not. That's something this body can address. Citizens should be allowed to inspect the entire process. They need to be able to see what is going on. Because after all, the vote that we're trying to protect, the vote that we're trying to confirm, is the collective decision of us as a family. And it is what allows us as a republic to go forward. And it is what makes our government legitimate. And if any portion of our vote is tampered with through systemic or individual fraud or neglect or misrepresentation or overreach by administrative authorities, we all suffer. When fraud is found, I hear on the media all the time, they talk about there's no evidence of fraud. I remember in the 2016 recount, as a bipartisan commission, we referred some information to the DA for action, and the DA's response was, I have real criminals to go pursue. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that the media pretends that there's no evidence, but when you can't get a DA to pursue something that is taking away the freedom and franchise from so many people because there's real criminals, there is gaming of the system, there is fraud. And until the DAs step up and do things to make sure that those people are prosecuted, we're not going to get anywhere. If The election and the recount highlight the administrative guidance that somehow becomes super strong. It supersedes the statutes. Excuse me, I've been waiting for 7 hours to testify. Now I'm all tongue-tied. Anyway, administrative guidance can't supersede statute. That is the sum and substance of what's going on here. Administrative guidance kept people off the ballot that should have been on. All the time when I hear different cases to decide who's going to be on a ballot or whatever, voter intent is always what's used as somehow the super glue to get things stuck to whatever anybody wants. But voter intent obviously would have allowed the Green Party to be on the ballot, but it wasn't. So this administrative guidance and oversight needs to be brought back into check, and that's something that the body can do. A lot of people want to know all the boogeymen that I saw during the election. Did I see ballots that weren't safeguarded and didn't have initials? Absolutely. Did I witness thousands of cured ballots? Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I went through a great deal of effort to make sure that they were siloed off so that they were easily counted, along with the indefinitely confined. Did I witness thousands of ballots being siloed off because they were cured? Yes. And so did anybody else who wanted to tune in, because despite everyone's complaining about how it happened in Milwaukee, and it was different than Madison, at least it was on television and you could see it and make note if anybody cared to watch, because often our democracy goes unseen because it's a little boring, drying to some. To me, it's fascinating, and it connects us all the way back to the Plains of Marathon, when a free people decided that they would not be subject. We owe it to ourselves to continue that tradition. Too many people have fought and died for it. Do we have ballots that were cast by people who claim to be indefinitely confined, who clearly weren't indefinitely confined? I absolutely believe that. I do believe it was to get around the photo ID. And does that cause people to have less confidence in their election? Absolutely. Because the people of Wisconsin voted to have photo ID. And there should be no excuse for getting around it. Every generation is called upon to do what is necessary to defend the republic. Right now, the simple ability to vote and have one person, one vote be the order of the day is now that battle. No one of my generation would have thought that simply casting a vote would become such a difficult task. Should we do things to make it easier? Wisconsin and our motto with forward, should we have a holiday? I'm okay with having a holiday. I want to take away that excuse. Do we need to cure ballots? The statute allows for there to be a correction. It doesn't require an administrative oversight to do that. Should a recount have access to applications? Absolutely. You've heard all these things. That's why I'm kind of going through them a little bit fast. But there are a number of things that are on the books that are not followed. There are a number of things that should be on the books, like signature matching, that you guys can address. I'm going to sound like I'm being harsh, but I don't intend to be harsh, because everything should be civil. But I remember my history books teaching me that Valley Forge was probably not a pleasant place. So when you're going in to defend democracy as an observer and somebody's a little rude to you, let's all cowboy up. Because if you think they're not rude to the only Republican who walks into the Milwaukee County Courthouse, it's time to cowboy up. We need to stick together. We need to remember who we are. We need to be the type of people our parents and grandparents would be proud of. We can't control them, but we can control us. So I've cut a lot out because a lot has been said. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to take them.
Rick, thank you for your patience waiting to testify today. I really greatly appreciate that. I know you had to wait a long time, and that's excellent. We have a question from Representative Sortwell.
Thank you for your testimony, sir, and I appreciate the final comment that you happened to make about, we need to make sure we're doing our jobs even when there are people trying to assault our democratic process, which is absolutely what's happening when they're treating observers that way. But specifically, actually, you mentioned that the counting and everything was online, and I was wondering, because I requested the recording from the online count for Central Count in Green Bay, and they already don't have that video anymore, surprisingly enough. They don't have the video anymore of the counting process. So I'm wondering if Milwaukee still has theirs. Do you know?
I do not know, but I do know I made an effort to reach out to the attorneys to see if they were going to request it for discovery. And I didn't follow up because they're making $500 an hour, whatever they're making. I don't care. God love them. So I'm hoping that they did that. And so maybe if necessary, I can reach out for you, or if you have contacts, we can reach out and see if they have that.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because it's troubling when municipalities get rid of records.
Absolutely. I will reach out.
All right, next is Senator Darling.
Good to see you, and thank you for your passion. My question goes back to the same thing I've sort of been pounding all day, is I'm very concerned about the lack of compliance with state statutes. In some cases, it's a felony. In other cases, it's a misdemeanor. There has to be some consequence for this. And I look at the Wisconsin Elections Commission, when they are in defiance of our statutes, that really, really concerns me. And there has to be penalties, because to all these issues we've talked about today, it's not the first time we've heard about the issue of the lists not being updated. And the lists have to be updated. That's one of the things we have in statutes. The Attorney Generals but the legislature arguing about whose responsibility is it. Well, it's the Wisconsin Elections Commission who should make sure that those lists are updated, because that's the beginning, the signatures. All the other abuses we've heard about, you only can have fraud when you don't have compliance with the law. And some people choose to do that individually, but what we see here is a systemic non-compliance, even by our Wisconsin Election Commission. And this is unacceptable. We have to get control of this, and I understand your frustration to the point you're saying, well, we shouldn't certify. I mean, that's a frustration I think many of us are feeling. But this is unacceptable, and it has been unacceptable for a while, and I don't know what we can do about it for this election, and I don't want to push it off to the next, but this is totally unacceptable. And I want to know from you, Rick, what do you think we should do as a consequence?
Are you saying relative to certification or
No, the whole
correction?
non-compliance with state statutes when it comes to election law.
Well, I would suggest, and this is just off the top of my head, I would suggest scrapping every aspect of WEC, reconstituting it. Do not set it up so that the administrative staff wins by default if there's not a 4-2 vote. Getting rid of any bylaws that came from GAB into WEC to whatever the new body would be. And I'm not casting any aspersions on anybody who's staff. I know that the staff that I work with in Milwaukee County are serious and earnest about their jobs. They have their points of view, but they're decent people. They see it differently. So I'm not casting any aspersions on those people. And I go to polls and I watch these people work earnestly, but I also see the law applied inconsistently. Here's the insidious problem as I see it. There have been so many tweaks and the statutes say may this and could this and voter intent that, and that's taken on this whole life of its own. And then as we've gotten lazy, because to me, when you're trying to not vote in person just because it's convenient, that's lazy. Once we've gotten away from having a family conversation once every 4 years for president and showing up and casting a simple vote, the systems that we use in Milwaukee County would make that information, we have an archived paper ballot, we have an image of it, and we have the tally sheets. If everyone was primarily voting in person, we would have a lot more confidence in Milwaukee. I can't talk about Dominion or anywhere else in the state. We would have a lot more confidence in our election, and we would have the results in a timely manner. So you don't see these spikes at 3 o'clock in the morning that everybody wants me to explain while I was sleeping. And yes, it was central count most likely, okay? There's not always a boogeyman, but the problems are so rolled into, it's okay to do red ink. It's okay to fix the address. It's okay to do this, when in fact it's not. The state legislature, in my opinion, needs to put its foot down, add a couple of sentences that says, you will not correct, whatever it takes. You've got a whole bunch of folks that sleep underneath the Capitol that come up with how the words need to be. But everybody on their face understands what needs to happen. It needs to be one person, one vote, that's it. We need to stop trying to find ways to allow people to sneak in the back door. We need to purge our voting rolls, and I know we're not supposed to say purge, clean them up. Every election, I get people's mail at my house, only during elections, who have not lived at my house in 20 years. And I guarantee it happens all across the state. I see traffic in places that don't normally have traffic because I hear rumors that they're in there, making up ballots. I don't get into any of that until I see it. Because I know for a fact, if we just adhere to the laws that we have now, we can safeguard our election. The Green Party's on the ballot, those people aren't offended. You don't go around curing ballots, then the people who followed the rules don't have to be offended because their vote counted. If somebody professed to be indefinitely confined when they're not, then they stole the ability for somebody else. Play by the rules. And administrative agencies do not trump the elected deliberative body that the people of Wisconsin have put in place. And if you want the extra 2 cents, of course I'm partisan. I think we should go ahead and appoint our own electors.
All right.
I'm boring.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you. I really appreciate you waiting. I know it's been a long day, and you've been in the queue for a long time. Our next witness is going to be Lisa Van Wyck. You can go ahead when you're ready.
Turn your microphone.
Thank you. First, thank you for having me. I actually just found out late last night that I was asked to come today, so I hope that what I share with you today helps you in this process. My name is Lisa Van Wyck, and I participated in the Milwaukee recount on Friday, November 20th, and Saturday, November 21st. And I'm going to give you a little bit of my background so you understand in context who I am and why I chose to do so. I was actually born in Pompano Beach, Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and moved up to Wisconsin when I was 19 years old. And that was probably the best thing that ever happened to me. I grew up in Pompano Beach, went to a small Christian school, and came from a very poor background and humble means. My mother was born in Haiti, and she, in her story, my father was born in Puerto Rico. They met in New York, but before that, she actually moved to New York looking for a better life. She went from dancing, being popular, dancing professionally in Haiti, to sleeping on kitchen floors to make a better life, actually, for herself here. And over the years, she would send back little bits of money to bring the rest of her family here to the States. When I came here, I had gone through a lot of trauma during my time in Florida. So the state of Wisconsin really, truly, I feel like, is my home. I love it. And there are wonderful people here. And over time, I had graduated moved from Miami, Florida, graduated from University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh, graduated with a now master's degree in microbiology, with a BS in biology and chemistry. I taught high school biology and chemistry at Appleton, in the Appleton area school district at Appleton North High School before I had children and got married. And then when they were toddlers, I actually started working for my husband in the construction industry, and for 10 years, I actually became the chief information officer and dealt with the technology there for his company. When then I founded Inspire 365 LLC, which is now named Blaze Sports and Fitness, and I have run that company from scratch, from the ground up, for the last 8 years. And Blaze gives back to the community. We train champions for life is our mission. We work with youth through professional athletes, helping them be their best and doing everything we can to help them to find their way in life and lead a better life. And I just have to tell you, this year has been best word for it is probably atrocious. I think that we have issues with our leadership. There have been decisions that have been made this year that have shattered people's lives. There are still, I work with youth and I work with adults who are still confined to their homes. There's 15,000 youth in the community of Appleton alone that have not touched their hallways of their schools. There are people in my office daily who cry, who are dealing with bullying, with the issues that they are dealing with their homes. And yet, just today, I got a text saying that there was a decision made at UW-Madison saying that those students, if they go back to school, if they don't test twice a week and show and put it in an app, they will be suspended. So, as John Maxwell, the father of leadership, says, we are leadership sad right now, and it's making me mad. Because there are too many representatives, too many people wanting to be right than do right. And I just want to let you know that for me, it's not about being a Republican or a Democrat. It's about doing the right thing. So when I saw a lot of decisions happening this year that were hurting people, and when I saw a lot of words being said about fraud that was taking place, even in our state, I knew that after the election, I had to go to Milwaukee and participate and see for myself what truly was happening. And I feel like for today, I'm coming as we the people. It's not for a party, it's about being a voice for the people who are being suppressed. We are here to make sure that there is integrity in this process and that the laws are being followed. Because if there is no integrity in the process and the laws are broken, it is an illegitimate event. It is farce. It is a farce and it is a fake event. And when we can't trust our system and we can't trust the people and our so-called democratically elected officials or the people who are running these events, we are no better than countries ruled by dictators, where a small group of people have all the power and we have no right and we have no voice. There was a gentleman by the name of Dean Knudsen who spoke earlier today, and I was appalled that he just came out and said, there's no fraud. Let's put a little pause on that for a second, because we throw that word around all the time. But what does it actually mean? Webster said it. It's wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. It's wrong or criminal deception. The wrong happens before the crime is proven in court. So I'm tired of hearing that there is no fraud. It's clear, sitting here today, listening to all of these people, honest citizens giving their testimonies, that they were wronged. Secondly, he said, the laws weren't changed, but we know that rules were implemented that superseded the laws. Why have laws if we don't follow them? Thirdly, he also said that there's 0 sworn complaints that were filed to the Wisconsin Election Commission. So this is new for me. I come in to do a job to be a poll observer, recount observer. I don't know all the rules. I did go through the training. And I was appalled at what I experienced, which I'll explain in a second. But to say that, oh, there's 0, I didn't know that there's a place to actually place my complaint. I think you've seen it. There's a lot here that can be learned. There's a lot that can be taught. When I went to the Milwaukee recount, from what I experienced, I believe that was illegitimate. It was unlawful for 3 reasons. I was blinded, bullied, and shackled by big city ballots. And I'm going to say that again. And I think you've already seen from what people have said, but we were blinded as observers. We were bullied and we were shackled by we as a group, as a state, all of our counties are shackled by what happened in these big cities, and that is wrong. So I was an observer Friday evening, and on Saturday, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Saturday. I actually sat in front of the Wauwatosa tables, and as you know, and from what other people have said, there's 2 tables, and I'll call them a station. And Wisconsin state statutes, and I'm learning more about the statutes, and I find it absolutely amazing, and I applaud you for all that you do, and I thank you for all that you do. When I see in state statute 9.011B11, it says that the ballots and materials must be available for candidates and their representatives to view and offer any objections to a ballot being counted. That they should be made, the election materials should be made available for us to view and object to, and they were not. They were absolutely not. There is no way that we were able to see from 6 to 8 feet away, and I was looking at envelopes. We couldn't see names. We couldn't see stickers or tags. We couldn't see what they were labeled as. So there was no oversight. Absolutely no oversight. So if you want, as a committee, want to know that what happened during the recount was valid, you know it isn't. It isn't. And I was trying to do my job, and I would just get up and lean over to try and get anywhere near the plexiglass, because you couldn't see through the plexiglass. It's actually scratched. You can't read anything. And I had a woman sitting next to me who was obviously for the Biden campaign. She wasn't even looking at the table or the ballots. All she did was continue to bully, mock. When every time I stood up to just lean over, she's like, "You can't stand. You can't stand. That's wrong. I'm going to call an official and have you kicked out." And I'm like, I'm not standing. I'm leaning over. I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to do my duty and do what I was asked to do. And she kept complaining, and she called an official over. And I said, how am I supposed to see? And nothing was rectified. And then I would pull out my phone, and I tried to use a magnifying app just to get a little closer. That did not work. And then she would say, "Oh my gosh, she's taking pictures. She's taking pictures. You need to kick her out." And she grabbed another official over. And he actually walked away after because I explained to him and I showed him, I'm not taking pictures. I'm just trying to see. And so this went on for 75 minutes straight. 75 minutes. And I finally went to the bathroom. And as I went to the bathroom, I saw a woman standing in the hallway surrounded by 5 to 6 police officers. And I'm like, oh, this doesn't look good. She's by herself, and it looks very intimidating. So I walked up to her, and I just stood there, and I tried to listen to see what was going on. And I heard her explain the story and tell the police officers what happened. And I don't know what the debate or the argument was, but supposedly there was a Democratic election official who she was arguing with, and he happened to take her jacket because he wanted her to leave. He took her jacket and threw it across the aisle. And she went up to him and put her finger on his nose and said, "That's not right. Don't touch my stuff." And the police officers told her, well, because he's the person in charge, we have to listen to him, and he wants you to leave. You're being kicked out. And she said, that's not right. And we should not be treated like this. And you can tell she was very upset. Her eyes were red, and she was completely disillusioned and disenfranchised with the situation that she was being kicked out and being treated like this. And in another instance on Saturday, I walked by what I call a big city table. There was a gentleman who was standing back away from the chair, and he was a Republican observer. And I just walked up and was like, "How are you doing? Like, what's going on at your table?" And he said, "I can't see anything." He said that there's 4 people behind the table, and there's one of me. How am I supposed to observe and validate or make sure anything's right when it's 1 person to 4? And in addition, they were going through these were ballots at that table really quick. Every second they were flipping them over. He can't see, and he couldn't do anything or say anything. We started walking out to the main hallway together, and he continued to tell me the story about why he was here. And he said that his son, who's in college, there's 13 of them, and they're out of state. They had to send in their absentee ballots, and he said 12. There's one of them was voted independent, and 12 of them voted for Trump. And he's like, make sure you check that your ballots or your votes were recorded, that they were received. All 12 of them were not received. Every single one of them did not count because somebody said, even though they mailed them in, that they don't. Why is that? Why? I also went back to the Wauwatosa table, trying to do the same thing, feeling like I was getting absolutely nowhere. For you, for our state, for our citizens. And I got up to go to the bathroom again and came across the Milwaukee table, and there was a woman there, and I saw the county clerk, city clerk, county clerk George Christensen, standing over a woman who's sitting down, and she's got her hands up like this, saying, I just can't see. I cannot see. And he's like, sorry, you just need to get better training. Your Republican officials, they're not training you good enough. He was very demeaning. She was upset. She wasn't saying anything loudly. She was just saying, how am I supposed to do my job? And he just dismissed her and walked away. Discourse. She ended up getting up and leaving. So I sat down there to see for myself what was happening at that table. And all I saw were people like this. They didn't care. They just wanted to get out of there. Friday night, when things were shut down early, because there's confusion and there was debates about what should be counted and what the pile should be, the people behind the poll workers were complained. They're like, "Are you serious? I might have to come back and work on the weekend. Am I going to have to work on Thanksgiving?" I'm like, "I'll be here. This is important." And that evening, and also on Saturday, there's just maybe 2 more things that I want to say. There's a couple things that happened. I just I don't know what the laws are, and I just want to share with you because I want to know from you. So on Friday, when the poll observers were asking the poll workers and a clerk that was walking around, where are the applications? Because those were one of the things that we, as observers, were told to object to if there were no applications with ballots. She said, "Well, I don't have them. They're in my car. They're too heavy. If somebody could help bring them in, sure." And on Saturday, I was walking alongside somebody else who were just wheeling in a little cart, the envelopes and ballots, and I could hear the gentleman say, why is there no police escort for this? I can't even believe this. These materials are important because they represent the will of the people. And when our rules or the people who are in power of enforcing the rules aren't run properly, it's why I feel like I can say this whole thing is a sham. And I would hate to say that because my state of Wisconsin and my country, the United States of America, I absolutely love, and I think that we have so many good things here. But when we allow this, it hurts a lot of families and it hurts a lot of people. So I implore you, I implore this committee to please listen and act. Please listen, but also act. I listened to the testimony of Phil Klein, Bart Williams, Mike Dreyer. There's a lot of smart people that come through. And I'm asking for, we the people are asking for more of an investigation to be done. Bring in the military, have them go through the ballots. I'm sure they do it really fast, really cleanly, and really well. Invalidate those big city ballots if that's what we have to do. And increase the oversight and the quality of our election process. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you for waiting so patiently today, and thank you for your testimony. We have 3 more people left. We've got Bill Schneider. So, hey, Bill, let them just finish sanitizing your station before you get to it, and then it's all yours.
Hello, I'm Bill Schneider from Mount Calvary, Wisconsin. My dad is in a nursing home, and he's got dementia very bad. I don't know if you've ever been in a nursing home, but 50% of the people, if not more, are lined up against the wall, and they just sit there all day long. So I was checking my vote online to see if I voted, and I said, just for the heck of it, I'm going to check if my dad voted. And my dad voted absentee at the nursing home, and there is no way in this world he even knew what he was looking at, if he could even mark the ballot itself. So that tells me that there's 45 people in the nursing home, and the manager of the nursing home is in charge of getting the absentee ballots. Well, I think there's a lot of shenanigans going on in all the nursing homes across the state. And my dad's vote was stolen. I know it. We've talked about, I've watched people all day that there's no evidence, but there's evidence that my dad's vote was stolen from him. And I only got a minute to talk. That's all I got to tell you. And I drove almost 80 miles. Something needs to be done about this election. You guys got to step in. We know that there's corruption, and we know that there was cheating and intimidation. And if we do not get that straight in this election, there won't be any chairs like this here, because there will be one leader out there. We need to get our hands around it, and you got to do what you got to stand up, and you got to be proud of America. That's all I have to say.
All right, we have a few questions. Senator Bernier.
Thank you so much. I've worked over the years very, very hard to get special voting deputies, both Democrat and Republican, to assist in the nursing homes, because this was a huge complaint that we had. And I am disheartened that we did not, if the Election Commission, worked as hard to try to find out ways to follow the current law than to disregard it and create a whole different process that doesn't follow the law. For example, full PPE and whatever else, and to somehow make it work. But this has been a huge concern of everyone's, and I'm going to have to, we are going to have to address this legislatively again in some way, shape, or form. And one of the things that I have thought about, so was your father already voting with a special voting deputy? Was your father already a registered voter?
I believe he was a registered voter, but he hasn't voted since probably, my brother took him to vote 5 or 6 years ago. That was the last time that he voted. So I don't know if he stays registered. I believe he does. I don't know.
No. That's the whole
Then
point of deactivating voters who have not actively voted. He may have been on that list to be deactivated because of lack of voter participation over a 4-year period is what they're supposed to do. But every time we try to clean our voter rolls and deactivate voters who have not participated in the electoral process for this sort of reason or others, we always find ourselves in court with basically Democrats challenging the process. I don't understand it myself, other than it gets rid of the opportunity, such as this, to cast a vote for an frail elderly individual who doesn't understand the electoral process. So then the calls come in, such as you may have called. Did you call the Wisconsin Election Commission and ask them about this?
No, I won't. I called Jeremy Deansfeld, my state person. When I only found out 3 days ago. And the other thing is, it would be different if a person like that would call myself, my brother, my sister, and ask, would you like us to help your father vote? Because we are shut down right now. The nursing home that he's at, I can't even go visit my father because there's only one person that's allowed from our family to go see him. And now they don't even want to ask us if he needs help to vote. I mean, there are good people out there, but like you said, when there's an opportunity to cheat, someone's going to volunteer for that position and make it happen. And there's over 300 some nursing homes in the state of Wisconsin. So if they only harvested 10 votes from each one, it's 3,000 votes.
Mr. Schneider, were you willing to provide your father's name in the nursing home that this occurred at?
Sure. It was my father's William F. Schneider, and it happened in Mount Calvary at the Villa Loretta.
What was that?
The Villa Loretta.
Okay, very good.
In Mount Calvary. It's the only nursing home there.
Sure. Any other questions? Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. And, I ran into a similar situation myself when I was doing doors. So I knocked on a man's door, and a middle-aged man comes to the door, and he asked me, he said, well, how do you happen to stop by my door? And I said, well, we have lists, and the lists are based on who voted. And he said, well, could you tell me, is my father on your list? And I checked the list, found the father's name, and he said, my father doesn't know when election day is, and he doesn't know who's running. And we're trying to work often.
And he's an American, too.
Yeah. And we're trying to work often recent voter lists because we want to call on those people that are actually voting. And, so it's very similar, and I can confirm what you're saying. Thank you.
Representative Sartwell?
Yes, I don't know the specifics of the assisted living facility you're talking about, but can you tell me offhand, do you know who operates that? Is it a local person, or is it owned nationally?
It's owned by the Ignatian Hospital, I believe, in Fond du Lac. It used to be run by the nuns, and she ran into problems financially when people live so long from dementia for the need of their care that she got bought out by the hospital in Fond du Lac, I believe.
Thank you.
All right, we have no other questions. Thank you for coming here today and your patience.
Thank you.
Next, we have Debbie Moran. Debbie Moran. Two more.
You can go ahead.
Okay. Hello, I think I'm bringing up the end here, and a lot of the things that have been told to you today have pretty much echoed my experiences as well. So I guess what I'm looking at is I feel like to give this some context. I think when you look at the way this is viewed, you have election administrators who believe that their job is to remove every single last barrier there is for anybody who wants to vote. And that's what they want to do, and that's the only thing, exclusively what they want to do. And then you have, what happens is if that's the only thing they think they have to do, they're missing the other part of their responsibility, and that is to ensure there are safeguards to the voting process so we can make sure that there's integrity. And that's, I think, where the rub comes, where you get, they feel like you're looking over their shoulder. They think that's none of your business. What are you doing in Milwaukee? This isn't where you live. You know, you're trying to play gotcha with us, and you're trying to show how bad we are. So I think that's some of the things we're looking at. So my observations, I've been observing since 2008. My observations for this particular election center mainly on absentee voting, which we know this time just went off the charts, and our system was not really set up to be an absentee voting state. That was kind of, we came out of the old, you had to have an excuse, and then it started getting opened up a little bit more and a little bit more, and then we had in-person absentee voting. So, you know, if you were thinking not to let a good crisis go to waste, this was a fantastic crisis that you could not let go to waste. So, but all you needed then, you had the motive, but you needed the means and the opportunity. So COVID-19 presented the opportunity, but you still you didn't have the means. Well, I don't know if you're aware of it, but since fiscal year 2010, the first year that we got HAVA grant money from the federal government was 2018. And it was for election security grant from the federal government in 2018 was approximately $7 million. Then they gave us another for election security, $8 million in 2020. On top of that, they gave us an additional $7.3 million apart from what they gave the state for other things for CARES Act. That was CARES Act money as it related to elections. So now we're looking at your means. You're looking at a total of $22.1 million that was given to the state of Wisconsin that you could use for elections since 2018. Just imagine if you wanted to make sure you opened this up and everyone had a chance to vote. Oh, it was all the money you could spend on doing that. So that even wasn't enough when you start to look at some of the private money coming in, but that was the public money. That was the money that came from the federal government. So that's just what I kind of like the context of this. And so I observed on election night at the Central Count in Milwaukee, or on election day, I'm sorry, on election day at the Central Count in Milwaukee. And then I also observed during in-person absentee voting in the city of Milwaukee. And one of the requirements for the municipalities where absentee ballots are canvassed is to post a statement of the number of absentee ballots that the clerk has mailed or transmitted to electors and that have been returned by the closing hour on election day. So I pretty much went to that website before I went into in-person absentee voting. Before I went into Central Count. And the numbers the day before the election, the number before on November 3rd, at approximately 6 a.m. in the morning, the website read 181,525 ballots were issued, 165,269 were returned. That was basically what was updated by the clerk on the 2nd of November at 7:30 in the evening.
So that was what was put on the website at 7:30. I looked at it at 6 in the morning before I went in. About approximately 9 p.m. at Central Count, I was told directly by the executive director that I had the final numbers for the absentee ballots, and I waited to get them. I had to wait till they came in from the absentee ballot drop boxes, had to wait till they came in from City Hall, had to wait till they were scanned into the system, and then she posted the final numbers. When she posted the final numbers, I didn't look at it when I got home that night, and the next day I looked at it, and the numbers were off. Now, they weren't off by a lot, and I could not get an explanation from the city of Milwaukee. There were 997 more ballots that they said were issued, absentee ballots issued, from 7:30 at night the night before the election until 3:24 in the morning the day after the election. And I'm thinking to myself, how did they issue 997 more ballots? Because all the absentee ballot request deadlines were over, and there was a discrepancy in that number. As a result of that, the ballots returned, there were 178 additional ballots returned from the numbers she told me. And so my question is, what happened to those? Were they rejected because they were returned after the final count, or were they not? And then my question then became, Central Count's the only ones that have to do this. And there were, 8 municipalities just in Milwaukee County alone that had Central Counts. And I was wondering about the discrepancies they might have posted. So that's what happened at Central Count. During in-person absentee, I was observing at Zablocki Library, and I started noticing assisters coming in. And I started wondering where they would sign on the ballot. So this is what I found out by asking this question. This is a regular ballot that's processed. Someone else referred to a skinny ballot. I'll show you that. This is what a regular ballot looks like, okay? And on the back of it, you're supposed to have, according to the statute 6.82, the certification of a voter assister. And if someone assists you and assists the voter in marking the ballot, they're supposed to sign that. Here is the skinny ballot. It's called an express vote ballot. This is what it looks like. I got it from my clerk, so they wrote sample to make sure that we're not taking a ballot. It's blank. You take this and you put it in the computer, and you pick your electors on the screen, and it prints it on this ballot along with a barcode. The tabulators read the barcode. They don't read who you pick. Unlike this one, it reads what a voter's hand has marked. Here, it reads a barcode. Over 61,000 people in the city of Milwaukee alone during in-person absentee used this particular ballot. Now, reading barcodes, from what I'm getting from cybersecurity experts, is a problem. And there's people that have studied this, and they have said that the current ballot marking devices, that's what this is called, the current ballot marking devices, you cannot audit those because they're not contestable and they're not defensible, and there's no way you can prove that what was used in this ballot reflects what happened in the election. So that's a whole nother, that's all, I started researching all the information that they had when they approved these machines. It happened in December of 2019. ES&S was asking for approval earlier. They needed to get a special approval waiver because part of it is called Express Link, which is software and one piece of hardware. And though Express Link was not approved by the Election Assistance Commission, like we've told that we only approve machines that are approved by Election Assistance Commission, Express Link was not. So they had to go through a special verification process before they could get that approval. But back to the in-person absentee voting site, when I was there,
I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to stop you quickly, just simply because the chair here doesn't know the answer. And apparently I don't either. The skinny ballot has a barcode. State law requires us to have a ballot that is countable. We are supposed to be able to sit down and hand count ballots. So if all we get back out of that machine.
No, I'm sorry. It also prints who you voted for.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
it'll
right.
print the names in there. It won't print like in this one, you get to see all
I
your
wanted to make
choices.
sure everybody here, including in Wisconsin Island.
Right.
Understand that's not all that comes out on that is a barcode.
No, but all
Who you
that-
voted for
Okay.
comes out on there.
Who you voted for, the name of who you voted for without all your options, just who you supposedly selected, that is corresponding to that, supposedly corresponding to that barcode. But the tabulator itself does not read your selections, it reads the barcode, which then it's translated from the computer onto the ballot, and they're doing a kind of a translation. And, I'm not going to get into all the possibilities of where they say there could be problems with that, but the experts are saying, generally speaking, when I research what election officials say and what I research what cybersecurity people say, it's not the same thing. Election officials say everything is great. Cybersecurity say, you know what, it's not. There's issues here that need to be looked at, and they're not the same. So I'm in-person absentee, and I'm noticing these assisters coming in. I get perturbed. I heard some of the testimony here where they were coming in and actually orchestrating. I've witnessed that, where they orchestrate. That's not the intent of assisting. The voter is supposed to be in charge of the process, and the voter is supposed to ask for assistance, not being told what to do. I watch them being told, and they might be nervous. I'll give them that. But the assisters are orchestrating it and telling them where to go. So I went to the chief inspector. I said, where in this ballot can they mark? Can they signify that they're assisting? She said, yeah, that's a problem with these ballots. There's no place for the assister to sign. So this is, by law, an illegal ballot. There's no place for an assister to indicate that they assisted. But their remedy to that was to have them sign their certification of assistance on the envelope. So I go, okay, on the certificate envelope. I go there, I read. When you sign that, what you're saying is, I signed the envelope for the voter because they were unable to sign it for themselves. That you did not sign that I was assisting in marking the ballot. So at the recount, when I observed at the recount, I went to the ES&S accounts manager, and I said to him, is there a place where an assister could sign on this ballot? He said, well, maybe if you didn't touch the outside, or you didn't touch the parameter of it or something. He said, but we didn't do that. And I said, I know. So, that's an illegal ballot. And he said, we brought that up. Now, I didn't get a chance to open records this is what he told me directly. I heard it directly from him. He said, we said that could be an issue, and we were told, don't worry about it, because the machine that they're using is considered assisting machine. So that would satisfy that statute. And I thought, that's not coming from anyone who has observed in a polling place, because that's not what that means. That means a person helping you vote, whether it's in front of a express vote machine or if it's in a regular voting polling place or voting booth. So when I observed at Central Count, so that's it on that stuff. When I observed at Central Count, I did not, here it is, other observations. Contrary to the Wisconsin Election Commission guidance, I did not observe the ineligible electors list consulted as part of the routine absentee ballot canvassing process in Milwaukee. And then I quote what it says, that the Municipal Board of Absentee Ballot Canvassers shall compare the certificate envelope to the list of ineligible voters provided by the Department of Corrections. If the absentee voter's name appears on the list, the Municipal Board of Absentee Ballot Canvassers must challenge the ballot. I also observed that when a voter's name did not appear in the printed absentee ballot log that they were using, the standard procedure was just to handwrite their name at the bottom. They didn't consult a registration list to see of their registration status. They just added them to the list, which I think was standard. And then the other thing I noticed when I was observing, and what people said about how you couldn't see all the tables was really true. I remember observing at a table, and I had a chance to mention to them, I said, you guys must have drawn this short straw because you're right on the edge where you got to deal with us. Everybody else doesn't have to deal with the observers. So we kind of joked about that. But this whole thing about putting the problems on the EL 104, on the inspector report, is not really followed. I think they do it maybe for rejected ballots, but that's about it. And I know that when I was observing at one table behind me, there was one of the election inspectors that was having a problem with a particular ballot or envelope. And he started giving his objections, like, I don't like this and I'm not sure about that. I really don't think we should count this ballot. And the supervisor said, no, that's not an issue you're supposed to be dealing with. That's an issue that you're supposed to just look here. You got it all there. You need to count it. And he wasn't going to give up. So I had suggested, well, maybe to satisfy him, why don't you just put it in your 104 that there's an issue, indicate what it is, and then go ahead and count the ballot. And what I was told by the supervisor was basically, this is where we count votes. Let us count the votes. You can look at everything at a recount. And I thought to myself, well, yeah, you can look at it, but there will be no documentation. So it won't matter anyway. But as everyone has testified at a recount, you don't really get to see much of what you're looking for. So I think the main thing that, as I'm looking at this stuff, this is coming down from WEC and from the administrators. I don't know if you know how slowly, and maybe it's gone a little more quickly now, that we're privatizing our election process. On February 18th, I don't know if you know that the My Vote website went down for people to find their polling place. And as a result, on Election Day, that was on the primary, as a result, voters were sent to the Democracy Works website. She shares official polling data with the Get to the Polls, which is run by the Voting Information Project, a partnership of Democracy Works and the states to provide official information to voters on where to vote and where to get their ballots. So Democracy Works is a private organization. If you look at some of the people that are on the board of directors, you'll see that they have very much of a progressive persuasion. In September, I received a recorded message from Marcelia Nicholson, the chairwoman of the Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors, inviting me to consider becoming a poll worker. If I was unable to join a phone conference at a particular time, I was directed to sign up at this website, not the Milwaukee County, not the city. I was directed to sign up at Power the Polls. So you go to Power the Polls, and that's another private organization that's helping run elections. Nonpartisan, helping us with running our elections. Then I was reading through the board materials for the Wisconsin Election Commission meeting in September. In there was this big report on how we're going to be ready for the November 3rd election. It's huge. You can see it in the board materials. I ran across a memo from Claire Woodall-Vogue. I ran across a memo from Claire Woodall-Vogue, and she said on August 19th to a U.S. congressman, this was a question posed to her, how does your office plan on reducing the time voters spend on November 3rd? She said, I have worked with local organizations, and then she named them. Souls to the Polls, Fight for 15, and the SEIU in order to recruit more poll workers. Then another question in her reply. Do you plan on utilizing additional National Guard troops for the November general election? Since becoming executive director, I have hired a new deputy director who has a background in community organizing and leadership development. He has an extensive professional network. So you heard about the Center for Tech and Civic Life. And then the last thing I want to say, when I heard this guy, to listen to this guy talk about his father. The Election Commission, I've listened to the Election Commission meetings. They decided not to send the poll worker or the special voting deputies in, who are by protecting the integrity by being bipartisan. They decided to say, no, we're not going to do that. Here's what Megan Wolf said, and this was reported by the AP on September 10th. She wrote that advocates for the elderly and the disabled don't want deputies in the facility. Advocates, so these are the same private groups, that they don't want them in there because they're supposedly protecting the health of the people in there, which they could be doing. But I have to tell you, so then the commission staff worked to bolster the training for nursing home workers so they can help residents fill out their ballots. They did that when they had a second chance. One of the commissioners on the election commission gave them a second chance to do this virtually, to say, let's do it through FaceTime, through Zoom. Let's take our appointed special voting deputies and do this virtually. Have the people in there, but have them watch and observe. That was shot down. So they preferred to go with the people they'd rather work with. So in closing, I just want to give you a really interesting observation that I made at Milwaukee Central Count. And I think it seems to illustrate the warning of people have quoted this, I call it privileged voting, the warning of privileged voting, where the legislature finds that the privilege of voting by absentee ballot must be carefully regulated. As I watched, it was later on in the evening, I saw the workers raise their hand and the supervisor came over, and when that happens, I want to see what's going on. And they said, we had a problem here. They had a sufficient City of Milwaukee certificate envelope. So that meant everything matched. They had, the signatures were there, the addresses were there, everything was good. So the envelope was great. So now they're going to open it. When they opened it, it contained a marked absentee ballot for the village of Germantown in Washington County. Now, how that happened, I have no idea, but that's what's happening with absentee balloting.
All right, very good. That is your 20 minutes. We do not have time for questions.
Okay.
We have one last witness today, and that is Scott McDonald, appearing via Zoom.
Great. Can you guys hear me?
Can.
Sometimes this microphone's not the best, so I just want to...
Scott, thanks for your patience today. I thought it was important for you to hear some of the allegations that are made by some of the folks today, so you'd have an opportunity to respond to them. But thanks for all your patience today, and you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I will start by saying that I emailed my testimony and the legal brief my attorney filed with the Wisconsin Circuit Court on the matters before this committee. So hopefully you got that and were able to refer to it. I've been adding a few things to my testimony as the day went on, so it will be a little bit different, but it's mostly the same. I invite you to review that brief if you have specific questions. In that case, Judge, I think it's Simonek, who was appointed by Justice Rogensack, ruled this morning against the Trump campaign's effort to overturn the election results and ruled that the election was run properly according to the law. He specifically noted that the objections mentioned here today were in fact legal, including filling in witness addresses, the use of drop boxes, the issues surrounding indefinitely confined voters, and all the other issues raised. So some of you may have opinions about what the law should be or how it should be interpreted, but the courts get to decide what is legal and what is not, and they have ruled. Obviously, that will be appealed to the Supreme Court, but Justice Rogensack's chosen judge ruled today. Dane County just completed a totally transparent recount of the November election. The result of that recount was certified unanimously by both Democratic and Republican canvassers. But the recount showed that there was absolutely no evidence of voter fraud in this election, even after looking at over 300,000 ballots and an almost equal number of absentee envelopes. I am proud of my staff and the many tabulators who risked their health to ensure the transparency of this election over 9 days. I also want to thank the observers and legal teams for both campaigns for their professionalism during the recount. We were able to collaborate and make the recount run as well as possible given the circumstances. And I had a very good working relationship with the Trump attorneys, the Biden attorneys, and we all worked together to make the process more efficient and transparent. There have been several concerns raised about the election to date, mostly related to absentee ballots. If these were genuine concerns, they would have been raised or litigated before the election. And in every county in the state, since these procedures were followed in every county. These concerns would not be raised only after the election and in just the 2 counties that provided the largest margins against President Trump. In 2016, the Green Party claimed that Donald Trump did not win the election in Wisconsin using similarly evidence-free claims of fraud. The Green Party asserted that the voting equipment used had been hacked using imaginary computer models and far-fetched conspiracy theories. I said to them at the time that their claims were wrong and that there was no fraud or hacking, and that after a recount, Donald Trump would still be the winner in Wisconsin. Unfortunately, the same tired arguments have been brought up again. In Wisconsin, we have a paper ballot for every vote. We audit the results to make sure the equipment works properly, including testing the barcodes and the express vote marking. We test the ballots and the software multiple times before the election. In fact, and I know Senator Bernier, you know this, there's a public test performed in every community in the state prior to the election. And the way that works is we code the election in Dane County ourselves, we test it ourselves, then we send that media and the ballots out to the communities, and then they test it again just to make sure something hasn't happened in that interim time. In Dane County, we publish every ballot image to the web after the election so that anyone can audit the election and match the ballots to the election night results. So again, the barcode argument, you can see what is the name on that express vote ballot, does it match the results that were on our website on election night. I would say more counties could do that, and I think they should. It is really disheartening to hear these claims again this time, 4 years later, especially since they were panned by Republicans 4 years ago when it was the Green Party. Again, I have been consistent on the integrity of our electoral system over both recounts. The only thing in that time that's changed is who's won and who's lost. I note the irony of having a restricted invite list this hearing that does not include municipal clerks, the election commission staff, or even other county clerks from Republican parts of the state. Several of them came down to help me in the recount as a favor and because they believe in the integrity of our voting system in Wisconsin. It's as if there's a concerted effort in this community to not be confined with the truth, that there is no evidence of fraud, and that the election was run exceptionally well. I don't know what else explains prioritizing radio hosts and out-of-state people over Wisconsin election professionals. As Judge Ibis, who was appointed by President Trump, said recently in a similar Pennsylvania case, charges of unfairness are serious, but calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here. This is true here as it is in Pennsylvania. On behalf of the voters of Dane County, I strongly object to any effort to overturn the will of the people who voted in record numbers in the 2020 November election. Now, I do have a couple notes I made from some of the testimony today. I do appreciate the testimony of Commissioner Knudsen. There should be a bipartisan review of our laws and make improvements and clarify processes so that we don't have some of these problems in the future. Our democracy is at risk, and we need to protect it. Also, there was a negative comment about me and the recount in Dane County. I just want to set the record straight a little bit. The president's attorney, Mr. Trupas, said on the record at the recount, on behalf of the Trump campaign, we all want to express our sincere gratitude to this incredible board. We have been treated with the utmost respect, civility, professionalism, and courtesy throughout this entire process. It's a difficult process, and there's a lot of tension, and I thought Scott, you, and the rest of the board really diffused all the situations that could have otherwise gotten ugly. But instead, I think this process worked seamlessly, and that is to your credit. So as you know, even though we have opposing political views, perhaps we can certainly treat each other with professionalism, courtesy, and respect. That's a sign of our democracy, and that is the thing that does make us great. And we are thankful that that has been that this has been that kind of process, and we appreciate you very much. Thank you. So I did appreciate those remarks from Judge Trupis. Excuse me. Now, I am the only clerk who was invited to testify. Here's the testimony of the Beloit City Clerk, Laura Stadler, which she asked me to deliver. If you are anything like me, you are confused and frustrated with elections and politics, and you feel like you no longer know what to really believe. Who is telling the truth, and who can we trust in this polarized political environment? Who has the actual facts? Heck, even trying to understand why I'm unable, perhaps uninvited, to testify here today is a little confusing. My understanding of public hearings has always been that they are held in order. They're held in order for any member of the public to weigh in and provide you, the governing body, their position on a matter in an attempt to sway a decision one direction or another. Today's public hearing allowed only invited testimony. Ironic is the fact that many of you here from today will likely be making claims for what they couldn't see or hear during the election, even though we didn't say invited observers only. Never in all of my time visiting the Capitol have I been so unclear in understanding of what the governing body is intending to do with the invited testimony they solicited. But since the public notice stated that it was for the 2020 general election review, I feel I needed to try to testify to the accuracy and integrity of this election in my community, which I believe is reflected throughout the state of Wisconsin. Late this afternoon, I learned, disappointingly, I would not be allowed to do so in person. Didn't make the cut. For those of you who saw the musical Hamilton, you are familiar with the scene called The Room Where It Happened, and the lyrics that ends the scene with, the art of the compromise, hold your nose and close your eyes. We want our leaders to save the day, but we don't get a say in what they trade away. We dream of a brand new start, but we dream in the dark, for the most part. Dark as a tomb where it happens. I've got to be in the room where it happens. So I sure wish I could testify in the room where it happens, but instead I write as a former county clerk of 8 years and a current municipal clerk treasurer of 6. The 2020 presidential election was my 42nd election where I was responsible for administering a fair, transparent, and accurate election in my capacity. And 2020 was no exception. Not to mention the safety measures needed due to a global pandemic and the historic increase in absentee ballots as a side effect. I'll share some facts and conclusions about the Wisconsin election, specifically the 2020 general elections from my view as a clerk. By sharing these facts and evidence, perhaps I will shed some light on assumptions that have been made as a result of so many groups whispering or sometimes screaming in our ears about things like fraud, partisan cheating, or the stealing of your most precious voice in government, your vote. Perhaps seeing it from my view, way down here, I can show you that Wisconsin was and is actually a superior election model to the other states in conducting fair, transparent, and accurate elections. Finally, perhaps I can provide you with enough evidence of nonpartisan community participation to help you understand and believe in Wisconsin election protocols as the best possible practice, and to witness that the election was accurately certified through the combined participation of independents, Democrats, and Republicans alike. First, you already know that the election structure for Wisconsin is one of the most decentralized in the nation, and that was mentioned earlier by, I think, Commissioner Knudsen. Where other states hold elections at a county or Secretary of State level, we know that elections belong to the people, and therefore we hold elections at the most local level, the municipal level. This creates additional layers of checks and balances that no other state offers. Imagine for a moment how many players would have to be aligned and agree on a way to intentionally defraud an election in the Wisconsin model. Intention is an important word in this testimony. If voters followed all the rules of books and cast their ballot with the intent it would be counted, I only share from you from the lens of Rock County elections, of which I'm incredibly proud to say has a proven record of open, transparent, fair, and honest elections. It has been my experience 100% of the time that believer in Wisconsin elections are only made by those who are boots on the ground, volunteering to be in the action as a chief election inspector, greeter, central count volunteer, special voting deputy, canvasser, or the clerk. I have received scores of emails post-election from first-time volunteers, both Democratic and Republican, who make comments about the value of the training, the security in the process, and the organization of the overall election, all saying they believe in the process and want to participate in the future. Criticisms from this election in my community have included concern for the joint drop box for absentee and utility bills being too hard for staff to differentiate. Limited room for observers to roam or hear the entire voting process due to limitations due to the pandemic. Concerns about in-person absentee ballots not having an application attached, even though we've used the same combined envelope for years without complaint. The abuse of indefinitely confined voter designation for people who are not unable to vote in person due to disability, and others. I don't want to say these criticisms don't have merit, but I am saying that these criticisms may only shed light on gray areas of the current law, of which you are elected to fine-tune. And I'm completely okay with that, especially when done openly, transparently, and with all of Wisconsin in mind. If the voter ID law needs reviewed, you should do so to correct the concerns of the alleged abuse after evidence and proof determine a need. One thing I can be sure of is that if the indefinitely confined abuse exists, it would be abused by independents, Democrats, and Republicans alike. In fact, able-bodied voters come to vote in person on election day without issued absentee ballot in hand, who also claimed on their application that they were indefinitely confined, stating they destroyed it, and election inspectors were required to oblige the voter with in-person voting. It is up to you to put teeth in the law when voters lie about their ineligibility in obtaining a ballot. But it's up to you to throw an already administered election out the window for abuse of a loophole that you allowed since a voter ID was in inception in 2011 Wisconsin Act 23. After all, ELECT is a partisan commission with both parties appointed by you. When a voter certifies to something and signs their name, it should be the voter who is held accountable under the law, not the WEC, Election Commission, or the clerk, especially not the winner of the election. Abuse of laws and regulations is a matter of enforcement and compliance, not in determining winners or losers in an election. As I conclude my uninvited testimony, I am just a pure and passionate advocate of the Wisconsin election process. We must be careful to not dilute the rules in order to benefit some and not others. Your oath of office requires you to be careful not to change the laws in order to secure your political position in exchange for your oath and promise of representing everyone in your district. I hope and pray that you feel as passionate about your role in society as I do in mine. And I'm hopeful that my testimony will help for you to see and believe that while the system may not be perfect and will always have room for improvement, that foundation is strong and it can and should be built upon. Changes to election law are made as a result of this election irregularities. They must be inclusive of all Wisconsinites. They must be fair and accessible to every voter, no matter how red or blue their spirit. And they must be made from the standpoint of building a system everyone can trust. And if we really care about this topic today, we will realize that it's not about whether you, the candidate, wins or loses. It's about the win of the people in electing the leaders they want to have in the room where it happens. people they can relate to, trust, and thrive from the outcomes of their good works. I wish I could have thanked you for your time today. And again, that was from the Beloit City Clerk, Lori Stoller. I will conclude with my own comment. Representative Murphy said earlier that if you shine a light on cockroaches, they will scurry away. And I'm going to assume you didn't mean it that way, Representative Murphy, but clerks and election officials are not cockroaches. They are honest, decent public servants that deserve much more respect than they got from this committee today. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Senator Strobel for the first question.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm really glad in your testimony you brought up gray areas, you brought up abuse of loopholes. I think those are things that we wanted to flesh out here, and we certainly have heard some of those, as well as disappointing as it was, some of the bullying or abuse of people at some of the polls. I'm not saying in Madison, but it happened, and it was good to hear that here, that get affirmation of some of the things we've heard. But I want to just ask you a little bit about democracy in the park. There were trained election workers at the Democracy in the Park events. Is that correct?
Representative, just so you know, I'll try to answer some of your questions, but the Madison City Clerk was completely responsible for that event. They didn't consult with me. They don't need to consult with me. So I can try to answer a question as well as I know, but if you really should have asked the city clerk or the city attorney to this hearing. But my understanding is, yes, that these are all chief inspectors and election officials who were used for that event.
Okay, well, you do oversee that, and I guess maybe I can just cut to the chase. Do you think that was an appropriate activity? Do you think that was usurping the 2-week early voting requirements that we have in our statutes?
What I would say is that, from my perspective, how the city clerk receives already, issued, these absentee ballots would have had to have been mailed to voters that they requested, and they were delivering them. They weren't, it isn't early voting where you go and request a ballot or given a ballot. That didn't happen. So I know the city attorney had an opinion about that he wrote, and there was no lawsuit filed, and there was a letter from that was written to the city clerk, but no lawsuit was filed in advance. And I from my point of view, I think that was kind of telling. There was no statute cited and brought to court to stop that event. And so you guys can maybe address that as you go into the next session. But again, I know you say I oversee it. It's true, but the city clerks and the town clerks and the village clerks don't work for me. I can't give them orders. So that's the deeply decentralized nature of our election here in Wisconsin, and it's really just us in Michigan to do it that way. There are advantages and disadvantages to it, but that's part of it.
I hate to think the only way to determine something was incorrect is by filing a lawsuit against it, but I think from your sentiments and your statements, I kind of get the impression where you might be coming from on that. So that's revealing and helpful in itself. I guess I just have one other question. If you got a ballot that was highlighted or circled or marked up, except to fill in the oval or complete the arrow that needs to be read by the machine, are poll workers or clerks, are they allowed to do that, to actually fill that oval in or complete that arrow if it even looks like it was circled or highlighted or anything like that?
No, they shouldn't be. So let me just repeat this in my own way so that I'm not confusing anything, and feel free to correct me, Representative. But we saw this a lot during the recount where we had to determine the voter intent, and if there were examples of where someone circled Donald Trump or something like that, but the oval was left unfilled, the machine views that as an undervote. It can't see the circling of the name. But in the recount, and so that's how it would be recorded on election night, and no one should alter that. On the recount, if we are presented with that, which we were, in that situation, we would say, well, the voter intent was to vote for Donald Trump, and we would record that as a vote for Donald Trump at the recount. We saw that. We had lots of different examples of that. People would fill in the oval for Donald Trump and then write in Donald Trump. I don't know what they think that helps. It doesn't help. Please don't do that. The machine would use it as an overvote if you fill in the oval for both. And we would again count that for Donald Trump, which we did several times, or whoever the candidate is in that situation. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess if that's the case, and that's the way I understand the law too, then why is it why is it acceptable to correct or complete the address of a witness or the affidavit on an absentee ballot? Why can you do that, but you can't do what you just got through saying you can't do?
Well, I think there's a difference between marking on the outside of the envelope and the actual ballot itself. All I can tell you is that all the clerks across the state have been following that advice for multiple elections. It was a unanimous vote of the election commission to give that advice to clerks. And I guess I really do strongly object to the idea that you can focus on Dana, Milwaukee and say those that had that correction done to it need to be thrown out, but not in Waukesha, not in Bayfield, not in Door County. I mean, that is the essence of trying to rig an election. And I just strongly object to that. I can say, hey, we can talk